That night when Matthew arrived home, it was 11 o'clock and he sensed that something was wrong the moment he opened the door. The lights in the living room were switched off, but the 100-inch TV was still on. It was playing a movie, a scary one. On the screen, the black and white messengers from the hell were talking to a ghost with long hair and dressed in white, standing by a decrepit tomb. Your soul has been hovering here for 6 years. It's time you return to the world of the living. The black and white messengers spoke in harmony. The ghost floating in the air started crying, but instead of tears, there was blood in her eyes. But I haven't seen my husband. I cannot leave yet. I won't leave. This time it is not up to you. Just when the black and white messengers were about to capture the female ghost, another ghost, seemingly male, with a green-colored face and sharp teeth rushed out from nowhere. The woman on the sofa clutched the cushion in her hand tightly as the noise from the TV blared intensely. She kept reciting Ba in her mind while her eyes remained glued to the screen. You, said the man abruptly as he stood next to her. Frightened out of her wits, Erica screamed at the top of her lungs and jumped to her feet. Ah! When she recognized the man in front of her, she screamed for another 3 seconds before she finally stopped. Matthew was rendered speechless. She had the courage to stay up late to watch a horror movie with the lights turned off, but was so frightened of seeing another person. Why was that? Erica immediately picked up the remote control and turned on the lights in the living room. Almost instantly, the living room became as bright as day. With a pale expression on her face, she stuttered, "When did you get back?" "Just now." "Why didn't you say anything?" Needless to say, she was still a bit shaken up. The living room of Matthew's villa was enormous to say the least. After she closed the door, shut the curtains and turned off all the lights, the whole place fell into darkness. It was perfect for watching a horror movie. Matthew rolled his eyes at her. He had just come back and all he wanted to do was say hi to her. "You know, we have a projector on the 4th floor, right?" he said. He was talking about the entertainment room, where the sound system and atmosphere were designed specifically for the enjoyment of movies. Erica shivered. "I know about the entertainment room, but the thought of watching a horror movie there seemed more frightening. I prefer the living room." Casting an indifferent glance at the girl squatting down on the couch, he said, "Carry on and enjoy the movie then." He turned around to go upstairs. Airs for Matthew if he hadn't been out of the loop for a while now. Matthew hung up the phone without saying another word. Debbie was so anxious she was like an ant on a hot pan. She immediately called Wesley and Blair to apologize to them. Although Blair had repeatedly said that there was nothing to worry about, Debbie couldn't help feeling sorry. After all, it was a custom for a newlywed couple to go back to the bride's home together on the 3rd day after the wedding. How could Matthew let his newlywed wife go back alone? It was utterly disrespectful to his parents-in-law. "I guess Erica is on her way to a country now. What should we do?" "This is so embarrassing," Debbie said anxiously. After a moment's consideration, Carlos said, "I'll go and bring Matthew back." Unfortunately, the old man couldn't find his son anywhere. Not in the headquarters, the branch office, or his villa. When Carlos tried calling his number, he found that Matthew's phone had been switched off. Infuriated, Carlos found himself shaking in anger and thinking about disowning his son. In a country. When Erica showed up at the high-speed train station dragging her luggage, she immediately spotted Gifford in his military uniform. He was so eye-catching even from a distance. A young girl had gone up to him and asked for his WeChat account. The look of seriousness on his face and the look of disappointment on the girl's indicated that he had refused to comply with her request. As Erica watched the girl walk away, she approached her brother and said, "Is that why you've been single for more than 30 years? Taking the suitcase from her hand, Gifford gently tapped her on head with his knuckles. "Don't talk nonsense. But hey, this is the first time I've seen a bride come back to her parents' home without her husband." Erica hastily tried to defend herself. "It's not my fault. Our Mr. Huo is too busy." "Well, you're a bossy woman anyway. You should have tried those less than feminine charms on Matthew and forced him to come with you," Gifford said. Blair had already cautioned Gifford not to talk to Erica about Matthew. Her reasoning was that if they just backed off, things would happen naturally. Erica might eventually fall in love with Matthew if they quit pushing her. Come on. He doesn't do what I want. And he's not in love with me, so he's not likely to, Erica retorted. And she was quite good at bullying someone into doing what she wanted. I'm not wrong, though. He doesn't love me, and I can't intimidate him either. So even if I tried that around him and pushed him to come back with me, he wouldn't listen. Gifford smiled slightly and draped his long arm around her shoulders. Wow, my dear sister has gotten smarter in her old age. That's gotta hurt, knowing you can't play your old tricks. Of course I'm a smart girl. Let's go back home. She figured someone would crack a joke about it. If anyone tried that, though, she'd stand up for her honor, and that of the Lee family. She might not be able to influence Matthew, but she'd certainly verbally browbeat anyone else. Finally, they returned to the Lee family villa. It had only been 4 days since she had last been here, but it felt like 4 years. Cecilia and Baldwin were also there today. They lived in the military base now, but came back for the occasion. The moment they entered the living room, Erica was like a happy puppy as she hugged everyone and kissed them one after the other. She even cradled February in her arms and didn't want to let him go. February, call me Mommy. I missed you so much, said Erica, gently pinching the boy's smooth face. She knew the boy was too small to make real sounds, but she still said it anyway. That's Ethan now. Ethan Lee. I renamed him. Ethan sounds so much better than February. Wesley corrected her. Lee. Erica cocked an eyebrow, and the joy on her face faded. That's Ethan Wu, actually. Wesley was displeased as he was aware of her change in mood. You still thinking about the boy's father? He asked in a cold voice. Erica didn't answer his question. Blair explained. Rika, the household registration would be a pain if his last name were Wu. Also, we'd have to get the proper documentation for school. The living room was quiet for a moment. After a while, Erica compromised. Comments followed. And of course she encountered the mean girls, the ones who hated her. The news that she was back on campus had also spread fast. Erica Lee, how dare you come back? Have you no shame? The girl who just spoke was Reese Zhou, Erica's high school classmate. She was a student in the art department of a country film academy. She was really something, and she and her friends always made fun of Erica. This time they weren't going to miss another opportunity. Erica cast a contemptuous glance at Reese Zhou and snorted. Got a problem? Why have I no shame? Go ahead, enlighten me, she said calmly. Reese Zhou had known Erica for almost 3 years, but she was still a little afraid of her when Erica was angry. The young mom wasn't angry yet, so Reese Zhou had the audacity to mock her. Your private life is an ugly affair. And you have the gall to marry Mr. Huo after giving birth to a bastard. Come on. A bastard? My son has taken to Matthew. How dare you call Matthew's son a bastard? You may be not afraid of me, Reese, and that's okay. But you should be afraid of Matthew, Erica said. She was surrounded by 6 girls all told, but she wasn't the least bit scared. I have a healthy fear of Mr. Huo. But he's not here, is he? He should have come with you on this trip, but he didn't. So he doesn't give a damn about your feelings, does he? Tell me the truth. Was this a shotgun wedding? What did you blackmail him with to make him marry you? Reese Zhou taunted. She wasn't the only one who didn't think Matthew married Erica out of love. It was a popular belief that there must be some unspeakable reason for him to marry her. Erica idly fiddled with the bracelet on her wrist and glared at Reese. Who told you Matthew didn't come with me? How do you know he's not at the house right now? Come on, many people saw you at the high-speed train station. Your brother picked you up, and Matthew was nowhere in sight. Don't even try to lie. Reese continued to provoke Erica as she crossed her arms in front of her chest. Erica laughed instead of getting angry. How about this? Let's make a bet. If Matthew is really here, you owe me $100,000. If he isn't, I'll give you 200 grand. How does that sound? 100,000? Wow, what a greedy bitch you are. Although Reese was from a rich family, She wasn't rich enough to squander 100,000 without a second thought. Tisk tsk. I thought you had a boyfriend? One with a fat wallet? What? My bet too rich for your blood. Maybe not just one boyfriend but probably a few, Erica thought disdainfully. An embarrassed look appeared on Reese's face. What about you? You're Mrs. Huo. You're stinking rich. But you offer up a measly $200,000. That's a bit stingy, don't you think? Okay. How much are we talking then? 500 grand. Sounds good. When I'm done here, I'll take you to my home and show you what Matthew Huo looks like. I hope you won't be too jealous. He's my husband now. So there's no point in crying over it. Although Matthew wasn't actually at the Lee family house now, Erica was sure that Reese wouldn't call her bluff and show up at her doorstep. Moreover, she was playing with words. She didn't say that Matthew was around today, so she could take Reese to her house tomorrow if the girl insisted. Don't be too jealous? Easier said than done. Reese was really envious of Erica. This notorious Miss Troublemaker was so lucky to get married to Matthew Huo. How could she not be jealous? The Lee family and the Huo family were good friends. Reese believed that Erica's parents pushed for the marriage, and the Huo family didn't want to turn them down. So they agreed to it. What if you run away? Erica rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, Do you think everyone is like you? Matthew promised me that he would stay here with me for a few days. Owe you anything about my schedule? His cold tone sent a chill down Reese's spine. I'm sorry, Mr. Huo. She apologized, her face pale. Since you are my wife's schoolmate, I won't bother with it this time. I got here at 11 this morning. What's the matter?
No.
Nothing. Reese had embarrassed herself. In her mind, she cursed those people who spread the rumor that Matthew hadn't come back to the Lee family together with Erica. She then took out her phone to transfer the money to Erica. Erica was totally incredulous. Matthew cooperated with her and lied to Reese for her. He wasn't just a good guy. He was an awesome one. When she completed the transfer, Reese bit her lower lip and told Erica, I've wired you the money. 100 grand. When she was about to leave, Matthew suddenly stopped her. Wait a minute. All eyes were on him. He asked, What was the bet? Everyone looked at each other after hearing what he said. No one dared say a word. Even Erica was quiet. And it wasn't because she was afraid. It was because she was embarrassed. After a significant pregnant pause, no one answered him. With a livid face, Matthew ordered, Tell me. The girls were frightened by the simple order coming from the angry man. He was giving off a terrible aura. Erica replied at once, The bet was. I didn't ask you, Matthew interrupted her. It's not for you to say anything. You're not in trouble. They might be. Erica was dumbfounded. Why is he so protective of me? When Reese realized that Matthew was staring at her, she stuttered. Here's the thing. Mr. Huo, people say you didn't come with Erica to visit her parents after your wedding. But Erica insisted you did. So we made a bet. How much did she bet? Matthew asked. $100,000, replied Reese in a timid voice. No, it was 500 grand. Erica retorted loudly. Now that Matthew was here, she could make Reese pay. If she lost, she'd only pay 100 grand. She pushed me into putting up 500 grand if I lost. Kinda unfair, don't you think? Matthew glanced at his wife and said, Aren't you Miss Troublemaker? I didn't know you were that easy to bully. Erica gave him an embarrassed smile. How could she be forced into that so easily? She wasn't normally that simple to push around. On impulse, she had agreed to Reese's terms without a second thought. You always harass my wife like this? He asked. He didn't look at Reese this time. Reese and Erica were the closest to Matthew's car. Even Rhea stood a fair distance away. So Reese knew he was talking to her. She was taken aback by his question. Harass her? I didn't do anything like that, Mr. Huo. Erica agreed to the bet herself. You lost the bet. And it isn't really fair that she bet 500 grand and you only have to pay 100 grand. Sounds to me like you're bullying my wife, Matthew said calmly. Reese gasped. She was no fool and she understood exactly what Matthew meant. Mr. Huo, go easy on me. I'm just a college student. I don't have that much money. Erica rolled her eyes and exposed her lies. She has the money. She has tons of boyfriends. She can get the money from them. Erica, I swear I don't have the money. Mr. Huo, please, I'm begging you. Reese was about to cry. Matthew seemed bored. He looked at his wristwatch to check the time and said to the driver calmly, "Call Principal Zhang and ask him to deal with it." "Yes, Mr. Huo." The driver took out his phone and started dialing. Principal Zhang was one of the principals of a country film academy, and the most powerful one. It was not easy for Reese to get enrolled in college. They hadn't admitted her initially. But money talks, her parents paid a lot of money to get her in. It was more than Icer to him. She wondered why Erica liked handsome guys so much, but was not interested in Matthew at all. Erica was flustered. She knew Matthew was a good man, but he didn't like her. "He loves someone else," she simply said. After shopping with Rhea for several hours and having hot pot in the evening, Erica returned to Lee family villa. When she walked into the living room, she saw Matthew, Wesley, and Blair sitting there. But to her surprise, Matthew was cradling Ethan in his arms. Erica's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe that Matthew knew how to hold a baby properly. She couldn't do it properly at the beginning. Seeing her come in, Matthew acted as if he didn't see her. Blair just kept talking. It was hard for her to choose a major. Finally, she chose the photography despite our objections. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Erica asked. She had a bad feeling about this. Staring at his phone, Wesley answered without even raising his head. "Nothing much. We think you should go back to school." Erica was only 22 years old. They couldn't let her child affect her whole life. Even if she got married, she could still go back to school. "That's what I think too," Erica said. It was rare that she was so cooperative. She just thought she had nothing to do in Matthew's villa and couldn't find a suitable job. It was better for her to go back to college and continue her studies. As if remembering something, Blair asked Matthew in an excited voice, "Do you know how Erica ended up choosing her major?" "Mom, stop." How Erica wished she could cover her mother's mouth so that she wouldn't keep gossiping about her. It was embarrassing the first time around, and to have someone recount the stories just rubbed salt in the wound. Why? Blair didn't think it was such a big deal. She continued to fill Matthew in on Erica's past, heedless of her daughter's protests. Back when Erica was filling out the application forms for the college entrance exam, father and daughter discussed her plans together. They were upstairs in the study for much of the evening. Wesley respected her and asked her to choose a major she was interested in. He would give her the best advice he had. Hearing that she had the freedom to choose her major by herself, Erica was shocked. "I must be hearing things. You said you'll respect my choices." Seeing the calculating glint in his daughter's eyes, Wesley regretted what he said, so he answered decisively, "No. I knew it." She pouted her lips. Wesley suggested, "You can learn from your mom. Go to a foreign language school." Blair was a talented translator and was well paid for her trouble. Erica rolled her eyes and disagreed more decisively. "No way. Could you think of anything more boring?" Wesley knew she wouldn't agree. His face darkened at her answer, but before he could straighten her out, the girl who was reclining on the couch sat up straight away and said, "It's okay if you want me to learn different languages, because I'll make friends with a lot of foreigners, probably even fall in love with one. If that happens, I may not come back and you won't have to see me anymore." Enough. Wesley was pissed off. Since she had already had her digs in, Erica obediently shut up and did not say one more word. Wesley kept telling himself to calm down because Erica was his biological daughter. He tried to hold back his anger and soften his voice. "Then tell me, what do you want as a major?" Erica cupped her chin and thought for a moment. "Medicine." Wearing a white gown and holding a scalpel, doctors are real hotties. In her mind, the young men in clean white doctors' coats were especially attractive. "You? A doctor?" Wesley regained control and said in a serious tone, I'm pretty sure that's the impossible dream as far as you're concerned. I'm afraid your mom and I have to see that you are so nice to Rika. But I don't want you to be bothered by the baby. You are always busy with your work and Rika will go to school. Just leave the baby here for the time being. We'll take care of him. When Rick is missing the baby, I can take him to see her or she can come back here to stay for a while. Okay, Matthew answered curtly. Half an hour later, Wesley and Matthew went upstairs. Blair went to the kitchen to prepare formula for Ethan. In the hallway, Wesley patted his son-in-law on the shoulder, and after hesitating for a while, he finally opened his mouth. I know you don't like the girl, and it's unfair of us to make you marry her. Rika does what she wants and it's not always what you want. But she's a nice girl. Promise me if she does anything wrong, send her back to me and I'll discipline her myself. Don't hurt her if she ever pisses you off. It wasn't that he didn't trust Matthew, but Erica was his daughter. He knew very well how much she could irritate other people. He didn't really know how much one man could take, and didn't want his daughter to pay the price if she annoyed him too much. However, since she had Ethan, Wesley could feel that Erica had changed a lot. She was much quieter than before, probably because she felt guilty. Wesley didn't feel happy about the change. On the contrary, he felt sorry for his daughter. Deep in his heart, he hoped that Erica would find happiness again. Although she always made trouble, at least she was happy. Matthew nodded. Don't worry, Dad. I got this. His promise made Wesley smile in relief. He patted Matthew on the shoulder again. He trusted Matthew and didn't have to worry about Erica anymore. Wesley opened the door to Erica's room and heard joyful laughter from inside. She had placed the baby on her bed and was making faces to amuse him. When she saw Wesley and Matthew enter, she scooped the boy up and asked, Hi, Dad. You two finish your talk? Yes. You don't have to stick around if you don't want to. Matthew's pretty busy. You can go back to Y City tomorrow. You should resume your studies ASAP too. Erica unhappily pouted. I do want to stay here actually. I'm bored out of my gourd there. I won't bug Matthew. You guys both know that. She had just come back today, but her father wanted her gone so soon. The young mother was quite homesick, and she missed the old house. Wesley took Ethan from her arms and scolded her. You don't have anything to do? I told you you're going back to school. Matthew will make all the arrangements. Don't worry about anything else. You just need to study hard. Erica fumed silently. When only Matthew and Erica were left in the room, she sat on her bed next to the man. His sharp eyes were examining her room. Thanks for helping me cheat Reese today, she said. Cheat? I did no such thing. Erica was stunned for a moment, and then chuckled. I get it. Scratch that. Thank you for helping me with Reese. Matthew didn't respond this time. He took out his phone and called his assistant. Take a pic of my ticket this morning and send it to me. Erica blinked her eyes in confusion. Wait. This morning? Could it be? 2 minutes later, she was still pondering this. Matthew tapped a picture he had just received on his phone and showed it to her. It was a ticket for his flight. The flight left at 9:30 in the morning, and his seat was in the first-class section. It would only take 1.5 hours to fly from Y City to her hometown, so he got here at around 11 o'clock in the morning. He wasn't lying to Reese at all. Erica was confused. Didn't you say you wouldn't be here till tomorrow? He loosened his tie and answered naturally. Carlos thought I should leave today. Carlos wouldn't agree to let him come tomorrow, so Matthew flew here today. But I didn't see you when I got here. I went. It's very embarrassing. As she was reminiscing, suddenly her husband said something and snapped her out of her reverie. I see the way you look at me. It looks inviting. What? Inviting? What are you talking about? Erica confusedly looked at the man who was already standing at the bedside. Inviting me to sleep with you, he said curtly. Inviting him to sleep with me? How is that possible? She snapped. Oh, get over yourself. She quickly pulled the thin quilt over her head and wrapped herself in it. He turned off the lights and lay down beside her. There was only one quilt on the bed. Matthew silently lay there for a while and tried to pull on the quilt. Erica reacted fiercely. She thought Matthew was going to do something to her, so she immediately gripped the quilt tighter. Matthew was speechless. He rested his head on one arm and ordered, "Go get another quilt for me. Why are you ordering me around? Go get it yourself. You don't have to go. Get up." Not until then did Erica realize that she was hogging the entire quilt. She stuck her head out and asked warily, "Are you smelly? Have you used any strong perfume?" Under the moonlight streaming in through the balcony window, she saw him roll his eyes at her. Erica's mouth twitched in dissatisfaction. "I haven't shared my quilt with any man. You're the first and I don't want it all stinky, okay? Feel honored yet?" "Honored? Yes, you are the first man to use my bathroom too. No man has ever set foot in it. Not my dad, and not my brother. Don't you feel special yet? You're the first woman to use my bathroom. What does that tell you?" asked Matthew in reply. Erica curled her lips, sneering at his conceitedness, and said, "Special? Do you think I'm enjoying this? I was forced to get married to you and it's not like I had any choice but to use your damned bathroom." "You were forced to marry me?" Matthew raised an eyebrow as if he was intrigued by her words. "Yes. You're the reason why my father forced me into this marriage. And you know what? I don't smell bad at all. I shower every day, and I never go to bed without putting on some fragrant body lotion." In fact, she was so particular about her little before-bedtime ritual that she would run out of skincare products far quicker than most people. The two remained quiet for some time, lying back to one another on the bed. Just as Erica wondered whether Matthew had fallen asleep, he turned around and pressed his body against hers, taking her hands in his. "Since you say that you're not smelly, let me check." "Don't worry, you'll get to check me too." Before she could refuse or even give consent, Matthew lowered his head and gave her a kiss on the lips. "What? Does he have no shame at all? He didn't even ask for my permission before kissing me." Erica groaned inwardly as she struggled to free herself. Matthew noticed her discomfort and immediately let her go. He looked her in the eye and said, "Be serious." "Be serious? He wants me to be serious, but he didn't even apologize for his behavior. What a joke." She bit her lips and with an aggrieved expression on her face said, "Why did you kiss me so many times?" "I just wanted to prove to you that I don't smell bad, contrary to your misunderstandings." "Well, do I smell bad?" Matthew answered with a straight face. "Of course not. And you smell good," Erica thought to herself. She wiggled and struggled to get free, stuttering, "And, hey, how dare you use my body wash without my permission?" Matthew was reeking of the fragrance of the body wash she always used. "What? This is my wife's home and I used my wife's body wash. Is that not okay?" Matthew asked.
No.
I mean, Matthew, can you get off me first? You are too heavy, I can't breathe." They were lying very close to each other, and she was afraid that he would fail to restrain himself and force himself on her. There was an awkward silence that filled the room for a while. Erica tried to hide from the discomforty.
"Ich fallen asleep."
His breathing was rhythmic and relaxed, which in turn helped her fall asleep as well. The next morning, Erica was woken up by her sister Yvette. When she went downstairs, she saw Matthew and Wesley, who had just come back from morning exercise, beads of sweat dripping from their foreheads. Wesley stopped her when he saw her coming downstairs with sleepy eyes. "From now on, don't forget to exercise at home. Look at this young man. Matthew exercises every day. I've told him to take you out jogging in the morning. What do you think?" Working out with Wesley was a nightmare to Erica. She stroked her messy hair and walked past her dad. "I'll go upstairs and freshen up first." "Dad, Mom, why don't you eat your breakfast first?" Without waiting for Wesley's response, Erica scurried up the stairs. Wesley sighed helplessly and explained to Matthew in a serious tone, "Please don't mind that. Rika has always been like this." "That's all right. Don't worry about me," replied Matthew casually, withdrawing his gaze from his wife. While Erica was humming a tune and washing her face in the bathroom, Matthew came in abruptly. Looking at him in the mirror, she asked, "What's up?" "I just wanted to take a shower," answered Matthew curtly as he cast a glance at her. "Okay, I'll be done in a minute." In order to avoid repeating last time's embarrassing moment, Erica washed her face quickly and ran out of the bathroom. After a hearty breakfast, Wesley asked Erica and Matthew to go back to Y City. Looking at Erica, who was very reluctant to leave Ethan, Matthew thoughtfully suggested, "You can bring him back with us." Erica was astounded by Matthew's suggestion. Hesitatingly, she asked, "You want Ethan to live with us in Y City? Is he willing to be Ethan's stepfather?" she wondered. Matthew nodded. "Really?" Hope sprang in Erica's heart. She had believed that Matthew wouldn't agree to Ethan living with them. After all, it would bring shame to him if others learned that Matthew was raising the child his wife conceived with another man. Matthew nodded again. After some contemplation, Erica refused. "No thanks. I can come back often to visit him. Let's go." With Ethan settled at the Lee family residence, she would have an excuse to travel home. If she took Ethan to Y City, she was afraid that Matthew would eventually grow to resent him. Then Erica wouldn't know what she would do. Blair agreed with Erica as she thought it was better to let Ethan stay with her and Wesley. "Matthew, Wesley and I have nothing to do at home. We are happy to take care of Ethan as the boy brings us great joy. If Rika misses Ethan, she can come back at any time. You don't need to take him home. Besides, Rika doesn't know how to take care of him." She thought that Matthew treated her daughter well enough, and so she didn't want Ethan to be the source of trouble between them. Erica restrained her emotions as she surrendered the baby to Blair. Then she turned to Wesley, who was drinking water in the kitchen, and said, "Dad, let's go." "On my way." After downing the last mouthful of water, Wesley trotted to catch up with them. He volunteered to drive them to the airport. However, Blair didn't accompany them as she had to watch Ethan, so there were only 3 of them in the car. On their way to the airport, Wesley repeatedly instructed Erica to go to school as soon as she arrived at Y City. He also told her not to make any trouble. He wanted her to study hard, be a good student, and listen to Matthew. "I'm not a 3-year-old kid. Why should I listen to him?" Erica whined in a low voice. "Why? Because Matthew is much better than you in every aspect. If he weren't with you, I would worry about you being alone in Y City," Wesley snapped. Hearing that, Erica could not help but pick her ears helplessly. "Dad, I have never heard you speak so highly of Gifford. I'm afraid that Matthew is your biological son. Isn't he? I've heard you praising him non-stop since my return yesterday. I'm tired of hearing it. I have a headache because I can't stand you being so stubborn. You're such a willful girl. How I wish Matthew were my son. Matthew, if she refuses to behave, call me and I'll tea." Phil would blame her for her carelessness. As the wine bottle had shattered, and the wine was all over the floor, Erica was unable to see the label or taste the wine. She had no time to clean either. Just then an idea popped into her head. She quickly stood and checked the tag where the red wine bottle had been placed. The tag read, Chateau Lafite, a limited edition of wine from 1961. As her grandma was an admirer of red wine, Erica knew the Chateau Lafite was the empress of the kingdom of wine. It was one of the 5 grand wineries in Bordeaux. Not only was this bottle of wine produced in 1961, but it was also a limited edition. No wonder it smelled so good. So she felt she was indeed in big trouble. She quickly pulled out her phone, and with nimble fingers, dialed Cecilia's number without hesitation. "Grandma, do you know Chateau Lafite?" Erica suddenly realized that she had asked a stupid question. How was it possible that her grandma didn't know Chateau Lafite? "Of course I know. What's wrong, girl?" Cecilia asked. "What will be the price of a bottle of red wine produced by them in 1961? "Oh, it's a limited edition." After thinking for a while, Cecilia answered, "The price of a bottle of wine from 1961 could be worth at least tens of thousands of dollars. But if it is a limited edition, it could be worth hundreds of thousands. Why do you ask this? Do you have such a bottle of wine?" "Yes, I have, but..." Erica glanced at the debris on the floor helplessly. She was doomed. Forget it. If Matthew gets mad at me, I'll give him the money, she thought. But what? Cecilia asked. But I broke it, Erica cried when she couldn't contain the anxiety coursing through her. You broke it. Cecilia could feel her chest tightening due to Erica's words. You are a mother now. How on earth can you possibly still be so careless? Is there anything left of it? She asked. Erica responded. I'm afraid there isn't any left. I accidentally spilled all of it over the floor. Hearing this, Cecilia felt that it was such a shame. Then she asked again. That was Matthew's red wine, wasn't it? How come you know that, Grandma? Of course I know. Matthew had brought 2 bottles of wine for me before, and they were much more valuable than the one you just broke. He mentioned that he had a wine cellar and even asked me to choose a few bottles of wine when I had some spare time. As she told her this, Cecilia couldn't help thinking, Matthew is such a considerate person and he also knows how to please me. Okay, Erica mumbled, feeling so frustrated deep inside. At that moment, she was so depressed that wrinkles appeared on her delicate facial features. I'm sorry, Grandma, but I have to hang up now so I could clean up the mess. All right. There's no point crying over spilled milk, so you shouldn't dwell on it any longer. There's nothing more you can do about it. That being said, since it was your fault, you have to apologize to Matthew when he gets back home. Don't be stubborn, okay? Cecilia was a bit worried that Erica might start being difficult when she discussed this matter with Matthew. Matthew probably couldn't care less about a bottle of wine. However, he would certainly care more about her attitude. At the thought of that, Cecilia reminded Erica not to be too stubborn when she told Matthew what happened. Okay. After hanging up, Erica frowned as she grabbed the cleaning tools and began cleaning up the mess on the floor, albeit clumsily. By the time Matthew finally came back, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. She was just sitting idly in the living room, staring blankly at the TV. As soon as she heard the sound of a car pulling over by the driveway, she immediately sprang up from the sofa. Then she quickly put on her slippers and hurriedly ran toward the door. When she opened the door to the living room before Matthew came in, she saw him outside talking to his assistant. Hearing the sound of the door being swung open, Matthew stopped talking with his assistant. When he turned to look at Erica, who was standing by the door, their eyes met. Feeling so guilt-stricken, Erica drew back her head and closed the door at once. After waiting for a while, she heard footsteps drawing closer. So she gently opened the door and beamed him a sincere smile. Matthew, you're back from work. An awkward silence filled the air inside the room. Erica managed to reek. Or would he have expected her to do such a thing? I'm unbuckling it, Erica flatly answered, thinking that she was simply doing what he asked her to. All right. Go ahead. Actually, he was just asking her to help him unbutton his shirt. Oh, Erica blurted out in an awkward manner, having some difficulty unbuckling his belt. It seemed that she didn't know how to do it. Even after examining the belt for a while, she just couldn't figure it out. In the end, she decided to ask him, Matthew, this is a bit tricky. How do you unbuckle it? Finally, she lost her patience and ended up complaining to him. Seeing this, he casually pointed toward an inner buckle and said, Lift it. Following his instruction, she finally managed to unbuckle it. She felt so relieved as well as a little depressed. It turns out that it's so simple after all. Yes. She seemed to have forgotten to hold his pants tight, so they dropped to his ankles. Because of this, Erica's eyes became wide open in surprise. Yet Matthew managed to remain calm. Get me my pajamas. But he didn't get any response from her, and there was a moment of silence which lasted a few seconds. Looking in the direction of her gaze, he realized what she had been staring at. As he closed his eyes, he called out in a slightly angry tone, Erica Lee. Ah yes, I'm here. It was only then that Erica finally came to her sense. Her face flushed red. To hide her embarrassment, she quickly looked away. Get me my pajamas. I'm going to take a shower. Okay. With that, she ran to the walk-in closet, covering her burning cheeks. But instead of looking for his pajamas, she leaned on the closet to catch her breath. After what happened, she probably wouldn't unbuckle his belt ever again, because it was so easy to take his pants off. A few minutes later, Erica stepped out of the walk-in closet with two of Matthew's new robes in her hands. When she glanced up and saw what the man was wearing, she almost screamed. But she managed to calm her fast-beating heart. Erica, just pretend that this is a men's underwear show. Only this is better than that. Which one would you like to wear, Matthew? Erica asked as she raised the robes to her face level to prevent him from seeing her expression. He glanced at the robes and shrugged. Then he said, Any. Fine. Now she had to decide for him. Erica turned, studied the robes carefully, picked a silver-gray silk nightgown, and threw it on the bed. Then she returned to the walk-in closet without looking at him. When she reappeared in the bedroom, Matthew had put on the nightgown. He seemed to be headed toward the bathroom. Erica ran past him and stood at the door to the bathroom. Well, can we settle the matter of the bottle of red wine before you take a shower? She believed it was best to finish the discussion as she didn't want it to cause further strain between them. Matthew cast her a sideways glance as he asked, How do you want to settle this? If I had any ideas, I wouldn't have asked you. Erica shrugged as she replied. No matter how much she thought about it, she just couldn't come up with any worthwhile suggestions. Do you think that I will ask my wife to compensate me for a bottle of wine? Can I at least apologize? He refused coldly. No. Now that you've married me, the red wine is our common property. You're in charge of not only my red wine but also all other things, including money. His explanation left Erica speechless. Dumbfounded, she froze in her spot. Matthew, on the other hand, calmly walked past her and into the bathroom. Erica still couldn't believe what he'd said. Was he that generous and forgiving? Was she in charge of all his property?
Impossible.
He mustn't have meant it. He was just being polite. But since he didn't care about the bottle of wine, she decided not to mention it anymore. However, to her disappointment, by the time they went to bed, Matthew seemed to have changed his mind. He glanced at her and said, "Shed him away," but she didn't want to. He was so hot that she was reluctant. Men are indeed animals. They can only think with the lower part of their body. He doesn't love me, and yet, he is so intimate with me. Then tell me, have I succeeded in seducing you?
No. Erika lied.
If calling him honey would end this, she would do it right away. Decided, Erica gritted her teeth and whispered, "Honey." This time Matthew's breath hitched. Several emotions flashed through his eyes, but they disappeared before Erica could see them. He caressed her head and released her. Then he turned and grabbed his phone from the night table. Without looking at her, Matthew said, "Take a bath. Don't forget that you have school tomorrow morning." Erica was surprised at how fast his emotions had changed. He returned to his arrogant and indifferent attitude a few seconds after forcing her to call him honey. When he wasn't looking, Erica made a face at him. Several minutes later, Erica stepped out of the bathroom. She tousled her wet hair as she padded toward Matthew. No matter how much she searched, Erica couldn't find the hairdryer. With no other alternative, she approached the bed and asked Matthew, who was typing on his phone, "Do you know where the hairdryer is?" There was no answer. Erica tapped her foot as she waited. A few seconds later, Matthew put away his phone and went to the bathroom. When he reappeared, there was a hairdryer gift box in his hand. Erica walked toward Matthew, reaching out to take the gift box. However, he didn't hand it over to her. Instead, he walked to the bed and looked at her, who seemed to be caught in a daze, and he ordered, "Lie on the bed." "My hair is still wet. I can't go to sleep yet," she remarked. Hearing this, he put down the gift box and took out the hairdryer. "Just lie on the bed already. Cut the crap," he said, losing his patience. "You just don't get it, do you? I need to dry my hair first before I go to bed." Erica was beginning to get annoyed as well. After all, how could she lie on the bed while her hair was still wet? Holding the hairdryer in his hand, Matthew cast her a cold glance and asked in reply, "You really don't get what I'm saying, do you? I'm asking you to lie on the bed. I need to dry my hair first. Why do I have to lie on the bed? Hand the hairdryer over. You just do whatever you want to do. Upon saying that, she walked closer to take the hairdryer from him. But just as she was reaching for it, her wrist was suddenly grabbed by Matthew. Putting down the hairdryer on the bedside table, he swiftly lifted her in his arms and dropped her on the bed. Erica tried to break loose but to no avail. Because of that, she completely lost her temper and protested. Matthew Huo, what's wrong with you? My hair is still wet. Do you seriously not see that? If you don't want me to sleep in the same bed with you, just say it already. Why did you? She suddenly stopped talking when she saw what Matthew was doing. Holding her on the bed without saying a single word, he clumsily lifted her wet hair toward the bedside. He gently held her shoulder with one hand and held the hairdryer with the other. Then, he turned it on and began to dry her hair. Tilting her head to one side, Erica watched in amazement as the man, who was half squatting on the side of the bed with a cold face, helped her dry her hair. Am I seeing things? Is this really happening? What on earth is going on? He is drying my hair, she asked herself in utter disbelief. Be honest with me, you did something wrong, am I right? And this is just your way of saying sorry. Without giving her any response, the man simply remained silent. Well, it doesn't really matter if you did something wrong. I don't care. There's no need for you to stoop so low as to dry my hair, she pondered to herself. Despite Erica being a proud woman, she couldn't help thinking deep inside that Nian. He asked cautiously. He is a mature man. He holds both money and power. But more than that, he is such a bastard. Erica had met Tamu a number of times, and that was her impression of him. When did you realize that he is a bastard? Was it before or after Ethan was born? He went on and asked. After giving it much thought, Erica answered. After the baby was born. He disappeared without a trace about 5 or 6 months before the baby was born. With a straight face, Matthew continued drying her hair and asked again, did he try to reach out to you after the baby was born? Yes, he called me twice, but I didn't answer. Why should I answer his calls? And it's not just that I wouldn't answer his calls, but I also have no plans of handing Ethan over to him. As she talked about this, Erica went into a fit of anger. Well, then don't give Ethan to him. Based on what you said, I don't think he is a competent father. Exactly. Think so too. Matthew, he seems to be aware of Ethan's existence, but he hasn't done anything about it at all. What if he shows up one day and tries to take Ethan away? Erica worriedly asked with her eyes wide open. As Matthew gently ran his fingers through her hair, he asked, do you want to give the boy to him? Of course not. My parents have been working so hard to raise him well. Now they have already grown fond of him. If that bastard suddenly takes him away, there's no doubt that my mother will be depressed. She could tell that everyone in her family treated Ethan as one of their own. Pausing for a while, Matthew then said, you can bring him to Y City and stay here. I'll protect you. It's really touching how he is promising to protect Ethan and me. Erica was deeply moved by Matthew's words. She could imagine a scene where she was holding the baby in her arms and standing behind Matthew, who looked tall and overbearing. He looked like he could protect her at all costs, and she felt so safe being around him. But there's a slight problem. My mother doesn't want me to bring Ethan here. She is afraid that having to take care of him will affect my studies. That wasn't the only thing that worried Blair. She was also afraid that Matthew would not like this. After all, this was Matthew's home. The presence of a baby would definitely cause a great deal of inconvenience. Matthew was a busy man and he liked being busy. More importantly, Ethan was not his biological son. Well, if you want me to, I can talk to your mom, Matthew suggested. Erica hesitated for a while, and finally shook her head in negative. No thanks. Maybe someday it will be the right time for our divorce. After that, I can go back to a country. If Ethan were here, then it would only cause more trouble. She was always ready to divorce Matthew and go back to a country. Matthew decided to drop the topic. He couldn't solve the problem, so there was no use worrying about it. All right. In that case, if you face any more trouble, just come to me. I'll have my people handle it for you, he assured her. Erica turned to look at the man with admiration. She admired the woman he loved so much. It had been really lucky that she had managed to win the heart of such a good man. Now she understood why some women were okay with being mistresses. But at the end of the day, her own morality did not allow her to be a mistress. A couple of minutes later, he switched off the hairdryer and put it back inside the box. All right. You go get some rest now, he said. Erica moved a little on the bed and said, Thank you. As if he hadn't heard her, Matthew went straight to the bathroom with the box. After a while he came back, switched off the light and lay down as well. In the darkness, Erica turned to look at the man lying beside her and remarked, Matthew, you are so kind to me. I don't know how to repay that. And I don't think I ever will. I have an idea though. Bring over the woman you love to the villa, and I'll sleep in another room. I'll cover for you in front of your dad. How does that sound? Matthew was a bit amused by her suggestion. He turned over and looked her in the eye. That's rather generous of you, he mocked. Erica gave him a wry smile and answered sleep elsewhere, but he merely went into the bathroom. He didn't come out until Erica had already fallen asleep. The next morning when the alarm rang, Erica slowly opened her eyes and welcomed the sunlight peeking through the curtains. She turned over and went right back to sleep. She subconsciously pulled the quilt in closer, as if she hadn't heard the alarm. She didn't sit up until her phone rang and interrupted her beautiful dream. She looked around with her sleepy eyes and found nobody but herself. The phone was still ringing incessantly on the table, and she groggily checked it. The number was unknown to her. Hello. Good morning, Mrs. Huo. This is Jarvis Sheng. I will be your driver and drive you to the school. Are you up? Drive me to the school? Oh yeah. Right, I have to go to school today, she thought. Erica finally lost a bit of sleep now. Hello, yeah. I'm so sorry. I still haven't gotten up. I'll get ready as soon as possible. Take your time, Mrs. Huo. There's still an hour. I'll wait for you outside. Okay, thanks. Erica hung up and got out of bed. About a couple of hours later, Jarvis Zhang brought Erica to the principal's office of Y City Film Academy. The discussion turned towards the matter of accommodation. Even before Erica could speak, Jarvis Zhang told the principal, Mr. Huo said that Mrs. Huo won't board at the school, so there's no need to arrange a dormitory for her. Okay, the principal nodded. Erica, however, wanted to board at the school. That way, she wouldn't have to go back to Matthew's villa. Thinking about that, she whispered in Jarvis Zhang's ear, No, wait. I need to board at the school. Ask the principal to arrange a dorm for me. Jarvis was a bit hesitant. After all, he didn't want to go against his boss's order. Mrs. Huo, Mr. Huo told me before that you won't be boarding at school. Would you mind giving him a call to discuss this matter with him? He asked. All right. Erica asked Jarvis to stay just for formalities as she left the principal's office to make a phone call to Matthew. This was actually the first time that Erica had ever called him. She had been contacting him by sending messages before. However, the matter was quite urgent this time. What if, for some reason, he couldn't read the message in time? After just a few rings, the call was picked up. Hello. She heard Matthew's voice coming from the other end of the line. The man's low and captivating voice made Erica's heart skip a beat. After clearing her throat, she said, Well, I'm at school right now and I was thinking of boarding, but Jarvis told me you wouldn't allow it. You're planning to board at school? He asked. Yes. Come to my office once you are done with the formalities. What? Why? Erica flatly asked in confusion. In a rather calm tone, he replied, I need to discuss this matter with you in person. Huh? Would that really be necessary? I don't think it is, she thought to herself. I don't want to bother you while you're at work. I just want to board at school, she insisted. Let's just talk about it when you get here. With that, Matthew hung up the phone, leaving her no chance to refuse. Erica helplessly rolled her eyes. He is so bossy. Why does he have to be so unreasonable? After going through all the procedures, Erica asked Jarvis to take her to Matthew's company. At that moment, she was very eager to fight for her freedom. At the ZL group, someone had just informed the employees at the reception desk that the CEO's wife was on the way and should be received and escorted to the CEO's office. When Erica arrived at the ZL group, 2 employees gave her a warm welcome and accompanied her to the CEO's office. However, when Erica entered the CEO's office, Matthew was nowhere to be found. Instead, she saw Brittany Ouyang, his assistant, who served her a cup of tea with a smile. Since Matthew wasn't there yet, she gladly accepted it and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome, Mrs. Huo. Mr. Huo should be here any minute now. Please take a seat as you wait for him." "Okay, thank you." "You're welcome, Mrs. Huo. Then I'll be heading out first." Upon saying that, she left the room with a gentle smile on her face. As soon as the assistant was gone, Erica breathed a sigh of relief. Being the wife of the CEO wasn't so bad. When she went from the company's gate to InShot. After that, she immediately sent him a message along with the screenshot of "Your Dad" written by Matthew. A few minutes later, she received a reply from Wesley. "Send me the screenshots of the complete chat log." "What? No way. If I do that, then my trick will be exposed." Erica felt so frustrated. The scheme she came up with failed. Feeling so disappointed, she closed the chat box without bothering to say goodbye to Wesley. Before lunch, Evelyn gave her a call. "Rika, come over here and have lunch with us. Dad asked the chef to prepare Chinese food. Everyone else is going to be here. Will you join us?" Taking a look around the big empty house, Erica felt so lonely being there all by herself, so she agreed without thinking twice. "Okay. Auntie, this is Godwin." All of a sudden, Godwin's voice came from the other end of the line, and he seemed to be so excited. And after that was Godfrey's turn. "Auntie, this is Godfrey." Hearing their excitement, Erica chuckled and greeted the boys back. "Hello, Gods. Auntie, Grandpa has just bought us new toys. Come and play with us later, okay?" Erica was such a cheerful and bubbly girl, and for that reason many children liked her. In fact, the 2 children dropped their toys right away and rushed to talk to her upon hearing her voice over the phone. When Godwin reached out his hand to grab the phone, Evelyn had no choice but to hand it over. "All right. You guys wait for me. I'll be there before you know it." Standing on tiptoes, Godfrey yelled out in excitement, "Then you should come here as soon as possible, Auntie. You have to come." Debbie, who was eating fruit right next to them, looked at them and commented, "These boys like Rika so much because she herself is like a child." Evelyn smiled at Godwin and reminded him, "Don't forget to ask Aunt Erica to call Uncle Matthew, okay? Tell him to come as well so we can all have lunch together." Hearing this, Godwin immediately passed his mom's words on to Erica. "Aunt Erica, Mom said you should call my Uncle Matthew and ask him to come with you." "Okay." As soon as she hung up the phone, Erica instantly regretted making that promise so soon. In truth, she was afraid Matthew might turn down her request. Unfortunately, she had already promised Evelyn to go back to the manor to have lunch. So, she was left with no other choice but to give Matthew a call. This time the phone kept ringing for a long time before he picked it up. "Hello. Well, I was just on the phone with Evelyn, and she asked me to come with you to the manor for lunch this noon," she said. "I already have an appointment for lunch." "Is that so? All right then. Sorry for bothering you. Go back to whatever you were doing. I'll just tell Evelyn about it." "Tell her what?" Hearing this, Erica was a bit confused. "Of course I'm going to tell her that you've already made plans so you can't come with me." "Then you're planning to go back to the manor by yourself?" "Yes. Is there anything wrong with that? Why was he asking these questions?" she wondered. There was only static on the other side of the line. "Pick me up in half an hour," Matthew said. "You want me to pick you up? But didn't you just say that you have an appointment?" "I can't come to the appointment knowing that you're going back to the manor by yourself," he helplessly said. "But why?" she asked, clearly still at such a loss. There was a hint of disdain in his tone as he replied, You attending the family gathering without me? There's no way Carlos is going to allow such a thing to happen. Do you get it now? Stupid. Oh, so he's afraid of his dad as well, she thought, laughing deep inside. Hearing this, she flew off the handle and said, It's your fault. You didn't make it clear to me in the first place. Why are you calling me stupid? For as long as you explain it a little more, I'll be able to understand. My fault. Of course. Are you seriously blaming me? You're a man. Aren't you the least bit ashamed of being so petty? In half an hour I need to see you in my office. If you are even 1 second late, I won't arrange a dorm for you to have noon breaks in the college anymore. His threat instantly made Erica so infuriated. You've gone too far, Matthew Huo. Was she being too? I've already changed my mind. I don't want any reward, nor do I want to beat you. All I want is to get out of here. Don't worry, I will let you leave. Freeing one hand to hold the back of her head, he pulled her closer and asked with a straight face, Are you sure you don't want to hit me anymore? Well, before I answer that, can you at least let go of me first? He was obviously flirting with her. At that point, she was afraid that she might not be able to control herself and end up hugging him and kissing him. In that case, grabbing her delicate chin, he raised it slightly and said, Then I'm going to give you your reward first. Seeing that he was about to kiss her again, she quickly tried to warn him. If you kiss me again, I'll MMMPage. The rest of the words she was trying to say vanished completely between their lips. How dare he do such a thing? No other person had ever annoyed her as much as he did. For that reason, Erica vowed to teach this playboy a lesson. A few minutes later, when Erica was already running out of breath, Matthew decided to let go of her, albeit reluctantly. As she gasped for air, she cast him an intense glare and said, Matthew Huo, you jerk? Damn. He leaned in and kissed her one more time. This time, the kiss they shared lasted for at least minutes before he finally let go of her again. Before she could complain, Matthew beat her to the punch and said, If you say another word, I will kiss you once. If you say 2 more words, I will kiss you 4 times. 4 words, and it's going to be 8 kisses. Don't you dare think I won't do that. You're my rightful wife. I would even go far as to sleep with you right now. Sleep with me. It was the first time they had talked about such a sensitive topic. Erica was angry, but she didn't dare to say anything. Deep down, she knew Matthew was right. She had no reason to refuse him even if he wanted to sleep with her right there and then. Part of her wanted to go home and cry to her father. She couldn't understand why Matthew was even harder to get along with than Wesley. In the end, the pitiful look on her face made Matthew let go of her. Leaning against the door, Erica gasped for breath. She tried to calm herself down, but she was so angry that she unconsciously raised her fist to hit Matthew. However, just as she swung her fist toward him, Matthew dodged. Erica missed, but because she had exerted too much strength, her body leaned forward. With a pale face, she screamed, Help! Just as she was about to fall to the floor, a powerful arm wrapped around her waist. At last, she fell into Matthew's arms. Do you want intimacy that much, Mrs. Huo? Is that why you threw yourself at me? He teased. Threw herself at him? Well, he wasn't lying. Erica was indeed in his arms. She wanted to argue, but she couldn't. She felt as if her tongue had been tied into a knot. She thought she must have been possessed by something. After all, she had always been sharp-tongued, but at this moment, she couldn't find a word to retort to Matthew. It really pissed her off. She pushed him away, her cheeks bulging up in anger. When she saw the smug expression on his face, however, a thought struck her and her anger disappeared instantly. She said, Matthew, how about this? Matthew raised his eyebrows, hinting for her to go on. Since you enjoy kissing me so much, you should forget the girl you like, only think of me, and treat Ethan as your own son. If you do that, I will never bring up divorce again, and you can kiss me whenever you want. Okay? Eric said, even though she was sure that he wouldn't agree. In her opinion, very few men would be able to forget their first love. Even fewer men would be willing to raise another man's son, let alone a proud man like Matthew. Only think of you? Matthew looked her up and down. You're okay in general and your figure is not bad. But I need a better style. Wait FO. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Tease get inside the elevator first. Together, they stepped into the elevator, and Matthew let go of her wrist as soon as the door closed. His expression became indifferent again as he stepped away and kept her at a distance. Adjusting his clothes, he said to the angry woman, "We have to pretend to be a sweet couple in front of others." The way he spoke made Erica feel like the man who had just whispered into her ear a moment ago was someone else altogether. So he had been acting? You are such a good actor," she finally blurted out. She was so annoyed that she was even stuttering. "Thanks for the compliment, Mrs. Huo," Matthew replied calmly. "What? Thank you?" Couldn't he tell that I was being sarcastic? Erica was desperate to put him in his place, but she didn't know what to do. What wrong did I commit in my previous life that I was given the punishment of marrying Matthew Huo? On their way to the manor, if the bodyguard hadn't sat in the front seat, Erica would have taken it. Instead, she had no choice but to sit with Matthew in the back. Nevertheless, she clung to the window, sitting as far away from him as she could. Matthew didn't mind. He just concentrated on his work on the phone as if he hadn't noticed what she was doing. Just when they were about to arrive at the Huo family's manor, his phone rang. Erica, who was bored, casually glanced at his phone. Before she could see the name on the caller ID, Matthew answered the phone. "What's up? Matthew, are you busy right now?" It was a woman's voice, which sounded a bit familiar to Erica. However, she couldn't tell whether it was the voice of the woman who called him on their wedding night or the voice of someone else she had heard before.
No.
"Will you be attending the seventh-day ceremony of Nathan's death?" "Yes. Tomorrow was going to be the 7th day after Nathan's death, and Matthew would definitely come." "Okay, I'll be waiting for you then." "Okay." As soon as he hung up the phone, Erica was dying to know who it was. So she asked in a low voice, "Who was that?" "Your woman."
No, Matthew answered curtly.
"Oh, this one wasn't it either," which simply made Erica become more and more curious. In the Huo family's manor, when they got there, a few kids were merrily running about in the yard. Noticing their car from a distance, Godwin quickly ran toward it. Godfrey and Gwyn followed him, blocking Matthew's car together. The second the bodyguard got out of the car and opened the rear door, the two boys called out, "Uncle," and frantically went inside the car. The car was less than 2 minutes away from the manor itself, meaning to say the kids only got inside the car to have a bit of fun. In order to give them space so they could get in, Matthew moved closer to Erica, and the two kids scrambled to sit right next to them. Gwyn, on the other hand, was the only one who stood outside the car, showing no intention of getting in. Seeing this, Erica pulled Godfrey, who was moving close to her, into her arms and let Godwin sit on Matthew's lap. Then she called Gwyn and said, "Gwyn, hop in." The bodyguard said, "Mrs. Huo, Miss Tang can just sit in the front seat." To which Gwyneth flatly refused. "No, I don't want to sit in the front seat. I want to sit in the back with everyone." Of course, she wanted to join the fun along with everyone. With that, Matthew patted the empty seat beside him and said, "Gwyn, you can sit here." Gwyn then bent over to step inside the car. After she had settled in her seat, they took their time driving toward the villa. The car, which had been quite peaceful earlier, suddenly became very lively in an instant. Godwin was such a fearless kid. Godfrey, on the other hand, was actually a bit afraid of Matthew, but he wasn't afraid of being with him right now since Godwin and Erica were also there with him. So, he was able to continue fighting with Godwin. Math. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Tell you then. Matthew is. Out of the corner of his eye, Sheffield noticed Carlos, who had actually been staring at him for a while. Dad, he greeted him with a smile. As soon as Carlos waved at him, Sheffield walked toward him and said to Joshua, I'll tell you later. Lately, Joshua felt like Sheffield had been casting him aside more and more easily. Inside the bathroom, through the reflection on the mirror, Erica looked at Matthew as he was washing his hands and couldn't help asking, Why did you marry me? It was the same question she had asked him before on the day they got engaged. Glancing at her in the mirror, Matthew flatly answered, I wanted to do everyone a service that way. You won't be able to harm someone else. Hey, that's not what you said last time. Last time his reasons seemed much better than this. Really? Is my answer any different from before? This left Erica at such a loss for words. It seemed that there wasn't any difference after all. As it turned out, the only difference was that his reply sounded much better last time. For all she knew, he could have married her for any reason, but it couldn't possibly be because he was in love with her. Fine then. She didn't care anymore. It wasn't like she loved him anyway. That being said, the reason why she had to ask him again was that when Matthew held her hand just now, for a fleeting moment, it gave her the illusion that he actually liked her very much. But now it seemed that that wasn't the case at all. That made perfect sense, though. Why would he, a handsome, rich, and powerful man, fall in love with a single mom? Erica believed that Matthew had no reason to love her. Since that was the case, she was relieved. There were many people in the Huo family manor. It was as lively as a family reunion dinner on the Lunar New Year's Eve. Before the lunch began, Sheffield offered to bring drinks for everyone. Since he didn't know what Erica preferred, he asked, Rika, what would you like to drink? Coke. Erica answered without hesitation. Terilyn took a sip of her juice and said excitedly, What a coincidence, Erica. Matthew likes Coke too. Erica glanced at the man who was silently sitting beside her. She didn't expect him to like Coke. She thought he was fond of red wine. Joshua smiled and said, The Coke at home is prepared especially for Matthew. Well, it looks like someone is going to give Matthew competition for his Coke from now on. After grabbing 2 cans of Coke, Sheffield placed them in front of Erica and Matthew. Then he walked to Joshua, patted his shoulder and said, How can you say that? Since Rika is Matthew's wife, he will happily share his Coke with her. Right, Matthew? Sheffield winked at Matthew. Matthew glanced at Sheffield before he turned to Evelyn and said, Evelyn, Sheffield mentioned that you've been in a bad mood lately. Hey, don't get me into trouble, Matthew. After saying that, Sheffield trotted briskly back to his seat and put his arm around Evelyn's shoulder. Don't listen to him. I did say that you've been in a bad mood recently, but I also said that you've become more and more adorable. Without the slightest change in her expression, Evelyn poured some juice for Gwen and said in a gentle voice, Okay, I see. We'll talk about it later tonight. Sheffield wanted to cry. They knew that Evelyn preferred to talk with her husband behind closed doors. Given her temperament, Sheffield would end up on his knees, begging for forgiveness. This made everyone else burst into gales of laughter. Carlos gazed at his son for a long time. When he sensed that his son didn't get his hint, he said gruffly, Matthew, open the can of Coke for Rika. With widened eyes, Erica leaned forward, grabbed her can of Coke and said to Carlos, Thank you, Dad. But I can open it myself. Erica would never ADM. We had never seen each other in 3 years after we got our marriage certificates. When we finally met, he wanted to bury me alive or throw me into the sea. I was lucky that I survived all that misery. Guilt coursed through Carlos when Debbie mentioned the past. He picked up some food and poured a glass of juice for Debbie before saying, Why did you talk about that? Let bygones be bygones. Ah. Everyone knew what had happened between Debbie and Carlos back then. They couldn't help but laugh when they saw Carlos' frustrated expression. After a pleasant lunch, Everyone went to the living room to rest. Since everyone was concerned, Erica updated them about recent events in her life. The procedures of entering Y City Film Academy are complete. Tomorrow I will start classes. Well, that's good. Clang. At this moment, a loud noise came from the other side of the living room. It sounded as if something had broken. Before anyone could figure out what had happened, the maid cried, "Miss Gwyn, are you okay?" When the family heard the noise, they stood and walked to the other side of the living room. At the mention of Gwyn's name, Sheffield rushed to their location. By the time everyone reached, Sheffield had already squatted before the young girl. He asked anxiously, "What happened, Gwyn?" An expensive flower pot had fallen to the floor and broken. The exquisite plant it held lay on the floor beside her. Gwyn seemed to be staring at the broken flower pot innocently. The Huo family knew that this was Carlos' plant, which he had kept for 2 years. Joshua had asked his friend to bring it back from Singapore. Carlos liked it a lot and treated it with a lot of care and attention. He had specially bought a handmade blue and white porcelain flower pot for the plant. As if that wasn't enough to emphasize the plant's importance, he had specially told the gardeners to take good care of it. However, Gwyn had knocked it over and several of its branches were now broken. People's eyes wandered from Gwyn to Carlos, wondering what he would do. Carlos merely glanced at the plant on the floor, and then squatted down to look into Gwyn's eyes. "Gwyn, did you knock it down?" he asked in a soft voice. Gwyn nodded and apologized to him. "Sorry, Grandpa. I didn't mean to do that. It was an accident." "It doesn't matter. Are you hurt? Let me see your hands." Gwyn shook her head and extended her hands towards Carlos. After making sure she wasn't hurt, he asked a housemaid to clean up the floor. Then he casually said, "Don't worry. It's just a plant. As long as Gwyn didn't get hurt, everything is fine. Come on. Let's go back and continue our conversation." Rumor had it that although Carlos was very strict with his son, he was a slave in front of his wife, daughters, and granddaughter. Now Erica was finally convinced that the rumor was true. She could tell that Carlos' heart ached for the plant. But he was not blaming Gwyn at all. He only cared that she was okay. Erica suddenly changed her mind. She was now considering having daughters with Matthew instead of sons. When Matthew went to the bathroom, he left his phone on the table. A moment later, the screen lit up from some notification. Both Erica and Carlos noticed that. "Rika, check whose message that is," he said. "What? I don't think that's a good idea," Erica stammered with her eyes wide open. She wasn't sure about checking Matthew's phone. It might have been private. Carlos didn't think so. "Come on. I think it's perfectly normal. A couple should be honest with each other. You should remember who you are. You are his wife now, and you have the right to be a part of his business." What he was saying was correct, but Erica knew that she and Matthew were a couple in name only. "Dad, I think I'd better not check it. What if I see something confidential from the comp?" "Why are you being so mean, Matthew? I check your father's phone every day. Do you have some secrets that Rika doesn't know about?" There was an awkward silence in response to that. Carlos echoed, "Exactly. Besides, it was me who asked Rika to check your messages. So if you were not doing anything wrong, what are you so afraid of?" Since the older couple was now on each other's sides, the younger couple was left speechless. Matthew didn't want to waste any more time on this discussion. He quietly picked up his phone and looked at the message page Sean had sent. His Adam's apple bobbed, and the look in his eyes became intense. He cast a meaningful glance at Erica. Then he texted back, "This one is okay." After a short while, they left the Huo family manor one by one. When Matthew was leaving, he also took Erica with him, who was busy playing with the 3 children at that time. Once inside the car, Erica couldn't wait anymore. She asked the man beside her, "Is Paige the goddess in your heart?" She had to be. Otherwise, why would she send the picture of such a revealing nightgown to him and ask for his opinion? Even if she is not his goddess, she must be one of his women. Erica thought, well, I never expected Matthew to be a fan of office romance. She decided to pay more attention to Page Shun when she visited the ZL group again. She was thinking that the woman must be both beautiful and capable. On the other hand, the man's face was slightly gloomy. She has already married. He was trying to make sure she did not misunderstand Page Shun. Huh? She's married? No wonder Dad didn't agree to let you date her. Now I can see why you are unwilling to let her live with you. This is so sad, Erica exclaimed. Matthew hadn't expected her to react like this. He had believed that his explanation would help settle her confusion. His expression soured when she didn't understand. Erica, however, didn't notice and continued to ask, "Since she loves you, why did she marry another man? Did she fall in love with you after she got married? Did her husband refuse to divorce her when she told him about her feelings for you? Why would her husband divorce her?" Matthew's frustration continued to grow. Why was it so hard for Erica to realize that she had misunderstood his relationship with Paige? Unfortunately, it appeared as though no matter what he said, she was unwilling to let go of her misconceptions. Equally, Erica was shocked by Matthew's question. Confusion coursed through her and she questioned, "She didn't ask her husband for a divorce? Then maybe she doesn't love you." "Shut up." The sudden change in Matthew's temperament scared her a little. So Erica pursed her lips and stared at her hands. After a short while, uncomfortable with his silence, she mumbled, "You must be angry because I learned of your secret. But seriously, the nightgown is beautiful. Are you going to ask her to wear it for you tonight?" To her surprise this time he answered, This was not the response Erica was expecting. "Does this mean that I will be home alone tonight?" Excitement coursed through her at the thought. At dusk, a woman rang the doorbell of the villa. She carried a delicate gift box in her hand. When Erica opened the door, the woman handed the gift box to her and said, "Mrs. Huo, Mr. Huo bought this for you. He would like for you to wear it tonight. He also asked me to tell you not to go to bed until he returns to the villa." The expression on the woman's face indicated to Erica that she was uncomfortable with this assignment. Matthew had ordered her to bring the item in the gift box to Erica. When Erica examined the bag, she found that it only had a logo on it. Unfamiliar with the company brand, she frowned as she asked, "What's this?" "You will know after you open it." "Mrs. Huo, if there is nothing else, I will return to the office now." Erica nodded. "Thank you. Who are you?" "You're welcome, Mrs. Huo. I'm Page Shun, Mr. Huo's special assistant. Please feel free to say, being rude. You're indeed not bright. I can sense from his tone that he is doting on you. Can't you see that?" Erica was even more confused now. Did Wesley have X-ray eyes? How could he interpret a person's emotions just by reading these cold words? "Dad, I found out that the girl in Matthew's heart is his female special assistant. Unfortunately, she is married, and his love is unrequited. Look at this situation positively. Now you have the opportunity to consolidate the relationship between you and Matthew, so that he can divert all his attention to you." Erica suddenly felt as though she was competing with other girls for Matthew's love, just like the plot of a TV series about the emperor's women. "Are you advising me to attract the attention of a man who doesn't love me? If you are going to think like this, then I can't help you," Wesley replied. Erica rolled her eyes at the text. "Dad, don't you know that irresponsible men always say that? If you will not change the way you think, then there's nothing I can do about it." For a moment Erica was speechless. "Okay, you win. I will remember this. Wesley Lee, when you and Mom are old, I'll take you and my mother out for a drive. Then I will stop at a busy place and force you to watch as my mother chats with other men." Wesley replied calmly, "I've never regretted letting you marry Matthew. It's such a pleasure to see that all you can do is complain to me. You can't leave him even though you dislike him." Erica sent Wesley a crying emoticon. She was so angry that she burst into tears. No one seemed to understand her, and she felt unloved and helpless. Erica began to wonder if Wesley was really her father. How could he speak to her this way? The man was acting like her sworn enemy. He was even more hateful than Reese. As the night fell, Matthew arrived at the villa 2 hours earlier than before. There was no light in the living room except the grayish glare of the TV. Moving slowly and silently, he crept up to the sofa from behind. Without even looking, he'd known what was on the screen. It showed a cemetery with 2 human figures standing in the middle of it. More precisely, it was 2 ghosts. With much precision, Matthew reached out and patted Erica on the shoulder, then quickly drew himself back. Ah! Erica screamed and shook. As she twisted around, Matthew saw her face had instantly gone pale. He'd expected this reaction. It was the second time she'd been scared to death like that. It took her a few seconds to recognize who had touched her. She calmed down quickly enough, but if looks could kill, Matthew would have dropped dead right then and there. "Can you not do that when you come back next time?" she demanded, trying to keep her voice down. "Having to deal with you is worse than having real ghosts around. Do you realize that?" There was a trace of a smile in Matthew's eyes. "What do you want me to do next time?" he asked. "Call me in advance," she snapped. "Actually, no, that won't do either. The phone ringing suddenly will scare me too. Just go right upstairs without bothering me." Erica just wanted to enjoy a horror movie without any interruptions. She didn't think it was too much to ask. To her surprise, as soon as she finished speaking, Matthew went over and turned off the TV. "Let's go upstairs," he said casually. "What did you do that for? I haven't finished watching that." Indignant, Erica sat on the back of the sofa. This made her almost as tall as Matthew, and she didn't care how ridiculous she looked. Without a word, Matthew came over and scooped her up in his arms. Erica was almost as startled as she'd been just a moment ago. Got nervous as he started untying his tie. Why are you taking off your clothes?" she asked warily. Did he have some creepy quirks? Matthew rolled his eyes and threw his tie away without even looking at her. Then he unbuttoned his cuffs. A possibility occurred to Erica. "Are you going to take a shower?" With a chilly look at her, he rolled up his sleeves and squatted down in front of Erica. Reaching into the basin, he took hold of her feet and started rubbing them. Realizing that he was washing them, Erica wanted to draw back, but his grip was strong, and she couldn't escape it. Matthew spoke through gritted teeth. "As far as I'm concerned, from now on, you're just a child who can't take care of herself. Just like Ethan." There was no mistaking the loathing in his voice. His words sank in as Erica sat there, and her good mood finally began to ebb. Being treated like a baby, she couldn't help but feel frustrated. In the meantime, his big hands continued to work at her feet, efficient but a little bit rough. Feeling wronged, Erica pouted and spoke. "You misunderstood. I can take care of myself. I just have a problem of procrastination." If she could not even wash her own feet, she would be really useless. Without even raising his head, Matthew replied, "Shut up. The more you talk, the more you make me think of divorcing you." Erica shut up, feeling very wronged. All she had done was procrastinate a little, but it seemed that in Matthew's eyes, she had become a huge baby that couldn't take care of herself. On top of that, he didn't allow her to talk and even threatened to divorce her if she did. "Arg. This is so unfair," she complained to herself. Matthew grabbed a new towel, wiped her feet roughly, and then carried her out of the bathroom. Reaching the bed, he threw her onto it without any tenderness. "Ouch!" Erica rolled to the center of the bed and sprawled out on it. Matthew's voice was as cold as usual as he said, "Didn't you say you wanted to be my woman? As you wish. Put on the new nightgown while I take a bath. I want to see you in it when I come out." Then he began unbuttoning his shirt. Erica sat up on the bed in a hurry and smirked at him. The nightgown is gone." "What do you mean it's gone?" he asked, frowning. "I regret saying that I wanted to be your woman. I don't want to do it anymore, so I—" Erica couldn't finish her words, so she took the gift box on the bedside table and opened it. She blinked mischievously and said with a smug smile, "As you can see." Matthew took 2 steps forward and found that the nightgown, which had been folded neatly inside the gift box before, had been shredded into pieces. Erica didn't want to wear it, so fearing that Matthew would force her to put it on, She had cut it into pieces when he wasn't in the room. She had thought that she was being very smart. She waited for Matthew to get angry at her, but he didn't. By now, Matthew's shirt was fully unbuttoned, revealing his toned chest. "Good," he said simply. "What?" Erica was confused. Matthew cast her a cold glance. "I'm not interested in you anyway." Erica should have been glad to hear this. After all, everything was going her way. But for some reason she froze. Then, forcing a smile on her face, she said awkwardly, "What a coincidence." This time Matthew didn't even look at her. With a cold expression on his face, he took his shirt and walked into the bathroom. That night, as usual, they slept on the same bed but with different thoughts on their minds. Early the next morning, Erica was woken up by. We're all waiting for her arrival. It was not appropriate for male students and outsiders to linger in the girls' dormitory for too long, so Morton Skeet Wong, and the bodyguard left after putting Erica's luggage inside her room. Once they were outside the building of the girls' dormitory, Morton and Skeet Wong watched the two luxurious cars drive away. "I want to become friends with Erica," Skeet Wong said excitedly. Morton sneered. "You? Aren't you afraid that Matthew Huo would kill you?" "It won't go that far. I just want to become friends with her. Nothing else." Of course, Skeet Wong knew the real reason why Morton had sneered at him. There was a huge difference between his status and Erica's. However, he was still unhappy with the way Morton looked down on him. "Let's go. Your first class is about to begin," Morton said. The two boys left. In the dormitory room, Erica greeted the three other girls, and then made her bed and kept all her things inside the closet. Her roommates didn't seem to be enthusiastic about her arrival, but Erica didn't care. She would only come to the dorm room during noon break, and would not be staying there at night. Soon she was all set. From this moment on, her school life at Y City Film Academy would officially begin. She was so excited, but later, as she stood in front of the teaching building, Erica looked at the boy standing in front of her with a bad feeling in her heart. "Why are you here?" she asked. The man in front of Erica was just average looking. He was less than 1.75 meters tall and had single eyelids. He was wearing thick glasses with a black frame, a dark red plaid coat, and a pair of dark blue canvas shoes with white soles. On his wrist was a bracelet made of South red agates. It was a gift from Erica on his 18th birthday. He had been wearing it since then. Hyatt timidly smiled while he said, "I just transferred to this school. Actually, I'm also in the department of photography like you." Erica was taken aback for a few moments. She blinked her eyes a few times, refusing to believe what she just heard. However, what she knew for sure was that it was not good news to see him in her school. Placing a small smile on her face, Erica composed herself. "Dude, I married someone from this city, so I didn't have a choice but to continue my studies here. But didn't you have a great life in a country? Why did you insist on coming to Y City? Does your mother know about this?" "She knows," Hyatt plainly responded. Did she approve of it? She wondered. There was no way his mother would agree to something like this. Hyatt shook his head in embarrassment. "No, I transferred by myself." "I knew it," Erica exclaimed in her mind. She then flicked his forehead. "I didn't expect that you would have the guts to do that. I couldn't transfer to another school by myself. How did you do it?" Hyatt rubbed his head where she had playfully flicked him. With uttermost honesty, he said, "My uncle is a professor of this school, so I asked him for help." "Well, that's just great. I guess your mother will not only hate me, but she'll also beat me to death the next time she sees me." "There's no doubt about it." Erica helplessly rolled her eyes at him. Back in a country, Hyatt had ignored his mother, aka Erica's head teacher in junior high, just so he could be admitted to the Department of Photography with Erica. His mother had been so angry that she had wanted to disown him. Now, he had actually followed her to Y City. Erica could assume that Hyatt was having a hard time before he came here. Why else would he go through all the trouble of moving to another place? Hyatt didn't like Erica's reaction, so he complained softly. "Since you left, Reese and her companions have been bullying me every single day. Not once did anyone help me. Finally, I had enough. I didn't want to be alone there. I was so scared. Erica and Hyatt had known each other since they were in middle school. For the longest time, they had been the best of friends. They were so close that Erica would always beat him up. But Erica never allowed any other person to bully him. She had even warned the whole student body that if anyone would dare to bully Hyatt, it meant that they were bully-I. GH. 300,000? Erica was so shocked that she couldn't respond for a few moments. Yes, that's enough. I just want 3. Erica tried to speak, but the word 1,000 was too hard for her to say. She thought that if she were to only withdraw a little amount, it would disappoint the manager who had treated her with so much warmth and enthusiasm. After a short pause, she made her decision. I'll withdraw $30,000 first. It's not convenient to bring too much cash to school. You're right. Please wait a moment, ma'am. I will just get your cash. It shouldn't take too long. So when she talked to Hyatt, Erica's bag was loaded with 30,000 cash. She didn't have a choice after all. Meanwhile, disappointment filled Hyatt's eyes. Erica, out of everyone I know, you're the one who didn't care the most about money. So why did you get married for money, to a man who doesn't love you? Who told you I married Matthew Huo for money? I have to raise Ethan. I had no choice but to marry him. Do you understand? It was true that she loved money and she had often been short of money before. But her family was rich, so how could she have possibly married a man she didn't love just for money? It's okay for you to have Ethan. I didn't mind that. But you promised that you would marry me. Hyatt looked at her seriously. Erica awkwardly scratched her ear. You know I was kidding. I wouldn't have even been friends with you if it weren't for your mother. Erica and Hyatt's friendship had a long story behind it. Back in middle school, Erica had been a mischievous kid. She was always playing tricks on people and making trouble everywhere she went. Lilith Zhuang had been so angry that she publicly scolded Erica in class. She told the girl that if she continued to act like that, no one would marry her in the future. To get back at Lilith, Erica swore to herself that she would marry her youngest son, Hyatt Lee, who was her classmate at the time. If she were to become Lilith's daughter-in-law, then she would make her take care of the children, wash clothes and cook for them. That being said, she never expected that things wouldn't go according to plan. In the end, she didn't marry Hyatt. Instead, she got married to a man whom she thought she didn't even have anything to do with. Letting out a helpless sigh, Hyatt knew it all along. But in his eyes, Erica was much like an angel completely beyond his reach. She was way out of his league, so he never really wanted her to marry him. Is Mr. Huo treating you well? He asked. Yes. He always treats me well. And he gives me a lot of money. Erica couldn't hold back her excitement. Let's go to the snack bar. I'll treat you to some sausages. But a sausage only costs $5. Am I being too stingy? She suddenly thought. So she quickly went on and added, and a cup of hot you love it. $10 in total. I'm being quite generous if I may say so myself. Thanks. Hyatt wasn't so hard to please. Truth be told, he was already very happy with just one sausage. What more if she threw in a cup of his favorite you love it as well? From the moment the second class started, wherever Erica went, Hyatt followed her like a lackey. It seemed like they went back to their old days. At lunchtime, Erica was thinking of inviting Hyatt for lunch. However, while they were on their way to the school canteen, she received a call from Matthew. Where are you? He asked curtly. I'm heading toward the canteen right now. What's up? There was only static on the other end of the line. It seemed that she had totally forgotten about the conversation they had that morning. You promised me this morning that you're going to attend the 7th-day ceremony of Nathan's death. What? Oh, did I? Erica blurted out as she stood there in shock. Cudgeling her brains out, she vaguely remembered that she indeed seemed to have promised that. Her eyes felt so heavy that she actually fell asleep soon after. Looking at the pink sportswear she had on, she realized that it wouldn't be right to attend the 7th-day ceremony wearing that. It slipped my mind. I have no change of clothes with me. What am I going to do? I'll wait for you at the school gate. Okay. Actually, Erica had no idea why he decided to ask her to go with him, but she didn't have any reason to refuse either. After all, Nathan was a good friend of Matthew's, and it was the seventh-day ceremony after his. Why would she say that they were not familiar with each other? Before Erica could even say anything, Phoebe suddenly looked at Matthew in surprise and asked, "Matthew, is she your?" She trailed off and ended up not finishing her words. Still, Matthew knew what she wanted to ask and simply nodded his head. He had no intention of discussing this topic any further. Looking at his watch, he calmly said, "Let's begin the ceremony." With a perplexed look in her eyes, Phoebe cast Erica a glance. Then she quickly turned her eyes away and nodded. Okay. Nathan was an orphan back when he was still alive. And since he grew up in an orphanage, none of the people present were actually related to him. If Phoebe really was married to Nathan, then the Sue family members should be here as well, Erica thought. But after taking a look around the hall, she didn't see anyone from the Sue family. What's going on here? That's strange. Out of curiosity, she cautiously tried to confirm it with Matthew and asked in a low voice, "Was Phoebe?" She was deep in thought for a while. Since Phoebe was acting as though she didn't know her, she shouldn't pry too much into it. When she noticed Matthew looking at her in confusion, she decided to ask again just to be sure. Was Phoebe Sue married to Nathan? Yes. So I was right. Phoebe was good-looking, and she had always been like a kind elder sister figure in Erica's eyes. Considering that, she and Nathan were definitely a good match. It was such a pity that Nathan died at such a young age, not long after their marriage. The ceremony went without incident. Most of the time, Phoebe was busy taking care of the processes. Matthew, on the other hand, simply sat there watching everything. When the ceremony was over, Matthew and Phoebe saw the guests out at the entrance of the venue, while Erica quietly awaited them in a corner. Even so, knowing that she was Matthew's wife, quite a few people still came by to say goodbye to Erica. It was quite clear from their curious eyes that they had a lot of questions on their mind, but in light of the occasion, they decided to set aside their curiosity and leave with a brief goodbye. About 20 minutes later, Matthew came in and found Erica, who was standing in the corner. "We can go now," he said. "Oh, okay." She followed him out. Phoebe was waiting for them just outside. When she saw Matthew and Erica, she took her bag from the staff and walked with them to the parking lot. As they walked, Matthew suddenly spoke. "I'll ask my assistant to take you back home." Just as Erica wondered who he was talking to, Phoebe stopped and stood in front of him. "Matthew, I've sorted out Nathan's belongings. I want to give some of them to you. Can we go to his house?" After a brief pause, Matthew nodded. "Sure." Then he looked at Erica. "You." Erica felt it would be inappropriate for her to join them, because she didn't know Nathan personally. Just as Matthew was about to say something, she cut him short. "Actually, I am supposed to meet my friend this afternoon to buy some stationaries. Why don't you go ahead? I can take a taxi home." Matthew shot a baleful glance at her and said, "Who are you supposed to meet up with? You've already made a friend at school." "No, it's Haya." "Well, you don't know him anyway. He is my friend from a country and now he's transferred to my school. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine." In truth, she never had an appointment with Hyatt. She had just made up an excuse to leave. "Wait." Matthew stopped her. Erica turned around in confusion. Matthew said to Paige, "Take Mrs. Huo home first. I'll ask Owen to send someone to pick us up." "Yes, Mr. Huo." Paige looked at Erica and opened the door for her. "Mrs. Huo, please get in the car." Erica quickly waved her hands at Matthew and said, "No need, Matthew. I can wait a little longer since I have nothing else to do. You two have important things to do. I don't want to take up your time." Erica meant every word she had said because she didn't have anything important to do, whereas Matthew he did those things merely because she was his wife. As such, watching Matthew being nice to other women was an unusual sight for Erica. Rhea tried to analyze her words and asked, "So you're trying to say that Matthew's goddess married his best friend and so, with much grief, he had no choice but to marry you?" "Yes. It all makes sense now." But aren't you overthinking this a little too much? No, I am not. By the way, did you know that Hyatt has transferred to the same school as me in Y City? Ria rolled her eyes and said, Why is he always following you around? I don't think you should have messed with him in the first place. The fact that Hyatt went as far as transferring to another school, after Erica had gotten married to a man in Y City, indeed, looked like a sign of desperation. His actions were like that of a lackey who would follow his crush to the ends of the world. No matter what. Forget it. I'm going to look for Hyatt now. I feel sorry for him. He has no friends in this city. I'll take him shopping, Erica said. Ria reminded her. Don't forget that you are Mrs. Huo now. Almost everyone knows about you. Please be sure to keep a safe distance from Hyatt, because you don't want people to spread rumors about you again. Why would they spread rumors about me? I didn't do anything to them. They were just being ridiculous. Madam, ever since you married Matthew, you became an enemy to women all over the world who love and adore him. Do you understand what I am trying to say? Erica's lips twitched. Is it that bad? Yes, you are too simple. As you grow up, you'll learn that there are too many horrible things in the world. I have to go. I have classes to attend. Catch you later, Ria said. Okay, bye. After the call ended, Erica slipped her phone back into her pocket and went to see Hyatt. Erica thought Hyatt was silly and pitiful. He didn't dare to stay in a country and had no other friends in Y City, so she decided to show him around. To Erica, Hyatt was like Ria, and so Erica treated him as her best friend. But this male friend of hers was a bit daft, even sillier than her. In comparison, Ria, who was smart and lively, was more likable. Erica had promised to take Hyatt for a hot pot meal that evening. As they reached the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, Erica received a phone call. She frowned as she looked at the screen as the number was unfamiliar to her. Hello, Mrs. Huo, this is Paige Shun. Oh, hello. What's up? Paige smiled. Mrs. Huo, Mr. Huo is drunk and can't drive. I have to go to the company to deal with an emergency. Can you come and pick him up? What? But Erica wanted to refuse. After all, she had promised Hyatt an evening of fun and exploration. I'm sorry, Mrs. Huo, but it's not appropriate to hand responsibility of Mr. Huo to someone else. We're at the Orchid Private Club now. Please come here as soon as you can. See you later, Mrs. Huo. Paige hung up without waiting for Erica's answer. Anxiety coursed through Erica as she stared at her phone screen. Having heard her end of the conversation, Hyatt, who had been standing nearby, nudged his friend gently. He offered, Go ahead with your business. I'll take a cab and return to my dormitory. We can eat hot pot another day. Okay, Erica replied with a sigh of resignation. Matthew was her husband and he needed her. She knew she shouldn't turn down Paige's request. Erica weighed her choices in her mind before she turned to Hyatt and said, Eat something before you return. I'm not hungry. I have been eating since I began shopping with you this afternoon. Hyatt grinned as he reassured Erica. What he had said was true. Even as a little girl, Erica ate whatever food intrigued her, and Hyatt always ate with her. If Erica hadn't eaten his embrace. Because she struggled to find an excuse. Oh, because you've mistaken me for someone else, she finally blurted out. Oh my God. How sweet he sounded when he called honey and darling. Matthew was quiet this time. When she tried to get up again, he raised her chin and kissed her. Their rapid breathing vanquished the deafening silence in the room. When she came to her senses, Erica found that Matthew had pinned her on the sofa. No matter how much she struggled, the man didn't seem to stop. Unable to imagine what would happen next, she panicked. Erica used her hand to block his kiss by her ear, and begged pitifully, Matthew, look at me. I'm not the girl on your mind. I'm Erica. Erica Lee. Matthew's eyes fluttered open. Erica, who was under him, looked like a startled deer. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. When he looked up, he saw that he was holding her hands tightly. He explained expressionlessly, I drank too much. I'm sorry. Erica breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, "It's all right. Let go of me now. I'm here to take you home." "But," he continued. Her nerves were still on edge. "What's wrong?" It didn't help that he was still on top of her and holding her tightly. Matthew lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "I got drunk and lost control over my body and my consciousness. But I want to do it with you. Why not here?" Then he kissed her again. Erica was so shocked that she wanted to curse. As Matthew kept going on her, Erica wasn't sure if his feelings toward her had changed, or if he was just drunk. Either way, his advances weren't welcome. Between his kisses, she tried to remember and to name all the women who were close to him. "Matthew, stop. Don't forget about the girl you really love. It's Paige, right?" The man didn't seem to hear her. Erica remembered another name.
Poebesu.
That did the trick. Matthew slowly drew back, and his scent went with him. The desire in his eyes faded away, and his look turned cold. Clearing his throat, he hastily said, "Phoebe is Nathan's love. Don't talk nonsense about me and her." "Oh, I see. I guess I was mistaken," Erica replied. In her own thoughts, however, she thought she had little reason to believe his words. After he let go of her, Erica quickly got off the sofa and put a few paces between Matthew and herself. "Can you walk?" "Of course I can. Let's go." With that, Matthew practically sprang to his feet, and they headed for the door. As they neared the Black Emperor, Matthew hovered by the door to the passenger seat with his hands in his pockets. Signaling to her with his eyes, he said, "Why don't you open the door?" "Okay." Erica obediently opened the door for him, then closed it after him. Just then she paused, glanced at the car keys in her hand, and suddenly realized something serious. "Are we going to drive home?" she asked awkwardly. "Of course." Matthew didn't look up. He was still fumbling with his seat belt. "Then shouldn't we switch seats? You drive the car and I'll take the passenger seat." Matthew rubbed his eyes as if nursing a headache. "I can't drive after that wine I drank," he answered. "It's dangerous and against the law. Don't you know that?" Looking somewhat baffled, Erica began. "Of course I know. But nothing. Stop wasting time and get in the car." "Fine then." Erica's heart thundered as she took the driver's seat. "This is your order," she thought gloomily. "I hope you won't regret it." She completed the first step on her own. She started the engine. A moment passed as it idled in a low, constant grumble, and sweat began to roll down Erica's forehead. Sounding as casual as possible, she said, "Matthew, which pedal is the accelerator and which is the brake? Also, do I need to put the car into gear?" Though he felt groggier than before, Matthew nevertheless answered her questions patiently. When Erica began to show confidence and asked nothing else, he leaned back in his seat and shut his eyes. 3 minutes later, the Black Emperor was humming its way down the road, and for the first time in his life, Matthew knew what fear meant. For a while he kept his eyes shut. Around him he could feel the vehicle crawling along. There was no way Erica was anywhere near the speed limit. Yet every few minutes, somehow she kept needing to slam on the brakes or lurch from one lane to another, and Matthew would hear another car or two screech past. The moments dragged like hours as this incident repeated itself at least 20 times. By then Matthew was fully awake, though no happier for it. Taking a deep breath and trying not to. Our window a moment ago. He was well dressed, and his hair was obnoxious, obviously dyed blonde and a bit messy on purpose, but he seemed relatively soft-spoken. "So you're the driver of the Emperor?" he asked, looking her up and down. "Well, I've just bought this Mercedes-Benz, but I think you're probably rich enough to afford it. I'll just give you this car, in fact, provided you buy me a new one." Erica's heart sank. Buy him a new one? 2 million. Just then, another man stuck his head out the window of the Volkswagen Phaeton. He looked to be in his 50s, and his manner was much less pleasant than the other driver. "Lady, why'd you slam on the brakes all of a sudden?" he barked. "If you don't know how to drive, stay home and don't put other people's lives in danger." Erica sighed and tried to be conciliatory. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. I was just trying to pull over. The middle-aged man leaned farther out of his car window, clearly irate. Well, why didn't you turn on your turn signal if you wanted to pull over? How did a crazy lady like you ever get a license? Frustration began to boil up in Erica's heart. This wasn't entirely her fault. Matthew had insisted that she drive, but now she was getting all the blame. She took a deep breath and said, "Okay, look. I'll pay for your car to be fixed, but stop yelling at me. I've already apologized, and if there's anything else I can do, just tell me. But if you keep treating me like this, I won't pay you for the repairs." Wide-eyed, the middle-aged man withdrew back through his car window, opened the door and scrambled out. "Just listen to you, woman. This whole mess is your fault, but now you're making demands. Who do you think you are?" "No, who do you think you are?" Erica shot back, losing her composure at last. "I'm trying to talk peacefully with you, but look at your attitude. Is this the right way to settle a matter? You wrecked my car and now you want me to have a peaceful talk with you? In your dreams." As the two continued quarreling, Matthew finally emerged from the Black Emperor and drew near. The moment Matthew appeared, his menacing aura made the man's arrogance deflate. With a better attitude, the man asked, "Who are you? Why do you care? She can't even drive. Why are you continuing to argue?" The man immediately shut his mouth and looked away when he met Matthew's cold stare. Matthew walked over to Erica and held her in his arms. Then he shot an icy glare at the middle-aged man and said flatly, "This is my wife, and you are the one that bumped into her. Don't you have brakes? My wife was driving at 20 miles per hour, and you still bumped into her car. Whose fault is that? Stand there and wait for my assistant. He'll be here soon." After saying that, Matthew ignored him. Instead, he turned to look at the younger man beside him and said, "So, based on what you told my wife, I think I should pay for your car." Matthew pulled out his checkbook and scrawled something on a check. Then he tore it out and handed it to the young man. $3 million should cover it. You can leave if you want." The young man looked at the check in shock. He reached for it timidly and checked the amount. 102030. It was indeed $3 million. His car was worth $2.4 million. He could make 600 grand out of this. That would be totally awesome. He kissed the check out of glee. "Okay. Thank you." The boy took the check and left without hesitation. When he saw this, the owner of the Volkswagen had misgivings about how he acted. If he'd just taken the money and left, he'd be fine. Now he wished he had been nicer. Things would have gone better for him. Owen Jian, Matthew's personal assistant, arrived very soon, faster than the officials with the insurance company. He also brought a lawyer with him. He trotted over to Matthew and said, "Mr. and Mrs. Huo, the car's ready. You can go home if you want. I've got this." Matthew reminded him, "I solved the problem with the Mercedes owner. This man owns the VW. Be careful." When he heard that, Owen Jian was confused for a second, and then he got his boss point. "Okay, Mr. Huo. Don't worry." Clearly, the middle-aged man had offended Mr. Huo. Casting a cold glance at the middle-aged man, Matthew left, holding Erica in his arms. They walked over to a shiny black car. It was a Bentley Flying Spur, a high-end luxury car. The driver held the due. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. "As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses." She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. "So," Matthew took 2 steps forward and asked, "Hyatt is close to you but not your husband?" He didn't forget what she had just said. She was going to eat hot pot with Hyatt. "Of course. I've known Hyatt for 7 years. We always have fun together. You and I, on the other hand, haven't gotten on that well. We only started getting along the day we got married. They had only been married a few days. So, we haven't been together that long." The phone call she had taken on their wedding night came back to his mind. So you wanted to marry him? But you had another guy's baby, and decided to marry me. Yes. She didn't deny it. That was exactly how it looked. Suddenly, Matthew grabbed her by the ankle. She turned around and found that he had already changed his clothes. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he was cradling her ankle and examining it carefully. His face betrayed no expression, but he just said in a cold tone, "Do you like Hyatt that much?" "I like him a lot. If I hadn't married you, I would have married him," she said deliberately, just to piss him off. Matthew loosened his grip on her ankle and said slowly, "Do you know that not everyone can be your soul mate and grow old with you? Some people help you grow up, while some live with you their whole lives, while some are there one day and gone the next. They become part of your memories." So what? What was he trying to say? So, looking at her, Matthew said, "Ethan's father is the one to help you grow up, and Hyatt is here today, gone tomorrow, and I." "Ha ha ha," Erica giggled awkwardly. "Are you saying that I'm going to have to spend the rest of my life with you?" Matthew's composure was as calm and monotonous as Erica's awkwardness. "Yes." Erica was speechless. She retorted in a low voice, "I think you have been sent into my life to help me grow and develop into a better person." The thought wasn't exactly wrong. He had made her realize that someone could be as cold and domineering as he was. However, he changed the topic. "For the last time, are you going to eat hot pot or not?" he asked. Erica shook her head and boldly made a demand despite Matthew's gloomy face. "I want to eat some noodles, and I want you to make them for me." Men like Matthew tend to be perfect. Even if they aren't, they want to be. "I haven't tasted his cooking yet, but he must be good," she was thinking. Casting a cold glance at her, Matthew replied, "All right, but just this once." "Deal." Erica chuckled. But then, "Hang on. Aren't you drunk? Are you sober enough to cook?" A faint trace of emotion flashed through Matthew's eyes, but it was gone long before Erica could see it clearly. Then came the assurance, which was not assuring enough. "You frightened me just now. So much that I got sober instantly." "That's good. Now go. Go cook something for me." She couldn't wait to taste something he made. He stood up from the edge of the bed and heard her add, "Hey Matthew, you look dashing no matter what you wear. If you keep working hard, then maybe you will become the most handsome man ever. Maybe then even Aaron won't be able to hold a candle against you." Her tone had been naughty, but Matthew merely began to take off his jacket with his back to her. Then he sneered, "I don't care." Erica rolled her eyes. Such an arrogant man. When he went downstairs, she followed him into the kitchen. Before opening the walk-in fridge, which opened on the left side of the kitchen, he looked back at her. She was seemingly excited. He asked, "What are you doing here?" "I am going to find something to eat before the noodles are ready. I know it can take a while." The fridge was at least 20 square meters large. Even if she didn't get something to eat there, it would still feel pretty great to see its magnitude. The last time she had visited his villa, she had wanted to see the fridge but then had Forecd, but she never noticed that. She was busy inspecting the ham package, which had a lot of English stuff written on it. She turned the package around and found a price tag on.
$43.
Just one slice? That's expensive. She looked at the ham in his hand in astonishment. Just how much could it be? 50 grams, maybe? $43 for that? What was this meat? Some sacred stuff or what? Erica figured that if Wesley ever came to know that they were living such a luxurious life, he would come and beat up Matthew. She silently left the kitchen, chewing a cherry she had just put in. While on her way, she spat out the seed into the kitchen trash can. About half an hour later, Matthew put a bowl of noodles on the table and called her out. She was texting Rhea in the living room. "Your noodles are ready. Coming." Erica put her phone away immediately and ran into the dining room. Just as she was about to sit down, Matthew came back from the kitchen with a plate of sliced cantaloupe covered with some ham and ordered, "Go wash your hands first." She waved at him. "I just washed them." "When?" "When I washed the cherries." Erica wondered why the fuss. "Go wash them again." he ordered. Why is he so obsessed with cleanliness and washing hands? She glanced at the seafood noodles, hesitated and argued. Do I really have to? I am not going to eat with my hands anyway. She was not a cleanliness freak. Matthew insisted. Yes. Wash them. She sighed in exasperation and took a whiff of the noodles before reluctantly going to wash her hands. A minute later, Erica sat down at the table again and started to eat the noodles with chopsticks. This sausage tastes really good, but why is it white? She asked. Matthew put the pot he had used to cook the noodles under the tap and explained. It's called a Weisswurst, made from minced pork and veal, flavored with parsley, lemon and other natural ingredients. A Weisswurst was a traditional Bavarian sausage, which literally translated to white sausage because of its white-colored skin. Did you use the oven to roast it again? Yes, I did, he said, putting away the dishes he had just washed. Erica ate with satisfaction, gulping down her food without pausing to breathe. I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. Her words of praise made him smile, but as she continued to eat another mouthful, she said something that made him want to give her a good beating. You know what they say, the way to a woman's heart is through her stomach. Did Paige fall in love with your cooking before she fell in love with you? Wow, this tastes amazing. She was completely enamored by his cooking, even though totally oblivious of his mood. He watched her put a shrimp into her mouth and chew it happily. Matthew walked over to the table and sat across her. If I want a woman, all I need to do is call her. I don't have to cook for anyone. Wow, you've got a lot of confidence. But I guess you're right. You're handsome and rich. You're in good shape and great at cooking. You're the whole package. I'm starting to feel a little reluctant to let you go back to another woman. Although Matthew had a bad temper, he was everything a woman could ask for in a man. Matthew said calmly, That's not something you can control. You are right about that too. Erica took another mouthful and suddenly something important popped into her mind. She asked the man sitting opposite to her, Don't you want some? Thanks, but no. She held the bowl to his face and brought some noodles to his mouth. Seriously, this is too good. Come on, have some. Erica added one more dish to her list of favorite foods. Matthew's seafood noodles. Casting a glance at the noodles on her chopsticks, he refused decisively. I know what it tastes like. Just help yourself. Okay. Oh, didn't you say that ham tasted good when cooked with tomatoes? How come you H this? I'm going to call my father and tell him that you're wasting food. Will you eat it or not? After a short pause, he said, I can eat it if you want. Her eyes lit up. Really? Well, come here. She walked forward and sat beside him. Okay, I'm here. What next? He lowered his head and whispered into her ear. Feed it to me. No problem. She had just fed him a date and a cherry. What did she have to lose by feeding him cantaloupe? Absolutely nothing. And I want 2 kisses for every bite I take. What? Are you? You're being impossible. She rolled her eyes at him as she didn't find his ambitious request funny. Raising his eyebrows, Matthew said, Well, if you're not going to play along, then I'm not eating either. I'll call your father and tell him how his dear daughter is wasting food. With that, he unlocked his cell phone and tapped on the contact list. It seemed as though he really was going to make a call. Erica's eyes shot up with bewilderment because she knew her father very well. If she and Matthew called him at the same time, Wesley would undoubtedly believe Matthew over her. Without wasting another second, Erica snatched the phone from Matthew's hand and threw it onto the sofa. She brought a piece of cantaloupe to his lips and said, Fine, I'll do it. It's not like I haven't kissed you before. Just eat this first. Matthew smiled and ate the piece of cantaloupe. When he swallowed the fruit in his mouth, he raised his eyebrows at her, indicating that it was her turn to keep her side of the bargain. Erica was starting to experience a sudden qualm of regret as she brought another piece of cantaloupe to Matthew's mouth. Although it was too late to go back on her word, she gave it one last try. Finish the rest of this and I promise I'll deliver all the kisses together. But Matthew wasn't that easy to fool. Do I look like an idiot to you? Even Erica knew he wasn't. The man was sharp as a tack. Having run out of options, Erica leaned over to him and sheepishly pecked him twice on the lips. Matthew smiled before he dropped another piece into his mouth, and just like that he cleaned up the rest. Erica gave him the last 2 kisses after the last bite, but when she was about to leave, he stopped her. He took the plate from her hand, pulled her into his arms and kissed her with raw intensity. Erica relented as he played with her hair and held her tighter and tighter. She melted like a candle into his arms, wondering if he had her trapped. The man was unable to control his urges anymore. His hands working their way around her body, feeling each line along her perfect physique. Panic-stricken, Erica bit his lips and sunk her nails into his arms. Frowning, he released her and they pulled apart, both gasping for air. Erica looked at him with furrowed eyebrows and said, You're cheating." Not only did Matthew blatantly disregard their agreement, but he was looking to get more. Erica could feel her cheeks blushing a deep crimson. Sitting cross-legged and leaning his back to the chair, Matthew regained his composure and said, "Rest assured. Although we're married, I'll respect your boundaries and try my best to control myself." Control himself? Erica was puzzled by his behavior. Didn't he just say he wasn't interested in me 2 days ago? What's with the sudden change of mind? Is he really not interested in me, or is he just comforting me with the excuse of respecting my boundaries? Nonetheless, she decided to be more careful of his tricks in the future. "Go and wash the dishes." The man's voice brought her back to reality instantly. Erica took the empty plate and bowl from the table, walked into the kitchen, and put them in the sink carelessly. She rolled up her sleeves ready to do the dishes. However, as she stared at the mess in front of her, she fell into deep thought. Erica had no idea where to even begin. "Think Erically. Come on, you can do this," she cheered herself. Then she squeezed some of the cleaner into the pot, picked up the brush and prepared to start the work. However, "What are you doing?" Suddenly, Matthew's deep voice came is woman. When she realized that he was walking towards the stairs, she asked, "Why don't you take the elevator? You should know that I'm quite heavy. You'll get tired." Erica thought he was going to take the elevator because the home theater room was on the 4th floor. "Did you just realize that you are very heavy?" She squinted her eyes at him, annoyed, but since she couldn't hit him, she murmured, "I'm not that heavy." Matthew fell silent again. In truth, she wasn't really very heavy. On the way, Erica tightened her arms around his shoulders as she feared that he would play pranks on her or drop her on the floor. When they were turning a corner, Erica asked, "Have you ever carried her on your back before? One more word out of you and I'll throw you down from here," he threatened. Erica pursed her lips immediately. 2 minutes later, Matthew pushed open the door to a large room, fully equipped with state-of-the-art sound systems, a few lazy-boy reclining sofas and a 120-inch projector screen. He threw her onto one of the recliners and said, "Wait here." Okie dokie. Having gotten what she wanted, she gladly made herself comfortable and watched him set the projector for her. A few minutes later, the horror movie The Unborn Child began playing on the projector, and Matthew turned off all the lights before slowly sitting down on a recliner next to her. While watching the trailer, Erica felt shiver through her body, which had never happened before when she watched a horror movie. This one was much more terrifying than the ones she had watched before. Trembling like a leaf, she stuttered, Matthew." He responded without turning his head, "Yes. Could you move a little closer?" "Move how?" Matthew asked. "Move the recliner closer to me," Erica said, gesturing expressively. Suddenly, she shrieked and leapt in the air as if a firecracker had gone off. "Ah, it's the common thong." Matthew stared at her with wide-eyed wonder and said, "If you're so afraid of these things, why do you even want to watch horror movies? Women are such strange creatures," he thought. "I'm not afraid. I've watched many horror movies before," she argued. Erica was only frightened because the surround sound system in Matthew's home theater was so rich and resonant that she was fooled into a sense of realism. "Do you know the legend of Common Thong?" he asked in a graceful manner, sitting with his legs crossed. "Of course I do. Do you know the legend of Common Thong?" I can explain it to you if you want. She smirked. Don't bother. I know enough. Just carry on with the movie as if I wasn't here, he suggested. As if he wasn't here? She mused, feeling ridiculed. How could she possibly manage that? First of all, the powerful aura he gave off was impossible to ignore. Secondly, she wouldn't be watching this movie in this room in the first place if someone wasn't sitting next to her. Since Matthew had refused to move closer to her, she stood up on the recliner and stretched out her arms to the man. I want to sit closer. Carry me over to you. Matthew heaved a deep sigh, feeling defeated. With his dark eyes staring at the girl and with the help of the light from the screen, Matthew could notice the grievance on her face. Still, he said in a cold and stiff tone, "Stay where you are." Erica couldn't believe her ears. People always say that bossy men like Matthew could be persuaded by reason but not be cowed by force. But he just turned me down without a reason. Was it because I suck at playing cute or that trick just doesn't work on him? His response stung Erica's heart for a while, but she wasn't going to give up. If you don't carry me over to your side, I'm going to call your dad, she threatened. That trick again? I'll tell him that you would rather embrace another woman than your wife. And then she watched with amusement as Matthew, who looked solemn, got up from his seat and walked towards her. With hints of reluctance, he scooped her into his warm arms and said, "Don't do this again." "Okay," she promised readily. When they sat down, she found a comfortable position in his arms. Erica found a sense of ease. Turned her eyes open. She looked around the spacious room, puzzled and somewhat dazed. After a while, she took out her phone and texted Matthew on WeChat. "Why am I in bed?" "You're asking me," he replied. Erica squeezed the toothpaste tube from the top and brushed her teeth, while she tapped on the phone screen with one finger. "Who else should I be asking?" 2 minutes later, he replied. "You must have climbed into bed yourself." "How else?" Erica tried to recall the events from the night before. Why couldn't she remember how she got from the recliner to her bed? After a rather short breakfast, Erica hurried outside as Hyatt was waiting for her at the school gate. He stood there with a camera hanging around his neck, equipped with a lens he would specifically use for photographing people. Erica was just as prepared as Hyatt. She asked the chauffeur to drop her off at the school gate, so she could walk inside with Hyatt with her camera. "Erica, are you going to the live-action photographing event today?" Hyatt asked. "Yes, of course." It sounded like a fantastic event to learn and have fun in with fellow photography enthusiasts. There was no way Erica would pass on such an opportunity. "But I heard that Aaron would be visiting ZL Group today. I think his schedule in Y City will conflict with our photography event. What should we do?" It was a little-known fact that Erica had many idols, but Aaron, in comparison to the others, was like a demigod to her. Everyone knew that about Erica. "What? He is going to ZL Group? Wait a minute. Isn't that my husband's company?" Erica cooked up a plan in her head and made a decision. "Of course I'll choose to go meet my idol Aaron. It's such a rare opportunity," Erica said excitedly. Then she continued in a softer tone, "There will be a lot of other activities for live-action shooting in the future, so it doesn't matter if I miss this one. Anyway, is the news you got reliable? Why didn't I hear about it? Now that you mention it, I'm not sure. Someone said that in a group chat on WeChat," Hyatt replied with uncertainty. "I see. Anyway, please help me check when Aaron will arrive at ZL Group." "Sure." Hyatt took out his phone and browsed his chat log. "It says he'll be there from 3 to 5 p.m. Got it." Just then, Erica noticed a familiar figure walking toward them. She was still hesitating over whether to say hello when that person noticed her as well. Their eyes met. "Although she was cold to me last time, we used to be on good terms. I should go greet her anyway," Erica thought. Then she took a step forward and spoke first. Ueva." Phoebe looked at her just as indifferently as last time. "Ms. Lee, please don't be so informal with me from now on. We're not that close." Erica nodded hesitantly. "Okay. I just want to ask if I did anything to offend you. You are a good actress, aren't you?" Phoebe sneered. Feeling even more confused than before, Erica asked, "Why do you say that?" It had been a long time since they had seen each other, and either way, she had never lied to Phoebe or caused her any trouble. She had no idea why Phoebe's attitude toward her had changed all of a sudden. "You can continue to pretend. Someday I will tell everyone what you did. Then the whole world will know what kind of person you actually are." Erica could clearly see a touch of loathing in Phoebe's eyes. Beginning to get annoyed by the latter's vague words, she asked, "You say I'm pretending, but can you tell me what exactly I've done? Why am I a good actress?" Phoebe bit her lip and said, "Well, let me ask you, what happened to my younger sister?" At the mention of Tessie, Erica fell into silence. She had promised Tessie that she would never tell her family anything. However, mistaking her silence for guilt, Phoebe said, "I feel sorry for Matthew for having you as his wife. He is such an excellent man, but why did he marry a bad woman like you?" For Erica, that was the last straw. "Okay, me for another woman." I said Paige's name and he didn't stop. But then when I said Phoebe's name, he immediately stopped his advances. As she narrated the incident, Erica suddenly remembered how Matthew had called her honey at that time. His sweet voice had melted her heart then. If that's the case, then, well, it is too much of a coincidence. The woman in Rika's husband's heart is the elder sister of Rika's best friend? That's really too dramatic. Rhea sighed inwardly. But as you said, I don't have any evidence, so I can't be sure. Forget it. The point is, Phoebe was very rude to me today. She even called Ethan an illegitimate child. She'll definitely regret this one day. Exactly. By the way, where's Hyatt? Is he with you now? Rhea asked. Erica glanced at the man walking next to her with his head down. Yes. Put him on the phone. Rhea wants to talk to you, Erica said to Hyatt before handing him the phone. Hyatt smiled as he put the phone up to his ear. Aya. Hi, good boy. Remember to take good care of Rika in Y City. If she gets bullied by anyone, I will get even with you. Yes, got it. Good. Go to class now. Call me when you come back to a country one day. I'll buy you a cup of you lovey it. It was no secret that this was Hyatt's favorite brand of milk tea. He scratched the back of his head shyly and said, Thanks, but Erica already bought me a cup last time. That's her treat. It has nothing to do with me. As long as you take good care of Erica, I will treat you myself someday. Okay then. Hyatt hung up the phone and gave it back to Erica. So are you going to meet Aaron this afternoon? He was worried that Phoebe's hostile attitude might have affected Erica's temper, and so she might have not been in a mood to see her idol anymore. Yes, of course, she answered. Erica didn't let Phoebe's behavior sour her mood, as she didn't have to be unhappy for someone unimportant. However, there was one question that was haunting her thoughts. She wondered if Phoebe was the woman Matthew loved. Alas, she decided to set her worries aside as it had nothing to do with her. She just wanted to put on a good performance in front of Wesley, hoping to catch him in a good mood one day so he would allow her to divorce Matthew. However, when she thought of the noodles Matthew had cooked for her last night, her heart ached again and she felt hints of hesitation within herself. She wanted to divorce the man, but she didn't want to give up his exemplary noodles cooking skills. What a dilemma to be in. At 2:30, Erica took a taxi to ZL Group along with Hyatt. When they got out of the taxi, they saw people crowding in front of the office building. They were mostly fans, who were holding placards with Aaron Gao's name written on them. In fact, even the security guards standing at the gate had their plates full, as they struggled to keep the crowd in order. None of them recognized Erica as they had just been employed very recently. Fortunately, Erica spotted Matthew's assistant, Owen Jian, and with his help, she was able to enter ZL Group. On the floor of the CEO's office, Hyatt was led to the reception room by Owen while Erica entered Matthew's office alone. Matthew seemed busy assigning work to Paige. Upon noticing Erica's sudden appearance, Paige greeted her politely. Erica felt embarrassed as she didn't expect to interrupt them and said, Please don't let me keep you from your work. I'm in no rush. Soon after, Paige left the office. Matthew cast a glance at the girl who was standing in front of the French window. If my memory serves me right, didn't you have something important at school this afternoon? He said. Yes. But. Erica strode towards him with excitement and bent over his desk to look him in the eye. With a hint of fawning adoration, she said, Matthew, I need to ask you a favor. He raised his eyebrows and sighed. Girl into his arms. People will make irresponsible remarks behind my back if they see you with the other fans. The only way to save myself from embarrassment is to get you a private meeting, but that will depend solely on your sincerity. Sincerity? The same trick again? I think he wants me to kiss him again. That won't be a problem for me. Without hesitation, Erica wrapped her hands around the man's neck and planted 2 kisses on his lips. In a sweet and obedient voice, she said, Mr. Huo, are you satisfied with this service? Her seductive smile triggered his desires. Nope. Not yet satisfied. Immediately, the smile on her face vanished. Glaring at him angrily, she said, I know what you want. You are just trying to make things difficult for me, aren't you? Matthew was impressed by how fast her facial expressions changed. He raised her chin with his hand and said, Let me teach you. Remember, if you need my help next time, do this to express your sincerity. Just as he finished speaking, he lowered his head and pulled her face into a fiery kiss. One that lasted for at least 5 minutes. He finally let her go before she suffocated to death. Leaning against the man's chest, she gasped for air. No, I don't think I can do that again. I'll die. You can't. The man's magnetic voice reverberated in her head. Thinking of her idol, Erica gritted her teeth and agreed reluctantly. I can. Matthew, I will do anything you want. However, she kept her real thoughts to herself. Damn you. I'm not going to let you push me around this like. Matthew had no intentions of exposing her lie. He stroked her red lips softly with his thumb and said nonchalantly, I know hundreds of people and they are willing to do whatever I command. You don't need to bother yourself with my burden. Just show your sincerity if you ask me for a favor next time. A moment ago, because of his action, Erica had sat down on his lap. And now, she suddenly felt that there was something hard underneath her making her current stance uncomfortable. However, as a simple woman, she decided not to pay much attention to it. She turned and resettled to avoid that hard thing and earnestly asked, Okay. Then, when will you arrange my meeting with my idol? Soon as I can. For now, my work is very important. Sit there and wait. Matthew replied as he tried to constrain himself. He couldn't focus on his work with her around. Sure. Your work is more important. Thank you very much. Before standing up, she also blandly helped him tidy up his collars. While she was just about to walk away from his desk, Erica turned around again and asked, Can I let Hyatt in first? I'm afraid he is going to feel alone if left in the reception room all by himself. For some reason, the question made Matthew frown. Not only was Erica asking to see a man she had admired for 4 years, but had also arrived at the company with yet another man. Was he being too nice to her? He cast a cold glance at her and said, Let him stay there. Is he angry? For what? Didn't we settle everything a moment ago? She wondered. But she didn't dare ask him about it. She plumped down on the sofa, took out her phone and sent a message to Hyatt. I'm waiting for Matthew to get free, wait there. Rest assured, though, I'm sure we'll get to meet Aaron. Within moments, the response to her message popped up. All right. Talk to Mr. Huo nicely and don't lose your temper. I lose my temper easily. Truth be told, she did have a short temper, but she had seemingly found someone whose temper was even shorter, Matthew. Okay. Waiting and bored out of her wits, just as Erica was about to doze off on the sofa, Matthew called the assistant in. Paige walked into the office. Yes, Mr. Huo. Matthew cast a sideways glance at Erica, who was groggily trying to stay up on the sofa. Take my why. In a country the day you were born. It has since been kept in the National Museum for display. Matthew's words embarrassed her so much that Erica lowered her head and covered her face with her hand. However, Her ears pricked when she heard Aaron greet her husband. "Hello, Mr. Huo."
I'm Aaron Gao.
The superstar stretched out a warm hand at the CEO. With a stiff look at the fair and strong hand in front of him, Matthew merely nodded at the young superstar as a greeting. However, he didn't shake hands. Aaron awkwardly looked at the other two people from the corner of his eye. It looked like no one had noticed this rejection. He felt relieved, withdrew his hand hurriedly, and went back to his seat. When Hyatt saw Matthew, he became very nervous and shot up to his feet instantly. Under the CEO's cold gaze, he greeted in a timid voice, "Hello, Mr. Huo." Matthew took the seat next to Erica and cast a glance at the boy who was flushed with nervousness. "Yet Li." Yes, that's me." To Hyatt's surprise, Matthew was aware of his name. This made him as excited as Erica had been when she had met Aaron just now. With an embarrassed but polite smile, Erica raised her head and whispered to her husband, "What are you doing here?" She had just been joking with Aaron when he had walked in. Casting a glance at her, Matthew answered, "I'm here to see what you two were talking about." "Nothing. We were just joking." As Erica was speaking, she rested her chin on her hand, and her gaze turned towards her idol once again. Aaron put on a bright smile and confirmed, "Yes, Erica was just joking with me. Even though she is 2 years my senior, she is still very cute and adorable." "Erica? From total strangers to first-name basis in just a few minutes? Just what is going on?" Matthew sulked inwardly. He deliberately slid his long arm on the back of Erica's chair. From the front, it looked like he was holding her, but his hand was merely resting on the chair. Then, with a soft look at Erica, he replied, "You're right. She is quite cute and adorable. That's one of the reasons she's my wife." "What?" Erica was confused at this sudden declaration. She turned her eyes towards Matthew, who was now sitting very close to her. Is he deliberately showing off? She wondered. Aaron also realized that the CEO was declaring his marriage with Erica in an imperious manner. It was clear that the man had felt angry about them getting so close so soon. He immediately echoed, "Mr. and Mrs. Huo, you are such a perfect match for each other. I can see you love each other so much. I'm so envious of your relation." "Love each other very much?" It made Erica feel guilty and embarrassed. "Well, thank you. Aaron, you." Right at that moment there was a knock on the door. Ms. Wang walked in and, after greeting Matthew politely, reminded Aaron that it was time for him to leave. Erica was disappointed that her idol was leaving so soon. She asked with a blush, "Aaron, can I hug you?" Aaron looked at the expressionless man sitting next to her from the corner of his eye. "Sure." He nodded hesitatingly. Erica stood up happily and was about to run towards him, who had stretched out one of his arms. However, a powerful hand grabbed her waist, and she was soon pulled out of the meeting room before she could understand just what the hell was going on. When Erica finally came back to her senses, they had already entered the elevator. Matthew didn't let go of her until they had reached his office. In there, she was thrown on the sofa rudely. Her head hit the armrest. Luckily, the sofa was very soft, so it didn't hurt much. But she was still infuriated by his inhumane behavior and darkened face. "What's wrong with you? Why did you push me?" To her surprise, Matthew didn't apologize. Instead, he responded in a harsh, roached, "Dad, Mom, I'm back. Hey, Ethan." Erica greeted them with a smile. With the little boy in her arms, Blair stared at the man standing beside her daughter. Not because the man was so handsome that she couldn't take her eyes off him, but because he was obviously a foreigner. After a long time, Blair came back to her senses and asked, "Who is?" Hearing that, Erica lowered her head and pretended to be shy. "Dad, Mom, I have decided to divorce Matthew Huo. This is your new son-in-law. His name is..." "Wait, Dad, why are you holding a feather duster? Let's talk." The events that had transpired the previous day made Erica feel furious. The more she thought about what had happened, the angrier she felt. When Matthew had come back to the villa in the evening, they hadn't talked to each other. Therefore, she had decided to go back to her parents' house early in the morning. And to show her determination of leaving Matthew, she had even hired a foreigner to pretend to be her new boyfriend. At first instinct, Wesley had looked around to find a feather duster. Now he was raising the duster and running towards the girl. Erica ran immediately. "Dad, can you hear me? Matthew doesn't love me and even got mad at me." "It's true, Dad." "Ouch. Dad, you hit me. It hurts." The girl made a crying face as she rubbed the spot where the feather duster had landed. Shocked, the foreigner stood still. All he could do was look in shock at Wesley chasing Erica. Ethan thought the duo were playing and burst into laughter. Wesley chased Erica around the living room. She begged, "Dad, please stop chasing me. Please." This was a day in the life of Erica, being her father's smelly socks. A few minutes later, when Erica realized that she had nowhere else to go, she opened the gate and ran out of the house. Wesley ran after her and didn't stop until she was out of sight. He took the feather duster and walked towards the foreigner. When Wesley waved the duster in front of him, the young man immediately raised his hands, gesturing surrender, and said, "I'm sorry. I'm very sorry." Then he disappeared from the Lee family's living room as fast as he could. That evening, Erica sat at the main gate of the Lee house, cupping her chin, and lazily shouted, "Dad, let me in. Mom, let me in. I'm going to die out here if you don't let me in." A moment later, the gate squeaked open and revealed Wesley standing in the doorway. "Dad!" Erica jumped to her feet and looked at her father expectantly. What her father said next was just the words she had been hoping to hear. "Come in," he said. "Really?" A sudden burst of happiness made her feel ecstatic. "Yes," he confirmed. She ran towards her father and hugged him tightly. "Dad, I knew you still loved me." Wesley tried his best to suppress his giggle and said, "Just get inside. Your mom's waiting for you in the dining room with pork ribs. Your sister will be back soon." "Boo-hoo." Erica hugged him harder and burst into tears, wailing like a spoiled child. "Dad, even if I'm a pair of stinky socks, I'm your stinky socks. You can't just throw me out." Wesley sighed and pulled Erica away from him. "Don't be so dramatic. Go inside and have dinner. Then go straight to bed. I don't want you staying up late." "Why not? I'm taking you back to Y City tomorrow." Erica's eyebrows shot up in bewilderment and she immediately pleaded, "Dad, no." See? She knew she was just a pair of unloved, smelly socks to him. Erica walked into the dining room and picked up Ethan from the baby chair. She kissed him so many times that the baby's cheeks started showing a tinge of pink. Blair didn't want her daughter disturbing the baby, so she pushed Erica into the bathroom. Fortunately, Erica had come back at a good time because Yvette was supposed to bring her boyfriend home to talk about the engagement with her. "And you still be so attached to your mother? If you need to hug someone, call Matthew and ask him to keep you company. Don't come to my wife." Still, Erica managed to squeeze into the room. She held Wesley's arm and pleaded, "Dad, I love you the most. Considering the fact that I married Matthew for you and moved to Y City with him, you should sleep on the couch tonight. Please. You're the greatest dad in the world." Wesley squinted his eyes at her and said, "Why don't you sleep on the sofa? Dearest father, do you have the heart to let your sweet daughter sleep on the couch?" "Of course I do." Erica pouted her lips and feigned anger. "Dad, if you keep acting like this, I'll get angry with you." Wesley snorted. "You're getting more and more stubborn. Matthew must have been spoiling you too much." Erica muttered, "He doesn't spoil me. He always makes me angry." As soon as Blair made the bed, Yvette slipped into the bed and said, "Rika, if you keep talking to Dad, there won't be any space for you in bed here." Erica ran past Wesley, who was blocking her way, climbed into the bed and lay down next to Yvette. Yvette quickly covered her with the quilt while Erica put Ethan in bed as well. Blair shook her head with amusement and looked at Wesley with a smile on her face. "If you don't want to sleep on the couch, go and sleep in Gifford's room." Wesley snorted and left the room angrily. In less than 2 minutes, Wesley walked back in the room with a quilt and a pillow in his hands while Blair and his daughters giggled at his misery. The evening hours passed by slow and subdued. At 11 o'clock, Ethan finally fell asleep. Erica carefully tucked him into his crib. Pausing, she looked at his smooth and round face. He seemed so peaceful and innocent that she couldn't help but give him a little pinch on the cheek. "You'll have to soothe him if you wake him up," warned Blair softly. Only then did Erica leave the baby alone and go back to the bed. Her mother gave her some of the quilt, and she made herself comfortable. She yawned into her palm, then said, "Mom, I want to take Ethan to Y City for a few days so that you and Dad can have some time to relax." "I don't think that's a good idea," answered Blair. "You have classes to attend to and Matthew is a busy man. I'm sure the two of you have your hands full already without a baby to look after. Besides, we have servants to help take care of Ethan. We don't need to relax." "I'm not that busy with classes," urged Erica. "I can take care of him for 2 or 3 days. Wesley, who was lying on the couch and staring up at the ceiling, injected himself into the conversation. "Your mother is right. Your priority right now should be to study hard and to build a good relationship with Matthew. If Ethan stays with you, you two will have conflict because of him." "Dad, Matthew is not that petty," protested Erica. "Trust me, it's only 3 days. Nothing will happen." At last, pestered by Erica's various arguments, Blair was swayed. She agreed that Ethan could go with Erica when she left the next day. The minutes ticked by. Ethan was already sound asleep, and soon Blair was as well. Experimentally, Erica called to her father. When Wesley didn't answer, she thought that he was asleep as well. But her sister was still awake. The two hid under the quilt and whispered to one another. "Is Matthew being good to you?" Yvette asked. "Well, sort of," Erica answered. Realizing how she sounded, she added, "I mean, he's great. He just has a bad temper." "Well, if he treats you well, stop fighting with him," Yvette said earnestly. "Go back to Y City tomorrow and just live a happy life with him, okay?" Erica sighed. "I don't think it will be that simple. After all, he doesn't really love me and I don't love him. A marriage without love will never be happy." "Then what's your plan? Do you still want to divorce him?" "Hush," Erica hissed immediately. Even though they'd been whispering, she still feared that their father might hear them. Sure enough, Wesley, whom they had thought to be asleep, broke the silence. "If you dare to divorce Matthew, I'll skin you alive," he threatened. "Dad, you were eavesdropping on us," Erica complained, outraged. "You two, me on out of the car. We don't have all day." Slowly, with obvious reluctance, Erica emerged from the car and handed the sleeping Ethan to her father. Wesley indicated Matthew and in a serious tone said, "Rika, you need to apologize to your husband." "Why should I apologize to him?" Erica's voice was low, as if she were talking to herself just as much as to Wesley. "No, Dad," Matthew broke in. "I'm the one who should apologize." Then he looked at Erica, his tone gentle.
I'm sorry, Erica.
"This is all my fault. I apologize to you in front of Father." Erica stared at him, taken aback. His tone is suddenly so soft. What is he up to? She thought. I must be careful not to fall into his trap. Wesley was very satisfied with his son-in-law. "All right, Erica," he said. "Since Matthew has apologized, you'd better behave yourself now, okay?" Erica paused, but in the end she could think of nothing to say or do but give in. "Okay," she said at last. With that, the three of them went into the villa together. At first, Erica had planned to carry Ethan upstairs and put him to sleep in the bedroom. However, Matthew took Ethan from her arms with a smoothness that caught her off guard. "Here, let me help you," he said. Then, under Wesley's approving gaze, he took Ethan upstairs, holding the baby as naturally as if he were his own. Laden with luggage, Wesley cast a burning glance at Erica before following his son-in-law upstairs. Erica stood still for a long moment, stewing in her confusion and frustration. She could not fathom her father's disapproval toward her, or his incredible admiration for her husband. After a long time, she reluctantly followed them. On the third floor, she found Wesley situating her luggage in the bedroom, and Matthew already putting Ethan to bed. Wesley went to the bathroom, leaving the couple and the baby in the room. Matthew walked up to Erica and said, You're still a kid, running home every time you throw a tantrum. What did I do this time? Nothing. I said I was the one in the wrong. Erica looked at him suspiciously. You almost never apologize.
I'm surprised.
How can I be sure you're not trying to trick me? Really? You think I'd do that? Not really. But as I said, you never say anything's your fault. So I have to think you're up to something. Just then Wesley came out of the bathroom. He happened to hear Erica telling Matthew, "My dad told me to stay away from a guy if I don't love him." What you did? Hearing that, Wesley quickened his pace and cleared his throat. Matthew, I never said that. She just made that up. Erica was too frustrated to fire back. Wesley was always on her case about something, and he never took her side. Matthew was amused as he watched Erica lower her head to avoid eye contact. Wesley returned home that same day. He told Erica that he would be by to pick up Ethan 3 days later. Before dusk, 2 or 3 more servants reported for work in the villa. Later that day, Erica discovered they were all hired by Matthew to take care of Ethan. At dinner, Erica tried her best to be a mother. Since she brought Ethan back home, she had never taken care of him. Blair did all the work for her. So at dinner, Erica dismissed the housemaid and tried to feed the baby herself. They had just started him on solid food, so he had iron-fortified baby cereal mixed with formula to thin it out. But after feeding the baby a few bites, she got lost. She didn't even have time to clean the food dropped on the baby's bib. Ethan wasn't able to control the food spooned into his mouth yet. He was a good boy too. He didn't cry, but waited quietly when he had no food to eat. At last, the servant couldn't stand it anymore and offered, "Mrs. Huo, please let me do it. I brought up 2 kids and have been through this before." Sweat dripping from her forehead, Erica nodded and said, "Okay. Thank you. My dear lady, you are welcome." The maid sat where Erica had, and began to offer Ethan spoonfuls of baby food. She was a natural at it. Seeing that, Erica breathed. "Down. Where? Have you nailed down a time yet?" "Like an hour from now. I don't really know where to meet though. Any ideas?" Erica raised her head to look at him. Matthew didn't know about Ethan's true identity. He was taken aback by her question. She was going to meet her old lover and asking him to choose a spot for them to do that? "You think I'm a fool, Erica?" "What?" Erica wondered where that came from. "Nothing." He looked at Erica and thought for a bit. Then he began to set a trap for her. "Aren't you afraid that he'll take your son away?" "Yeah, why didn't I think of that? What if he pushes me over and runs off with Ethan?" Erica's face twisted in anger as she thought about it. "I'm off work tonight," Matthew announced. He was waiting for her to ask him for help. "Okay. When did that happen?" "You're always working and never come back till late," she said. "I got done early today." Erica hesitated and reminded him. "Remember what you said to me?" "I said a lot of things. What are you talking about?" Erica said, blushing. "You said you'd protect me and Ethan." "Yeah, I remember. How about you go with me? You can meet Tam." Erica figured no matter how powerful Tam was, he wouldn't mess with Matthew. Besides, Matthew was a black belt. He was the best person to protect her and Ethan. But Matthew wasn't done playing. He got what he wanted, but he still needed to hammer it home. He cast her a scornful glance and said, "What do you think I am? Your bodyguard. What's going on? What's wrong?" Frowning, Matthew stood up once again and walked out of the meeting room. On the other hand, Erica had no idea what her husband was doing at the moment. According to her, he would always be sitting alone at his desk, reading files or signing papers. Never had she imagined or expected him to be having an urgent meeting with some executives in the conference room. "Listen to this," she replied, moving her phone closer towards the kitchen. More than 10 seconds later, bang. "What are you doing?" Matthew asked in surprise as he heard the loud noise. I am boiling eggs." Matthew felt a dull pain in his temples. How can boiling eggs cause such a powerful explosion? Erica was embarrassed at this question. "Well, I don't know. Maybe I left them on the flame for too long." I even gave Ethan a bath while they were getting boiled. Turn off the stove first, Matthew told her.
Okej, Erikansvered, flustered.
She put Ethan in the baby stroller, wrapped him in a bath towel, and made sure that he was safe before she rushed into the kitchen to turn off the stove. Nothing could explode anymore, right? She was thinking. That was logical. She had only put 3 eggs in the pot, and 3 bangs had already reached her ears. What more could go wrong? However, Erica could do nothing but watch as the pot was burnt into smoke. She was too scared to approach the stove and turn it off. Very soon the kitchen was filled with black smoke. The smoke alarm in the kitchen began to scream loudly the next moment. Startled, Erica stepped back immediately. What's happening? Matthew was just about to call the property management company when they called him first. Mr. Huo, the smoke detector in your kitchen is ringing. Someone from the property management company reported. Send someone there at once. Yes, sir. After that short conversation, Matthew hung up the phone and walked towards the elevator at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, he called Owen. The meeting is adjourned. Ask the operations department to hand over a solution and postpone the meeting with Mr. Lee, he ordered. Yes, Mr. Huo. By the time Matthew rushed back to his villa, the kitchen had already returned to its usual quiet. Even the burnt pot was about to be taken away by the property management company. Eric, drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. The manager was about to call 119 before rushing into the villa. And the whole fiasco had started with the fact that she wanted to boil a few eggs. Matthew took off his jacket and rolled up his sleeves. Then he took a very naked and still dirty Ethan from her arms and demanded, "Get out of the way. I am not proficient in cooking, but I can still bathe him." Matthew cast her a sideways glance. "You need to clean yourself first." "What?" Erica asked in confusion. With a deep sigh, Matthew told her. "Your face." He was annoyed now. Carlos is so annoying. Why did he go ahead and find me a wife who's as silly as a donkey? Did he want to test my patience? He thought. Erica gave Ethan to Matthew, ran towards the mirror, and finally discovered the black stains on her face. Maybe it was because she had touched the black pot and forgotten to wash her hands. The funny thing was, if Matthew didn't say anything, she wasn't even going to know what he had missed to come back to clean up the mess she had made. Matthew had missed a meeting to clean baby poop. After taking care of Ethan and making sure things were back to normal, Matthew went back to the company. In his office, just as Paige was about to leave, he called her back all of a sudden. "Paige." "Yes, Mr. Huo? Let me ask you a question. What does Zatala mean? Besides being a surname." "Mr. Huo, can you tell me the exact words? I think I'll need a bit of context," Paige asked in surprise. An awkward look flashed across the man's face, but he finally said, "Matthew Zatala." Baby Ethan rolled over and came close to Matthew, smiling and cooing softly, melting his heart with such an innocent face. Matthew was hopelessly charmed by his smile as he couldn't help squeezing his cheeks softly. "I'll be done soon." As soon as Erica got in the car, she sent a private message to Can't Do Anything. "What's the hotel's name?" 15 minutes later, Erica, with a mask to hide her face, sneaked into the hotel following a guest who was checking in. Before long, she found the elevator and pressed the button to floor 23. Hiding in a secluded corner, she peeked at the door of room 2309, but found nothing. After what seemed like 10 minutes, she finally saw a familiar-looking person unlocking the door to room 2309. 5 minutes later, Erica's mask was in the garbage bin outside the hotel, while she hailed a taxi from the side of the road. Alas, just as what Can't Do Anything said, Aaron was indeed accompanied by another man inside his room. Erica felt so distressed. In truth, she wouldn't have a problem with it if Aaron and that man were really in love with each other. Obviously, she wasn't against homosexual relationships. However, the man with Aaron looked to be in his 40s and he seemed like the kind of person to have a family of his own. Well, she could never bring herself to like Aaron again. When she was about to reach ZL Group, she received a call from Matthew. He asked her to go home directly since he and Ethan were already back in the villa. Erica had to persuade the taxi driver to change destination and take her to the villa instead. In the bedroom on the 3rd floor, Erica pushed the door open and found it to be quiet inside. A baby was sound asleep in the middle of the bed. Matthew had just stepped out of the bathroom just then. "Don't stay up late." Erica nodded casually as if she weren't actually panicking inside. Staring at the man in pajamas, she couldn't help but think of the fight she had with Matthew 2 days ago because of Aaron. Matthew had been nothing but nice to her. He gave her money, washed her feet and even cooked noodles for her, but she had an argument with him over an unscrupulous man. Alas, she had been wrong about Matthew all along. A deep sense of guilt arose in her heart. Noticing her absent-mindedness, Matthew turned Arrow's forced to raise his hands, gesturing her to stop. "I promise I'll make noodles for you if you stop." Erica's crying stopped at once. She quickly wiped her tears and said, "With a sausage." "Got it." Astounded at how strange the girl was, Matthew glared at her coldly as he took off his suit jacket and hurled it at her. "Put it away." With tears in her eyes, Erica grinned. "Okay, Matthew." After hanging his jacket on the rack, Erica followed Matthew into the pantry. With a can of Coke and some crispy dates in her hands, she walked into the kitchen and put a crispy date into Matthew's mouth. "There is still something missing in the fridge. Do you know what it is?" Matthew responded while chewing the date in his mouth. "What? You have such a big pantry. Why don't you put some sweets and desserts in it? Perhaps some macarons? Tiramisu? Souffle? Oh, can I just live in the pantry from now on? You want some macarons?" Erica nodded. Yes. Although Erica had a sweet tooth, she was also too self-conscious of putting on extra weight. Matthew smiled at her and said, "What a coincidence. I know how to make macarons." "Really?" Erica was so surprised her eyes widened with anticipation. "Yes. Then can you make some for me?" "It depends on my mood." Erica smirked and said, "Well, should I try to please you? I'm glad that you're smart enough to know what to do." After eating a large bowl of noodles, Erica finally felt calmer. Her pain of missing Ethan was reduced by Matthew's bowl of seafood noodles. Rubbing her stuffed belly, Erica began making new trouble for Matthew. She watched him washing the dishes and asked, "Do you have work later?" Matthew glanced at her and said, "Why? What do you have in mind?" "I'm full. Let's watch a movie." "No, I'll pass. Also, aren't you too afraid to be watching horror movies? Go watch a cartoon or something." A cartoon? How could he humiliate her like that? When Erica walked to him, her eyes accidentally caught the bite mark on his hand. Dumbstruck, her eyes were wide in shock. "What happened to your hand?" If she didn't know any better, those looked like tooth imprints. Following her gaze, Matthew sneered, "Are you suffering from amnesia?" Erica suddenly remembered that she bit him in his office the other day when the couple fell into a heated argument. She actually had no idea how hard she had bitten him until today. Smiling awkwardly, she said, "Hey Matthew, you're a forgiving man. Don't hold any grudges against me. It was just a bite." "Just a bite? Come here and let me show you what it was." Erica immediately took 2 steps back and hid her hands. "Don't be so petty. My father thinks that you're a very patient and tolerant man. You shouldn't treat a girl like this." Matthew put the pot back. "You? A girl? I think you are." Matthew meant to say, "a child." However, Erica was annoyed at this comment because she thought that he was going to call her a woman. After all, she was already a mother to a child. "Why are you so hard to please? I gave you my first kiss." Even Aaron didn't have the honor of getting her first kiss. 2 of her words caught Matthew's attention. Confused, he looked at her and asked, "Your first kiss?" As soon as Erica realized her folly, She changed her stance and tried to cover it up with a lie. Well, even though I gave birth to Ethan, it doesn't mean I gave my first kiss away. Isn't that normal? Matthew wiped his hands with a wet tissue and threw it into the trash can. He walked up to Erica, staring at her with deep eyes, and said, "No, it's not." "Why?" she asked. Suddenly, Matthew stepped closer and backed her up against the marble table, his hands on either side of her body, trapping her. "Why? Let me tell you why." Before she knew it, he lowered his head and kissed her slightly opened lips. After a while, "NT recliner." She pulled a long face. "I thought you were going to sit here?" Matthew opened the program list and asked, "But you've already taken that seat." "I just want to sit with you." However, the man didn't even give her a look. He crossed his legs arrogantly and sat in an intimidating way. "Beg me. You know what, forget it. Why don't you just play a horror movie to scare me to death?" Frustrated, Matthew came to the girl with the remote control and angrily gestured at Erica with his eyes. "Move." "Okay." Erica immediately made room for him on the sofa and waited for him to sit down first. When the movie was ready to play, Matthew suddenly stood up. Erica immediately asked, "Where are you going?" "The bathroom. Do you want to join me?" "I'll pass. Come back quickly." After leaving the theater room, Matthew took out his phone and called Wesley. "Dad, it's me." "Matthew? It's late. What can I do for you? Did Rika get into trouble again?" "No, Rika has been a good girl. Don't worry." Wesley heaved a sigh of relief. "What did you want to ask?" "Go ahead. Which hospital was Ethan born in?" "Well, I've never asked Erica about it. She didn't come back home until a month after she gave birth to Ethan." Wesley had also asked about Ethan before, but his questions were always met with strong rejection from Erica. He eventually decided to drop it since he was just glad that the child had returned home safely. "When Rika told you that she was pregnant, was there any report from the hospital?" Matthew asked. "Of course not. Are you or aren't you my hubby? Aren't you the least bit curious who the father is? This isn't weird. Am I hearing things? She wants me to go with her to meet her lover, and claims it's normal husband-like behavior." Matthew thought. He found Erica weird but adorable. While she was waiting for an answer, he turned around and declared, "I don't know about you, but I'm hungry. Let's grab a bite first." Erica was surprised. "Huh? What does he mean? Was that a yes or a no?" "Whatever. He has to go with me no matter what." Thinking of that, Erica walked up to him and said, "Okay, go wash your hands. I'll get you a bowl of soup." She was always like that. When she wanted his help, she would call him Matthew in a sweet tone. And when she was not happy, she would refer to him as Matthew Huo, or the guy whose surname is Huo. He said nothing and went straight to the bathroom. The corners of his mouth lifted into a cunning smile. During dinner, Erica was very enthusiastic. She not only got him a bowl of soup, but she also picked up food for him and put it on his plate. When Matthew was done, Erica rested her chin on her hand and asked sweetly, "So you're going with me, right, Matthew?" He had eaten his fill, and was still getting what he wanted. Matthew feigned an indifferent tone and answered simply, "Yes." Erica was very happy to hear it. "Got an idea of where we're going?" The smile on her face annoyed Matthew. He threw the used napkin in the trash. "You can't wait to see him?" "Who? You mean Ethan's biological father? You're kidding, right? I couldn't care less if I never saw him again." "But he's right. He's the biological father. That's why I'm doing this."
Erica hated Tame's guts.
How could she possibly want to see him? And for a moment she regretted her decision. Apparently it was annoying Matthew. The disgust in her eyes satisfied him. He didn't need to worry. At Orchid Private Club, when the door to the private room was opened once more, Erica sat on the sofa, playing with Ethan. A man in a long dark blue overcoat walked in. He looked like a modest gentleman. By all appearances he appeared around 30 years old, but in fact he was already over 40. "Responsibility." Casting her a glance, he replied, "Do what you want. I'm here for you. And I won't let them put you in jail. He really means it, she thought. She smiled awkwardly. I was just venting. I never do that. Forget I said anything. He'll get what he deserves someday. Karma's a bitch. 20 minutes later, Erica left the room. I think it's time to go. Ethan needs to get to sleep, she said to Tam. Tam kissed his son on the cheek before giving Ethan to Erica. You should be happy, he said. I made up my mind. I'm going to talk to my wife so I can take care of him at my place. That way you won't have to feed him or change his diaper all the time. Rocking Ethan gently, she rolled her eyes at Tam and said, No, you're not taking him anywhere. My parents have gotten pretty attached over the last few months. Did you ever think about that? How can you be so selfish? I know. It's all my fault. But Ethan's not a member of the Lee family. It's not fair to them to have to raise a stranger's kid. Erica suddenly raised her voice. Fair. You're a fine one to talk about fairness. Where were you when Ethan was born? Get out. I don't want to see you again, you jerk.
I'm sorry.
Erica stretched out a hand to stop his apology.
No.
I'm not the one wanting an apology. You know who to apologize to. If you have time, you'd better go to her gravesite to visit her. Burn some incense while you're at it, and ask for forgiveness. Get out. Now. What did you say? She's dead. Tam's eyes opened wide in shock as he heard something his ears weren't willing to believe. His lips began to tremble. You don't even know about it. She's dead. She died while giving birth to Ethan. So tell me, Tam, where the hell were you when she was crying out your name painfully in the hospital? Erica bellowed. Tears welled up in her eyes as a painful memory came back and hit her along with the anger. But that's impossible. And yet it happened. So if you still have even an ounce of conscience left, go visit her tomb. I don't even know where she was buried. You can go to the Sue family and ask them yourself. They were the ones who took care of her funeral. Not long after Ethan was born, Erica had left with the baby. She was too young to manage a funeral. Unaware of what to do, she had merely sent people to inform the Sue family. There must be some misunderstanding. She can't be dead. Tam was still in denial. There is no misunderstanding. She is dead. You can go to the Sue family's house and ask. Whatever you do, don't bother me anymore. I don't want to see you ever again, you hear me? Never. Erica hated Tam so much, but he had still been pestering her with questions. Finally, her patience had run out after a short while. Tam still wanted to ask something, but the disgust in her eyes made him shut his mouth at last. He hesitantly kissed Ethan's soft little hand and then walked away dejectedly. In retrospect, the man had looked rather calm and composed the whole time he had been talking to her, save for a little moment of excitement upon seeing Ethan for the first time. It wasn't so impossible when one thought about it for a young girl to fall in love with him. He was rich and handsome, gentle and considerate, and seemed wise. But he was still a married man. It was morally wrong for Erica's friend, or anyone for that matter, to have an affair with this man. The door was partially soundproof, which meant that although Matthew could hear someone speaking outside the inner chamber, he couldn't make out exactly what they were talking about. However, he didn't come out of the inner chamber until the conversation outside had subsided completely. As expected, the man had left. Only Erica was standing there, with the baby in her arms, as if lost in some thought. Matthew strode towards her and took the baby from her. Let's go, he said. Okay. The duo left together. Outside, Tam was still sitting in his car and waiting for Erica to come out. But when he saw Matt's study and saw Erica and the baby lying on the bed in a crooked manner, he came towards the side of the bed and saw that the baby had woken up. Ethan was lying on the bed, looking around with his eyes wide open. The thin quilt on his body had been kicked far away. When he saw Matthew, he began to kick his legs excitedly and smiled at him. Matthew cast a glance at Erica, who was sound asleep, and thought, if the baby had run away, I dare say she wouldn't even feel it. He helplessly lifted Ethan up and put him in the middle of the bed. Then he lay down beside him and covered him with the quilt. That way, the baby boy was sandwiched between the two and could not run away. As Matthew lay down, Ethan turned over and started babbling at him. Matthew was experienced in taking care of kids since he had witnessed the birth and growth of Gwyn, Godwin and Godfrey. He was quite familiar with kids and knew how to engage them. He put his big hand in front of Ethan, on which there was a bite mark. The boy reached out a dainty little hand to grab Matthew's big hand, but only managed to grab the man's ring finger. After playing with him silently for a while, the little boy finally began to get tired and drowsy and soon nodded off into a deep slumber. Matthew turned the boy over and covered him properly once again to make sure the boy was comfortable. The next day, Erica received a phone call from Tam early in the morning. "Erica, thank you for taking so good care of my son. I thought about it last night for the whole time and have decided to take Ethan to my home and take care of him by myself. I know it's unfair to you, but I hope you understand my feelings as a father." Erica hung up the phone abruptly without another word. "Humph. Tam Wu, you bastard. Now, you want me to consider your feelings as a father? Why didn't you think of this when Ethan was born? Where were your feelings then? You lying son of bitch." She cursed at him in her heart. Tam called her again a few more times, but he never received a response. Having realized that it would be troublesome to contact her in the future if she blocked his number, Tam decided to leave her alone. Putting her cell phone aside, Erica asked the maid to watch over Ethan for a while because she wanted to make some hard-boiled eggs for her son. She wanted to do something special for Ethan to make up for the time she hadn't been at his side. Yes, she decided to boil eggs herself. Although boiling eggs was a simple enough task, Erica had no idea where to even begin. After all, the life of comfort and luxury had made her complacent and unambitious. She found a pot and poured some water in it before putting the eggs. The first 2 steps went smoothly. Next was turning on the gas stove. Just then the maid curiously walked into the kitchen with Ethan in her arms and asked the busy woman, "Mrs. Huo, what are you doing?" "Oh, I'm making some hard-boiled eggs for Ethan," Erica answered shyly. "Please let me do it, Mrs. Huo. You shouldn't be bothering yourself with this." "It's fine. Don't worry. Besides, I have nothing better to do. I just feel like making some eggs." The maid glanced at the pot Erica used and asked again, "But why don't you just use the egg boiler? Wouldn't that be more convenient?" Erica shook her head and refused. "I know, but I prefer using the traditional way. It tastes better anyway." The maid seemed amused by her answer, but she said, "I think it makes no difference. It tastes just the same to me." "Fine, I will use the egg boiler next time," Erica said with a smile. "Okay." After turning on the gas, Erica came out of the kitchen and took Ethan from the maid. "Aren't you supposed to buy groceries? You can go now." The maid hesitated as she worried about the careless girl. "Will you be okay to watch over him while I'm gone, Mrs. Huo?" After all, now that the 2 other temporary maids had been let off, they were the only 2 remaining adults in the villa. "I'll be okay. I will feed him the eggs later." "You can go," Erica assured the maid. "Okay, Mrs. Huo." After the maid left, Erica went upstairs with the baby in her arms. "Maiji, do now. Wipe him up with some wet tissues and then wash him clean in the bathtub. Then dry him up with a towel and put some pants on him." "Okay. How do you know all of this stuff, Matthew? Have you ever taken care of children before?" "Yes. I've changed Godwin's and Godfrey's diapers before." Matthew had learned how to take care of babies when he used to babysit Godwin and Godfrey. "Oh, that makes sense," Erica thought. With a hint of concern in her voice, she said, "Please carry on with your work. I'll take care of things from here." "Okay." After getting off the phone, Erica did exactly as Matthew had instructed her. The little boy couldn't be happier when it was time for his bath. He was completely oblivious to the anxiety he gave Erica when he flapped his hands in the water, giggling happily. After a while, Erica brought Ethan to the bedroom wrapped up in a towel. When she was about to change him into some clean clothes, a thought popped into her head all of a sudden. "Oh my God! The boiling eggs! Damn it! I'm so screwed. Erica was practically freaking out now. She wrapped Ethan up with a towel again and ran downstairs as fast as she could. When she was just outside the kitchen, she heard a loud bang come from inside. Frightened, Erica leapt in the air as if a firecracker had gone off. She held Ethan close and decided to wait outside the kitchen. There was another loud bang, and this time Erica was on the verge of crying. Matthew, please help. Yes, Matthew. Meanwhile, it hadn't even been a minute since Matthew came back to the meeting, when he received Erica's call again. Matthew. Boo. Who? Matthew didn't need to finish his sentence because Paige already knew what he was going to say. She couldn't control the urge to laugh, but Matthew's eyes stopped her, as she cleared her throat and said, Mr. Huo, I think you should let the person who said those words explain it to you. Paige didn't want to be the one to do the explaining because she knew that Matthew would only respond with anger. Needless to say, she didn't want to deal with her boss's anger. Let Erica explain it to me? Matthew felt a dull pain in his head just at the thought of it. He shook his head, knowing full well that he would never be able to get Erica to explain it to him properly. Having realized that it would be more fruitful to just ask Paige, he insisted. Just tell me. Paige hesitated. She struggled to find the words to give him a response. Matthew, however, had run out of patience and demanded, just spit it out. Fine. Paige had no choice but to start explaining. Zatala is a surname. Recently, someone made a historical drama series which became a big hit. A female role's name there is Urchin Zatala. Although her face conveys innocence and harmlessness, she is concisely manipulative and vicious. When the drama series ran on TV for some time, this surname became a household name to every person in the country. The name is infamously popularized by the people who use it to describe those who are vile and detestable. So, Zatala, you better be kind, is an expression usually said to someone a person despises, telling them not to be so repulsive. Paige figured Matthew Zatala must be the way Erica had addressed Matthew. Good luck, Mrs. Huo, she thought. Each word she spoke caused Matthew's face to darken in anger. Paige added, to be honest, sir, it's also just a joke. You shouldn't take it too seriously. I see. Thank you. You can go now. Leaning against the back of the chair, Matthew thought about how to punish his bold and troublesome wife. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the fact that Matthew had found out the meaning of what she said, Erica gleefully kept herself entertained on Weibo after Ethan fell asleep. She posted a photo of her and Aaron with the caption, Finally, I've met my idol. I'm so happy. However, her face was pixelated and the netizens were mainly focused on Aaron's handsome face. Most of Aaron's female fans were unapologetically envious of her, and one of them commented, It must be nice to have all the connections. Mrs. Huo even has a CLO. Living abroad when the two got married. There will be more chances in the future. Matthew implied that Harmon Liu would have to wait another day. Fortunately, Harmon Liu decided not to make his life miserable and stood up, buttoning his blazer. Fine. I'll be in Y City for a few days. When you have the time, invite Sheffield and Joshua. Let's have some drinks. Sounds like a plan. Bye. Silence befell Matthew's office for about 10 minutes before the door was pushed open from the outside. Erica walked in with baby Ethan wearing a yellow onesie in her arms. Phew. I am so exhausted. This little fellow is getting heavier and heavier. Matthew, come here and take him, Erica said. Matthew put down the pen in his hand, walked over and took over Ethan from her arms. Erica heaved a deep sigh and said, I've got something important to do and I can't bring him with me. Please take care of him. I'll be back soon. Glancing at her, Matthew asked, Where are you going? Oh, I'm going to. Erica paused and told him the first excuse she thought up in her mind. I'm going to see a friend. Matthew caught the look of guilt in the girl's eyes. Obviously, she was lying. I see, he simply said. Thank you. Erica was surprised how easily Matthew had dropped the topic. That's it. Erica was pleasantly surprised. You're welcome, Matthew said. He walked to his desk and sat Ethan down on top. Erica grinned and waved at the baby before she disappeared from Matthew's office. It was only Matthew and the baby in the office. The two stared at each other in silence for a while, before Ethan leaned forward and prostrated himself on the desk. Yes, there was a report from the hospital. Both your mother-in-law and I saw it ourselves. What's going on, Matthew? Why are you asking about all this stuff right now? Wesley asked. Matthew thought it unnecessary to hide anything from him. Dad, can you do me a favor? Go ahead. Can you call Rika now and ask her if she had a cesarean section or a natural labor when she gave birth to Ethan? Matthew asked cautiously. Even for his age, Wesley was sharp as a tack and he understood what was going on at once. Are you suspecting that Ethan isn't Erica's son? Yes. Matthew's intuitive hunches had rarely failed him before. Wesley took a moment to regain his breath as he started to feel dizzy. Hold on a minute. Okay. Meanwhile, when Erica was waiting for Matthew to come out of the bathroom, she suddenly received a call from Blair. Hey, Mom. Rika, were you sleeping? No, I'm still watching a movie. You're watching a horror movie again. Blair knew what she was watching without even having to ask. Yes. I'm waiting for Matthew to join me in the home theater room. How's Ethan doing? He is playing with his toys. I have something to ask you. Go ahead. Erica said curiously. The unsuspecting girl had no idea that her mother was actually acting on behalf of her father. Blair portrayed a casual demeanor to Erica and said, Honey, when you gave birth to Ethan, was it a C-section or a natural labor? I heard that there's a new vaccine on the market. Apparently you can get 2 shots. What? Vaccine? For a C-section or a natural labor? Erica panicked. For natural labor. Then I can't have it. I had a C-section, Erica said, feigning a remorseful tone as she breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's all right. That's all I wanted to know. Don't stay up late, sweetie. Okay. I'll talk to you later. After hanging up the phone, Erica patted her chest. Fortunately, she was quick enough to avert her mom's questions. A few minutes later, Matthew finally returned to the home theater room. Erica sat up and waved at him. Come on. The movie is just about to start. When he walked in, Erica noticed Matthew holding a plate of peeled apple slices and a can of Coke. Erica was touched to see the peeled apple slices. No wonder it took you so long. You were peeling apples for me downstairs. Erica took a bite when Matthew picked up a slice and brought it to her mouth, immediately grabbed the camera and said, Let me carry it for you.
No. I'm fine.
The lens she was using for today was extremely heavy, but she still managed nonetheless. Hyatt, however, disregarded her completely and took the camera away from her to hang it around his neck. Erica was deeply moved by his gesture of kindness. She patted him on the shoulder and said, Thanks, buddy. I owe you a treat for this. Hyatt smiled shyly and said with his head lowered, Thank you, Erica. The classes that morning went smoothly. At noon, when Erica was resting in the dormitory, she realized that the cleanser and toothpaste she kept in the bathroom had been used by someone else. Erica could tell the difference at once because she had bought them just before she started school, and she never stayed over at her dormitory long enough to use them. When her roomie Caitlin Dong, who slept in the bunk below hers, passed by the bathroom door, she found that Erica was staring at the cleanser in a daze. With a hint of guilt in her eyes, the girl came over to her and said, Oh, Erica, I'm so sorry. I forgot to tell you. I bought a new cleanser 2 days ago, and it took me 2 uses to realize that we had bought the same brand. But I haven't used yours again after that. I hope you don't mind. The mystery of the missing cleanser had been solved. Since Erica's doubts were solved, she didn't care too much about it really. She just wanted to maintain a good relationship with her roommates, so she smiled back and said, It doesn't matter. I was just a little confused. That's all. Thank you, Erica. You are so generous. Erica turned on the tap and began to wash her hands. We are in the same dorm. There's no need to be so formal with me, she told her roommate. After having a noon break, they went for their afternoon class, which, as per schedule, was theory of photography and styling. Somehow, Erica managed to get through the class without falling asleep. After that, she walked out of the teaching building with Hyatt. Just as they were passing a corner, they heard a group of girls whispering something among themselves. Erica was not interested in it at first, but she accidentally heard them mention the names of Phoebe and Matthew. That piqued her interest. Immediately, she stopped Hyatt, who was about to turn the corner, and said, "Shush! Wait a moment." The two leaned against the other wall and nonchalantly began to eavesdrop on the girls' discussion. From what they could make out, there were 3 girls in the group. The first one was saying, "Of course I know. I know Phoebe very well. I know that she is the woman in Matthew's heart." The second one exclaimed, "Really? Tell us more." The first one continued, "Matthew and Phoebe have been in love for several years now. However, Erica Lee, the Miss Troublemaker who gave birth to an illegitimate child, intervened in their relationship. Colonel Lee then sought out Mr. Carlos Huo and asked permission to engage their children in wedlock. It is already common knowledge that Colonel Lee and Mr. Carlos Huo have been good friends since before their children were born. How could the former CEO refuse his best friend's request? So he agreed to the marriage. After finding that out, Phoebe had a big fight with Matthew and then married his best friend instead." The third girl chimed in, "Wow, I heard rumors but never expected that it would be such a twisted story. I think Phoebe married Matthew's best friend on purpose just to get revenge on him." The second one agreed, "I think so as well. Is it true that Phoebe is pregnant?" The first one could then be seen shaking her head. "I don't know. I'll ask her and tell you when I find out." Then the second one said, "Let's go now. And we should stay away from that Miss Troublemaker in the future. Hey, what's that on your head? Oh God. It's a spider. There is a spider on your head. What? Where?" The first girl was so frightened when she heard that she stepped back suddenly and lost her balance in the process. She fell down and, judging by her pained groan, also managed to sprain her ankle while doing so. The third girl screamed, Miss Troublemaker, why are you holding some documents?" and told Owen, "I am going to the financial department first. Remember to bring the data with you later." "Yes, Mr. Huo." Matthew entered the elevator with 2 documents in his hands. When he reached the financial department, he discovered 2 employees in the secretary division whose heads were lowered and they were doing something under the table. He took a couple of steps forward and saw that the 2 women were engaged in origami. They were constantly folding a straw-shaped thing back and forth in their hands. Some of the work had been finished and Matthew saw that they were making colorful stars. "What are you doing?" He spoke so suddenly that the 2 employees, who were completely engrossed in their work, got startled severely. When they turned around and saw that it was the CEO of the company himself, their faces turned pale. The straws in their hands fell to the ground. They quickly stood up from their chairs and said, Mr. Huo." Matthew picked up a long and slender plastic tube from the ground and looked at it for a long time. But he couldn't figure out what it was. One of the employees apologized. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Huo. We understand that this was wrong. But we've already finished our work for today. We shouldn't do this at office hours." "Mr. Huo, sorry. What's this?" Matthew interrupted their apology, and his question left them dumbfounded. After a while, the other one told him in a low voice, "This is the plastic tube for folding stars, sir." "Why are you making plastic stars?" The employee blushed. "Tomorrow is my boyfriend's birthday. I want to give these to him." Matthew asked, "How many stars do you want to make?" 999. "What do 999 stars mean?" Matthew asked. The 2 female employees looked at each other and one of them explained, "It's like giving someone 999 roses, but 999 handmade stars mean more. It's a personal gift to the one you love." Owen, who had come downstairs, happened to overhear Matthew talking to the 2 women. "Where did you buy these colorful plastic tubes for folding stars?" he asked. The 2 employees became more and more confused, but they honestly answered his questions anyway. "I can't remember exactly. Still, these plastic straws are pretty cheap. You can find them all over the place." Hearing this, Matthew took out his wallet, pulled out a wad of bills and handed it to the girl on the right. "Buy me 1,000 pieces. I want them on my desk by tomorrow, just before your shift starts. He found the best way to punish the naughty gal who called him Matthew Zatala. The girl stared at the stack of crisp hundreds he held in shock. It must be at least a few grand at least.
No? Y.
Not enough. As he asked, Matthew dipped his hand in his wallet once more. The woman waved her hand and tried to calm herself down. No, Mr. Huo. It's not that expensive. I can buy tons of straws for $1. It's my honor to buy something for you. I'll have it on your desk tomorrow morning. Matthew took a look at the money in his hand, and then handed $1,000 to her. Better use my cash. I'd never ask you to use your own money on something like this. Take it and keep the change. Unable to refuse, the woman took the money and said, Thank you, Mr. Huo. Thanks for your help. Matthew tucked his wallet in his back pocket and left, leaving the 2 female employees stunned. It took them a while to process what just happened. They couldn't help but wonder if Matthew was going to fold stars himself and then give them to someone. As soon as Matthew arrived at the door to the office of the financial manager, his phone began to vibrate in his pocket. He didn't intend to answer it because what he was going to do was very important. But when he saw the caller's ID was the principal from Erica's school, he turned around and slid the answer key at once. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Hello, Mr. Huo. I hope I'm not interrupting your work, but Mrs. Huo caused trouble at school. Matthew felt a headache coming on as he listened to the other man. Meanwhile, Erica and Hyatt had bought a box of fish balls from a street vendor near the school. While they were eating, she got a call from Matthew. Hi, what's up? Come to my office now. Now? That important, huh? Erica was confused. Did Ma G them in her mouth? She looked suspiciously at the thin man. So did you get through it? Matthew looked into her eyes and said, Of course. As long as I set my mind to it, there's nothing I can't do. Erica took another bite of the rice noodles. She found it more and more interesting to chat with Matthew sometimes. Now that you're among the richest men in the world, what else do you want to do besides earning more money? Sleep with you. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Erica was choked by the soup. She couldn't help but cough a few times as the soup was hot with pepper, and she sucked it down the wrong pipe. While coughing, she reached out her hand to Matthew. Water. Help, she said hoarsely. Matthew fetched a glass of warm water for Erica and handed it to her. That was dumb. What did you do that for? Erica felt like she was going to explode. She had no mood to argue with him. She drank a glass of warm water. She felt better, but it still hurt to breathe. She used the tissues one by one, and the trash can was almost full. Matthew took another glass of water and set it beside her. He patted her back gently and said, Sorry, it's my fault. What? She stared at him with her big tearful eyes. Matthew explained, I shouldn't have tried to talk to you while you were eating. I'll pay more attention next time. That's not the point. She paused as she coughed again. Point is that ahem, ahem, ahem. God, I can't catch my breath. She didn't want to die yet. Truth was, she often chatted with others at mealtime, but they never discussed sex. That was pretty taboo, and he offered that suggestion out of the blue. You'll be okay, Matthew said with certainty. He figured she was too stubborn to die. Erica felt better after she quickly gulped down 3 glasses of water. She wiped her tears with a tissue listlessly and cried out, I almost died. Are you all right now? Matthew asked. Yes, much better. Erica grabbed another tissue and blew her nose into it. Matthew placed an internal call and ordered, Ask the cleaner to come to my office. Right away, Mr. Huo. Hanging up the call, Matthew looked at the cup of hot and sour rice noodles and frowned. Do you still want to eat this? Afraid that he would throw it away, Erica quickly took the cup away from him. Yes, I'm gonna eat it. It was such delicious food. Why would she waste it? When the cleaner came in, Erica had just finished eating the last mouthful of rice noodles. The cleaning lady emptied the trash bag, which was full of used tissues, and replaced the bin with a new bag. She also made sure to leave a new box of tissues on the desk. Once the 2 of them were left alone in the office again, Erica told Matthew with a serious expression. That was not funny at all. He nodded. Of course it wasn't. After all, it was not a joke. Erica gawked at him. He was straightforward. She didn't know what to say. Why, you said you would respect my wish. Yes, I will respect your wish. His promise relieved her. Okay, but why did you want me to come here? He looked at her sternly. Ask yourself what you had done at school and why you were reported by 3 of your schoolmates, Matthew said flatly. Erica understood at once. Those 3 girls had reported her to the principal. She scoffed disapprovingly. They spoke ill of me behind my back and talked trash about you too. I only scared them a little. It was just spiders. You should have seen their faces. They turned pale at the sight of it. Cowards. Matthew sighed. Is this woman too bold, or are the others just too timid? He wondered. I see. Then how did one of the girls sprain her ankle? The principal had told him that the girl had broken bones too. That had nothing to do with me. She twisted her ankle when she stepped back in fear. And she got so scared that she ended up wetting her pants. Erica chuckled under her breath at first. But the more a boyfriend. We met at the airport and he took me home. Matthew's lips curled upwards. You think I would believe that? Erica put her arms around his neck and fawned on him with a flirty smile. Of course you'll believe me. I'm your wife. You must believe everything I say. Matthew smirked. Haven't you always wanted to divorce me? Of course not. My husband, Matthew Huo, is the most handsome, smart and talented man in the world. Your charm can't be resisted. Could there ever be another perfect man like you? Erica calmly buttered him up. The man's eyes filled with disgust. Do you always flatter people like this? Erica wasn't ashamed by his words. She lied to his face again. I don't give a damn about flattering anyone. I was really just praising you. Matthew didn't say anything. Usually it was men who always lied to women. But in his case it was the other way round. His wife was full of lies. But he didn't want to continue this charade anymore. He changed the topic. What do you want for dinner? What else can you cook? You want me to cook for you again? He wondered if he was being too good to this woman. It was making her bolder by the day. Erica grinned. Okay. Treat me to hot pot. He raised his eyebrows. Why would I treat you? Because I'm stingy. She laughed cunningly in her mind. Because it's expensive. If you want me to treat you, I can buy you a bowl of Liuzhou river snails rice noodles. What is that? Erica was shocked to hear Matthew's question. What? You've never heard of Liuzhou river snails rice noodles asterisk? Asterisk Tian. Liuzhou river snails rice noodles is the most famous local delicacy of Liuzhou, Guangxi, China. Erica held his face in her palms and added, That's so sad. Let's go. I'll take you out for some smelly, yummy river snails rice noodles. Trust me, the first taste will keep you coming back for more. Matthew had already lost his appetite when he heard the word smelly. He grabbed Erica's hand as she was pulling him up and stopped her. Let's just eat at home. Erica smiled innocently and said, I'm too embarrassed to ask you to cook for me. Matthew hid his gritted teeth behind a cheerful facade and said, It would be my honor to be Mrs. Huo's cook. I'm flattered, Mr. Huo. Erica replied with a grin on her face. In a country. The next morning after talking to Matthew on the phone, Wesley had someone look into the files of the obstetrics and gynecology department in a private hospital in a country. Unfortunately, his contact couldn't find any files with Erica's medical record. In fact, much to their surprise, there wasn't even a single trace of Erica in any other department. While Erica was eating hot and sour rice noodles in Matthew's office, Wesley went to the office of the private hospital's president. He showed the man the original copy of the colored ultrasound report Erica had shown him and Blair when she had announced her pregnancy to them. The president was an old man who adjusted his glasses, looked at the colored ultrasound report and asked Wesley curiously, Wesley, you didn't know about it? Wesley found the man's question to be pointless. If Wesley had known about it, why would he be standing there in his office? After getting no response from Wesley, the old president of the hospital paused to think for a while and then said, Erica told me that you asked her to come to me for a fake-colored ultrasound report. I didn't think to interrogate her because she said it was urgent. The old president had a good relationship with Baldwin. In fact, he had watched Erica grow up with his own eyes. When Erica mentioned Wesley's name, he acted at once without even thinking about anything else. There was, however, a doubt in his heart as to why a child would want a fake-colored ultrasound report, but it wasn't enough to change his mind. As he looked at Wesley's livid face, the president soon realized that Wesley must have been deceived by his daughter. Thinking back to that day, the old president realized that Erica's excuse had many loopholes in it, but he just didn't think too much of it. Bac. Or rebellious she will be, okay? It's better to be rebellious. At least then, she won't be bullied by others when we are not at her side. Wesley was deeply impressed by Matthew's words. Once again, he felt assured that marrying Erica to Matthew was the right choice. Suffice it to say, he was deeply pleased with his son-in-law. After hanging up, Matthew put his phone away to wash his hands so he could continue cutting the vegetables. Suddenly, he noticed Erica standing next to the kitchen counter, staring at him with one hand rubbing her chin curiously. He asked, "What's up? Who were you talking to? Why do you sound so happy?" All Erica heard before Matthew hung up was the man saying goodbye to someone. Matthew remained silent while he turned on the tap and washed his hands. Then he answered, "I've uncovered a mystery." "What mystery?" Erica's interest was piqued. He deliberately pretended to be vague. "A mystery about a girl." "A girl? Which girl? Do I know her?" "Take a guess." "Guess." Erica pouted, quickly becoming disenchanted with this game. Just as she had opened her mouth to say something, her phone rang in her pocket. "Mom!" It was Blair. "Rika, what are you doing?" "I'm waiting for dinner." Erica sounded bored when she replied, "I have something to tell you. Listen carefully."
I'm listening.
"Have you and Matthew slept together yet?" "Huh." Erica blinked her eyes curiously. "Yes, I have. We sleep in the same bed every night." Meanwhile, Matthew was alerted by Erica's answer. "That's not what I asked. I mean..." Blair got a little frustrated, sensing her daughter's confusion. Needless to say, she felt embarrassed to talk to her daughter about this topic. "Have you and Matthew done it yet?" "What are you talking about?" Erica asked. As her eyes quickly glanced at Matthew, who was busy cooking for her, she was charmed at how handsome and thoughtful he looked while cooking. "Do you really not understand what I am trying to say?" Blair's annoyance was getting obvious at this point. Even as a mother, Blair was beginning to have doubts as to whether her daughter really belonged in the 21st century or not. "Understand what? Mom, why are you being so weird? What are you trying to say?" Putting down the kitchen knife in his hand, Matthew looked at Erica and said calmly, "Mom wants to know if we've had slept together yet." "Oh, but I told her that we sleep." Erica paused, finally realizing what her mom was trying to say, and quickly explained, "No, we haven't. I mean, we share the same bed every night. That's all. We didn't do anything else." It was just as Blair had guessed. "Why have you not slept together yet?" she asked. "Huh? Why?" Erica, ridden with guilt, looked at Matthew and said, "Here is the thing. Matthew is a gentleman, and he said that he would respect my boundaries." Matthew put the bowl of freshly washed vegetables aside and drew closer to Erica without being noticed. Then he said, "Don't make me sound like such a good guy. I'm not as good as you think." Erica was dumbstruck. "But that's exactly what you said." "Yes, I said it, but in that situation I had no choice." Matthew turned around and grabbed the bowl full of vegetables. Blair had heard Matthew's words clearly, and she closed her eyes, trying to suppress her anger.
Erika Lee.
Sensing her mother's displeasure, Erica's eyes widened. She glared at Matthew and said, "Mom, I heard you. You don't need to yell. Are you trying to piss me off? Why haven't you consummated your marriage yet? Were you pretending to be shy the whole time? Matthew is your husband. I don't understand why you're behaving like this." Listen, I want you to get pregnant in 2 months. Blair spoke in a tone similar to Wesley's. Perhaps in the years they had spent together, some of their traits had rubbed off on each other. 2 months. Erica couldn't believe her ears. Yes, Blair said firmly. Erica stood still in a daze. Mom, I'm still a student. She wondered why her mother had come up with such a terrible idea all of a sudden. Most importantly, why was she rushing her to have Matthew's baby? That's not a problem. College St. Back and found the girl. She was sitting on the carpet and looking through her work on the camera. Next to her was a glass of red wine she had just taken a sip out of. When she noticed him, Erica greeted him casually. You're back home early today. The man loosened his tie and threw the bag in his hand to her. Erica looked at him curiously and said, What's this? Your punishment. Punishment? What did I do wrong? I've been nothing but a good girl. Erica rummaged through the bag and found some plastic straws. Where did the mighty Mr. Huo get these? She wondered. The man half squatted in front of her and looked at her. Erica Zatala, now you have 2 choices. 1 fold 999 stars, 2. He gestured at the bed with his eyes and continued, Sleep with me. Zatala. Erica's face was stuck in an incredulous expression. Did he figure out what Matthew Zatala meant? Sleep with you? I don't think so, she replied. Despite Blair's insistence, Erica had no intentions of fulfilling her mother's wishes just yet. Then make 999 stars with these straws, Matthew said. The punishment seemed pointless to her as folding stars was a very easy task, but the only problem was that she didn't have the patience for it. No problem. But what do you need so many stars for? Matthew looked at her in silence. After a long while, he said indifferently, I want to give them to somebody as a gift. Erica pursed her lip disapprovingly. So he wants me to make something for his sweetheart, but he doesn't want to do the hard work. No wonder the woman he likes hasn't agreed to be with him yet. And so it began. Erica began to fold stars every moment of the day she got. Except for when she was in class, she would always carry those plastic straws with her and fold stars whenever she got the chance. After folding about 200 stars, her fingers began to turn red due to the effort. By the time Matthew noticed her red fingers, Erica had already made 519 pieces. He took her hands into his own and looked at her fingers carefully. Without hesitation, he took away all the remaining plastic tubes from her. That's enough. You don't need to fold the rest, he said. But I've already made more than 500 of them. I am at 519 now. If I don't complete the set, my efforts will be wasted. Hearing that, Matthew took 2 plastic tubes and handed them to her. All right. Then you can fold only 2 more. But that's it. Why 2? Then there'll be 521. 521? The number means, I love you. Is he finally going to confess his love to his goddess? She thought. Anyway, whatever was going on had nothing to do with her. He was just going to give them to his goddess, and most likely that mysterious woman was Phoebe. All Erica needed to do was finish her task. To be more considerate before handing over the stars to him, Erica even went out and bought a glass jar. She put all the folded stars into it, and they looked really beautiful. Satisfied, she ran to the study to find Matthew with the glass jar in her hands. She could see very clearly that Matthew was very satisfied with the finished work. There was even a trace of smile in his eyes. Leave it here. You can go get some rest now. He didn't even thank me. He just said go away. Erica pouted her lips. After the door of the study was finally closed behind her, Matthew looked at the glass jar Erica had brought with tenderness in his eyes. He opened the safe and carefully put it in. But instead of locking the safe after it, he took out a photo from it. It was a photo of a girl with her hair tied in a ponytail. Her face was a bit baby fat and she appeared to be a teenager. In this particular photo, she could be seen standing in the sun with her hands on her hips and laughing wildly at the sky. The bright and lovely smile went straight into his heart. At that moment, the door of the study was suddenly opened once again. A little head stuck out from the crack. "Hey, I have something else to ask you," Erica called out. "Why?" Rope of policemen and a little girl were left at the spot. The entire place was in a mess. "Chief, what about her?" One of the uniformed officers pointed at the girl who was sitting on the stone bench by the side and asked. Gifford glanced at the girl. She seemed to be in her early 20s. Her clothes were torn and disheveled after being held hostage by the gangsters for 3 days. Her face was covered with mud, and her face could not be seen clearly, but the stubbornness in her clean and clear eyes would have reminded anyone of Erica, if they knew the latter. Gifford stubbed out the cigarette in his hand, exhaled the last smoke and asked the girl, "What's your name?" The girl was drawing circles on the ground with a branch. Hearing his question, she looked up at him and said, "Chantelye. How old are you?" Chantelye frowned slightly but still answered, 20. Gifford noticed her impatience. He smirked. She looked exactly like his little sister. "Where is your family?" Thanks to Erica, he had developed quite an understanding of dealing with little girls. In his opinion, there was no other girl in the world more difficult to deal with than Erica. This time, after a pause, she replied expressionlessly, "Dead." "Dead? All of them?" "Yes." After a short silence, Gifford asked, "What are you going to do now?" Staring at the green military uniform he was wearing, Chantelye said softly, "Bury my grandfather first, then feed his chickens at home." "Your grandpa just died? 2 days ago. Are you going to feed the chickens for the rest of your life?" "Well, yes. I don't know anything else. I never went to college," Chantel replied. She grew up in a remote village, and her family was one of the poorest in that community. She didn't have the money to attend college in the city. Her parents had passed away long ago, and she'd been taking care of her grandfather until he died 2 days ago. So, she simply gave up on the idea of going to college. After pondering this for a while, Gifford blurted out, "Do you want to go with me?" Chantel's eyes widened in surprise. Gifford explained to her, "Let's get out of here, the village, I mean. I'll help you find a place to stay. It's better than staying here and feeding chickens." "But I can't do anything except farm work." "Can you wash clothes, cook and clean?" "Of course. I mean, yes. Those are basic maid skills. You could draw a paycheck on those." "But what about Grandpa's chickens?" Chantel's grandfather had raised hundreds of chickens, and they were almost mature enough to be sold. Gifford said helplessly, "Give them all to the villagers. Do you want to take all those chickens with you?" The girl didn't know what to say. Soon, Gifford asked someone to bury Chantel's grandfather, and then gave all her chickens away to the other villagers. He didn't have to ask twice. At last, he left the village with the girl, and without the chickens. Chantel left the village with Gifford. On that fateful day, she never would have imagined that she'd moved to a big city. And never in her wildest dreams would she expect to become an international figure in the future. At Lee family house. The moment Blair saw Chantel, she suddenly lost her interest in the baby Ethan. She immediately handed off the boy to Wesley, who had to struggle to adjust his arms to cradle the child. He'd been caught off guard. Blair half walked / half ran over to her son and the girl, a big smile on her face. "So, you finally have a girlfriend. I'm so excited." Gifford was already 32 years old, and hadn't found a girlfriend yet. She was close to arranging blind dates for him. Although the girl in front of her was dirty all over, she might look pretty after a good shower. Wesley couldn't help blaming Gifford. "What did you do to her? Why don't you show her where the shower is?" His mood now gloomy, Gifford tried to explain. "It's not what you think. I was on a mission and she was taken hostage. I rescued her. It would be fun to have a sister to play with when I'm there. Or a brother. I'm not picky."
Erika Lee.
Blair was so angry that she wanted to beat Erica with a broom. Before her mother said anything they'd both regret, Erica had hung up the phone immediately. At ZL Group, Erica pointed the camera at her husband, who was hard at work and didn't even lift his head. "Matthew, come on, say cheese." The man didn't raise his head. "I don't like having my picture taken." But my teacher asked us to hand in some portrait studies by tomorrow. Just one pic. Please. She'd never met a more photogenic man in her life. It was like he made love to the camera. If she got a pic of the ultra-handsome Matthew, she'd get high marks for sure. No way. Matthew refused bluntly. Erica thought for a while. Wait. He told me I should be more persuasive if I ask him for help. At the thought of it, Erica put the camera on his desk, sat on his lap, wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him on the lips. In fact, she felt so gloomy. Why couldn't Matthew just help her once without asking anything in return? Damn it. No wonder he's a businessman. Everything he does for someone has a price tag of some sort. But no, it's not equal at all. He takes advantage of me every time. He's such a horn dog, she thought angrily. Satisfied with what Erica had done, Matthew wrapped his arms around her waist in response. 3 minutes later, Matthew whispered in her ear, Mrs. Huo, do you want to wrap me around your little finger? And you can do whatever you want. His voice was hoarse and tempting. I can have him wrapped around my little finger? And I'll be able to do whatever I want? Is that even possible? Erica wondered suspiciously. Nonetheless, she nodded eagerly. Of course I want to. Matthew tightened his arms around her waist. As he stared at her red lips, his Adam's apple bobbed in his throat. Mrs. Huo, if you give birth to a baby for me, I'll make you the most powerful person in Y City in everyone's eyes, even mine. What do you think? Well, Erica trailed off thoughtfully. After a moment of hesitation, she said, but I don't want to have a baby now. The truth was she was afraid of death. Tessie had died while giving birth to Ethan. What if Erica met the same fate as her? Who would inherit her billions of wealth if she died? It doesn't matter if you don't want to have a baby right now. I won't force you. But we can start practicing for it. Erica, of course, knew what he meant by practicing. She shifted uncomfortably on his lap like she was sitting on pins and needles. No. I just want to take pictures of you. Matthew wasn't in a hurry. He just played with her hand and said, think it over, Mrs. Huo. If you become the most powerful person in my eyes, you can not only take photos of me with clothes on, but also with them off. You can make me your nude model. Erica stared at him with her mouth agape. Mr. Huo, can't you be more reserved? She thought to herself. It was not until then that she realized how badly he wanted to sleep with her. However, she was really not ready for it now. She pinched his cheek in mock anger and said, Matthew Huo, you just want to trick me into having your baby. Her mother had already been nagging at her to have a baby recently, and now this man was also doing the same. There was no way she would fall into their trap. Matthew shook his head. How can you say I'm tricking you? Isn't it normal for a woman to have her husband's baby? It's normal, but... Erica didn't know how to explain the uneasiness she felt in her heart, even after pondering it over for a while. Forget it. I don't want to think about this anymore. She thought and finally decided to change the topic. Out loud, she said, forget it. I won't take pictures of you anymore. Have you finished your work? Make macarons for me once you do. Matthew felt helpless all of a sudden. As far as he knew, Erica was usually a little naive and stupid. Why was she being so wary? After taking a phone call, he found Sheffield trying to persuade Matthew. Since you're already married to Rika, why don't you try to like her? Of course, no one but Sheffield knew the true motive behind his words. Glancing at Sheffield, Matthew put down his glass and said, she was willing to have another man's baby, which means that she loves him very much. Do you think I will humiliate myself? That was what he had thought at the beginning. No, Matthew, you're wrong. Sheffield argued. When Matthew didn't reply, he continued. How can you say that you're humiliating yourself? It's true that Erica gave birth to another man's child, but that's in the past. Everyone has a past, right? We all know that she is a simple-minded woman. The biological father never showed up after the child was born, so it's obvious that she fell for a bad man. As long as she is willing to let go of the past and live happily with you, you should cherish her. You're wrong. Ethan's biological father did show up. He just met her and the baby a few days ago, Matthew corrected Sheffield with a thin smile on his lips. Sheffield was taken aback after hearing this. He showed up? So your rival in love has appeared? Were you there then? What happened? Guess. Sheffield rolled his eyes at him. You're so childish. Fine, I'll entertain you. I think that you were there too. Your rival probably said that he came to see the child, but in fact, he wanted to get Rika back. Harmon looked at Sheffield with a smile. How dare you poke your nose into Matthew's private affairs? You haven't had enough of kneeling down on a keyboard. Sheffield was often punished by his wife to kneel on the keyboard, which was known to all of his friends. He put his hand on Matthew's shoulder and told Harmon with a cheeky smile, I'm doing this because I care about Matthew's happiness. He'll understand, I'm sure. Take your hand off me, said Matthew deadpan as he looked at the hand. Geez, you're such a neat freak just like your sister. You two have got germophobia, I tell you. You're sick in the head. With that, Sheffield shuffled a ways off, retrieved his glass and took a sip. As soon as his back was turned, Matthew took out his phone and sent his sister a text. Sis, my brother-in-law said that you're a germaphobe, and that you're probably a neurotic. When Evelyn saw the message, she replied, It doesn't matter. I'll have a talk with him when he gets back home. Meanwhile, Sheffield, who knew nothing about this, was still chatting happily with Harmon. At 11 o'clock that evening, Erica was lying on her bed, playing with her phone. Out of the blue, she got a call from Sheffield who said, Rika, Matthew is drunk. Can you come by and pick him up? Drunk again? Thought Erica, frowning. She took no time at all to decide what to answer. No, not a chance. I can't drive. Ask his assistant to come pick him up. The memory of what had happened the last time she'd gone to pick him up loomed large in Erica's mind. Trying again would surely lead to disaster. Besides, she was still angry and didn't want to see Matthew. Meanwhile, Sheffield wished the best for Erica and Matthew. He saw this as a good opportunity for the couple to improve their relationship. Since Erica didn't seem to realize this, he said, Rika, why are you being silly? You know, if you don't come and see him, what if that gives other women the chance to do so? Just come over. When you pick up Matthew, I'll arrange for someone to drive you both back. Erica's words were heavy and gloomy. It doesn't matter whether I go see him or not. Other women will have the chance to get close to him either way. That made Sheffield feel anxious. How could that be possible? There are only the three of us here right now, all men. Now come here quickly. I will keep an eye on him until you arrive. I promise no other woman will come near him. Erica grumbled something and hung up. A moment of fretting came and went, and she slid from the bed. She went to the walk-in closet, changed into the first top she saw, and left the villa. It was really a pain to have a husband who was incapable of holding his liquor. After hanging up the phone, Sheffield looked over at Matthew, who had his eyes closed. You're so pitiful, Sheffield said quietly, trying to sound sympathetic. First you're fat. Yeah. Matthew Zatala, look, she shouted over the wind. That's the country I have built for you. Then she put her hands on her hips and laughed wildly. Her husband stared at her, mortified. She had come to pick him up in the midst of his drunkenness, but now look at her. Compared to this madwoman, Matthew seemed completely sober. For a moment he stared up at her in silence, and tenderness began to show in his deep eyes. A blast of cold wind brought him back to himself. Erica, come down. Erica stretched both arms out to him. Carry me down. Are you? Matthew started. He was meaning to say, Are you trying to earn a good beating for yourself? But even as he spoke, Erica began to lean backward on the balls of her feet, as though to let herself fall over the edge. Matthew's heart practically exploded as he leaped onto the wall beside her, where he caught her around the waist. How dare you jump? He scolded, furious. But Erica was not afraid of him. If you dared to catch me, why should I not dare to jump? She giggled, having never doubted that he would catch her. After all, if she got hurt, both of their fathers would hold him responsible, regardless of the circumstances. That was why she felt confident enough to push Matthew's buttons. Matthew helped her back down to the ground, only then to sweep her up in his arms and carry her back toward the car. "I'm going to settle accounts with you when we get home," he hissed. "Then I don't want to go home," Erica retorted, squirming to get out of his arms. Sighing, Matthew gave in and softened his tone. "No, I was just kidding. I won't settle accounts with you." "Now that's more like it." With that, Erica closed her eyes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and buried her face in his arms. He didn't miss the triumphant smile on her face. At the Pearl Villa district. As soon as they arrived home, Erica was ready to crash. She kicked off her shoes and rushed upstairs like a freed husky. By the time Matthew changed into his slippers, Erica had already disappeared at the corner of the stairs. When he got up the stairs and reached the 3rd floor, there was pin-drop silence. As he pushed the bedroom door open, suddenly a figure jumped out of the corner and shouted, "Ha!" Matthew leapt in the air as he had not expected that, and his heart palpitated non-stop. Erica felt overjoyed as she realized that her trick had worked. The man closed his eyes in resignation, gnashed his teeth and snarled, "Erica Lee! What? I'm going to bed." Erica disregarded his anger and ran for the bed. Every time she laid eyes on the bed, she found it harder to keep her drowsy eyes open. She unbuttoned her coat and hurled it on the sofa, closely followed by her sweater and trousers. It was almost as though Matthew wasn't standing in front of her the whole time. Perhaps she trusted him so much that she had no problems of sleeping in the nude even when he was there. Matthew's eyes darkened as he watched this scene unfold before his very eyes. The girl threw the last piece of clothing she had on the sofa and quickly jumped into bed. How could she fall asleep just like that? I don't know how she can be so carefree and frivolous. Putting his tie aside, Matthew went straight to the bed and sat down. "Erica." Erica opened one eye and looked at him. "What?" Grabbing her hands, he leaned over and kissed her luscious red lips. A few minutes later, the sound of someone crying in the bedroom was heard. "Didn't you say that you would respect my boundaries? You promised that you wouldn't force me. What do you call pressing me down now and not allowing me to resist? You are a liar." Matthew loosened his grip on her wrist, kissed her on the corner of her eyes, and said nothing. "I want an apology. Don't try to take advantage of the fact that I've had a few drinks. It'll take more than a couple of drinks to get me drunk. In fact, I'm very sober right now." Although she wasn't particularly good at drinking, Erica was able to handle her liquor better than most women. She never had trouble sleeping after a night out, and unlike her mother, she wouldn't ask for waha after drinking. Matthew wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and whispered, "D given him in the past." The man sighed inwardly, and his eyes returned to their usual cold selves as he glared at the men in front of him. Although the distance between them wasn't a lot, under the dim lights on both sides of the road, Matthew could only vaguely make out a blonde-haired man in his 20s. When the other 3 men who had been lying on the ground saw Erica's rescue party, they helped each other up and shouted at Matthew, "Hand that woman over to us." Erica snuggled in Matthew's loving embrace and raised her head to look at him. "I caught them dealing on the streets." Erica's misfortunes just wouldn't give her a break. Just before she could hail a taxi and make her escape, she accidentally bumped into this group of thugs engaged in some kind of illegal activities at the end of the bridge. The poor girl was spotted staring at them, and that was enough to warrant her capture. Matthew put his arm around her shoulder and gently patted her on the back. "I see." The 4 men on the other side began to approach the outnumbered couple with confidence. "Do you hear me? Hand her over to us," one of them demanded. Matthew stood still, completely disregarding the man's words as he kept patting on Erica's back. Despite the advantage in numbers, the men felt a sense of apprehension when they looked at Matthew's soul-piercing eyes. Suddenly Matthew said, "I dare you to say that again." The men looked at each other in utter bafflement. Frightened by Matthew's cold eyes, they contemplated their next course of action. "Ted, why don't we just let it go?" one of them whispered. "Fine. Forget it." The man called Ted cast a sideways glance at the black Emperor car not too far away. He caught a glimpse of the man standing in front of them and a sudden chill went down his spine. Tiny beads of sweat breaking out of his hands and face indicated his earnest wish to retreat. However, a tall, lanky figure from one of the men standing behind him persisted. He gave Ted a pat on the back and whispered, "We can't just let her go. If that woman calls the police, it's all over." Just as the four bandits were hesitating, about 7 or 8 cars pulled over right in front of them. In an instant, more than a dozen bodyguards, all dressed in black, burst out of the cars, guns fully locked and loaded. The man in charge ran over to Matthew, while his subordinates followed and bowed his head before him. "Mr. Huo, I apologize to you on behalf of my men for being late." Glancing at the 4 bandits, Matthew ordered in a cold voice, "These guys have made the big mistake of scaring my wife. I want you to get rid of them all." "Yes, Mr. Huo." Matthew then guided Erica, who kept looking back, into the Emperor car. On the way, Erica repeated the same question a few times. "What are you going to do with them?" Matthew didn't answer her at first. After his patience had run out, he finally answered, "That's none of my concern." "What do you mean it's none of your concern? You're the one who gave the order." He looked at her with indifference and said, "I'm not getting my hands dirty. What happens to them has nothing to do with me." Erica sighed in defeat. It seemed pointless to go around in circles on the matter. When they returned to the villa, Erica suddenly remembered what had happened in the bedroom just now. She blushed and clutched at the corners of her dress, seemingly ashamed. "I want to sleep in the dormitory tonight." She was quite shaken up by him. She was so out of it at the time that he almost succeeded in doing what he wanted to do. "There's no need to avoid me. I'm going on a business trip tomorrow. I won't be back until next week. Go upstairs and get some sleep." Matthew wanted to tell her about his trip, but he didn't have the chance to tell her as they had ended up getting into an argument. "What? Why is it so sudden?" Ignoring her this time, Matthew turned around and went upstairs with an extremely cold attitude. Just as Matthew had said, they slept as usual that night, and he disappeared the next morning. Soon it was time to hand-eye. Yes, even the clothes he was wearing were the same color as the clothes Hyatt had worn when Erica had photographed him that day. As Erica had retouched the pictures a lot, it was hard to tell whether it was Hyatt or Caitlin's boyfriend in them. Professor Feng's face darkened. "Erica Lee, please sit down first. I want to see you in my office after class." But Erica wouldn't give in. She continued to ask Caitlin, "Where did you take the photos? What kind of lens did you use? Who can testify?" Caitlin answered her questions smoothly. "Well, if you have to know. It was taken on the archaic street near the school. I can tell you the house number, it's number 88. No one has lived in that small yard for a long time, so I filtered the photo into the retro film style. I used the new universal zoom lens T14 produced by Blue Sky Technology." Everything Caitlin had said was true word by word. Indeed, Erica and Hyatt had taken the photos at the exact same address Caitlin had mentioned. After all, Hyatt's generally shy and meek disposition wouldn't allow him to be a model in public. As such, Erica had to find a quiet place for him to shoot. Therefore, she chose an abandoned courtyard. Erica remained unfazed. "Can you show us the original pictures?" "Of course. And what about you? Since you're claiming that it's your work, why don't you show yours to everyone?" Caitlin looked at Erica with eagerness as she picked up her camera. Erica responded immediately by opening her camera directory and finding the album. However, when Erica scrolled through her camera, she was stunned as though struck by lightning. All the photos of Hyatt in her camera were gone. Unfortunately, while Erica still couldn't find the original photos in her camera album, Caitlin had already asked Professor Feng to connect her camera to the big screen. After a thorough comparison between Caitlin's original pictures with the retouched ones on the screen, everyone was convinced that she wasn't lying. The photo chosen for one of the 10 most outstanding pieces of work in photography undoubtedly belonged to Caitlin. There was another reason why Caitlin was able to copy Erica's photos. When Erica took pictures of Hyatt, she kept his face out of focus as he felt shy most of the time, showing hardly even the side of his face. Erica was scrambling to analyze the facts in her mind. Eventually she came to the conclusion that Caitlin must have copied her original photographs, then recreated them with her boyfriend. Caitlin had it all planned out. She knew that she couldn't simply claim ownership over Erica's photos because even if Hyatt and Caitlin's boyfriend shared similar facial features, they weren't identical. Also, since Erica had edited and retouched the pictures before she handed them in, the end result looked far different from the original ones. From the looks of it, these factors made it easier for Caitlin to put her own signature under Erica's work. Professor Fong looked at Erica and asked, "Caitlin Dong has shown her evidence. So where are your original pictures?" Erica answered honestly, "Someone has deleted my pictures." She racked her brains but couldn't figure out who had touched her camera besides Hyatt. Of course, Hyatt couldn't be the one who had set her up, as he was now sitting next to her, looking more anxious than anyone in the room. He might have been a little simple, but he wouldn't conspire with others to frame her. There were, however, other potential suspects. Erica had sent the photos to the monitor first, who had sent them to Professor Fong. Could it be the professor? Or could it be the monitor who had been holding a candle to the devil? All of a sudden, it occurred to Erica that Caitlin's boyfriend was none other than Luther Guo, their class monitor. Erica was now, without a shred of a doubt, certain that Luther Guo and Caitlin were in cahoots together. Burning red with anger, Professor Fong threw the remote control on the desk. His eyes looked like they would pop out of their sockets. "Let's move on and continue with our class. You two sit down first." Judging by the way the professor looked at Erica, it was clear the king her brains to find out who else she could turn to for help except Matthew. It only took 3 minutes for Erica to think of someone else who could help her. Her brother-in-law, Evelyn's husband. Erica was so glad to have thought of him. She almost burst into tears. A long time ago, Terilyn accidentally told her that Sheffield was actually a very talented hacker. Erica wasn't able to think of Sheffield, because Terilyn had made her promise not to tell anyone about his hacking skills. Clutching the laptop to her chest, Erica ran out of the classroom again, without word or warning. Before leaving, however, she looked at Caitlin and said, "Just wait. I'll make sure everyone sees your real face before the end of the class." The smile on Caitlin's face froze. Erica seemed quite confident. It seemed as though she had found a solution. After Erica left the classroom, Caitlin took out her phone and sent a message to her cousin. "It looks like Erica has found a solution. What should I do?" 2 minutes later, her cousin replied, "If you really think that she has the evidence to prove it, you have to apologize to her as soon as possible. She is a person who can be persuaded by reason but not be cowed by force. Remember to say that you only did it because you weren't as good a photographer as she was." Caitlin disagreed. "How will I ever show my face in front of Erica if I apologize to her? Listen to me. I'll take you shopping tomorrow. I'll buy you whatever you want." "All right." Caitlin reluctantly agreed. Erica found a quiet place and dialed Evelyn's number, slowly putting down the laptop from her hand. "Hey, it's me, Erica." Evelyn knew it was her. "What's up, Erica? Is my brother-in-law around? I need his help," Erica said urgently. Matthew was on a business trip, so Evelyn was filling in for him at CL Group, while Sheffield was at Theo Group.
No.
"What's going on? Something happened?" Evelyn asked. "Yeah, someone messed with my computer. Something important is gone. I'm betting Sheffield could fix this." "Oh, so it's about the computer." "Yeah, he's the guy to call. Since you're a relative, he wouldn't mind if you called him directly. You have his number." Erica thought for a while. Sheffield called her the other night, so she figured she should be able to find his number in the call log.
Ido.
"Thanks, Evelyn. I'll give him a ring." "Okay." 5 minutes later, Erica finally understood what had happened. Someone hacked into her computer. They got in through the webcam and had unleashed some malicious code on her system. It crawled through her hard drive, stealing her photos and deleting the email to Luther. She walked back into the classroom, laptop tucked under her arm. The moment she stepped into the lecture hall, the class was over and the bell rang. Damn it! Everyone had to be there to hear her explanation. An explanation does little good if there are no ears to hear it. Erica quickly ran to the back door and closed it. Then she went back to the front door and walked into the classroom to tell everyone who was about to leave. Everyone stay where you're at. I found the evidence. A classmate expressed his dissatisfaction loudly. So what? Why do we care anything about evidence? Let me outta here. I got things to do. Right. You're so weird. Another classmate shouted. Putting the computer on the podium, Erica said loudly, I'm going to clear my name. I don't want people dragging my name through the dirt. I didn't hand in Aaron Gao's photos and my work was stolen. I can prove it now. Listen up, okay? The people who were protesting all fell silent. They knew Erica was right. They would spread it about like any other rumor. After all, it was related to Mrs. Huo, and she was a person of interest. Erica turned to Professor Feng and threatened him. Professor Feng, you're our teacher. Because of this, you're responsible to the students. You could have shut this down and you didn't. Matthew waited until evening, but still hadn't heard from Erica. He called Owen to ask about it, and then he realized that Erica had solved it by herself. Owen also told him exactly how things played out. As soon as Owen was done talking to him, a name popped into Matthew's head. The remote control of Erica's laptop, the restoration of files. Matthew knew who had helped her. He took out his phone and called Sheffield. Do you have too much time on your hands? He growled into the phone. Sheffield was confused. Not really. I'm getting busier and busier these days. Looking forward to Godwin growing up and taking my place, so I can focus on being a professional gigolo. Well, what you do on your own time is your business. And I suggest you mind your own business, or I might just make you busier. Matthew said coldly and hung up the phone. Mind my own business? When did I get involved in his business? He wondered. After staring at his phone for a long time, Sheffield finally figured out why Matthew was sullen. He helped Erica out and Matthew got jealous. Matthew's technical skills were just as good as a professional hacker. The trouble that Erica ran into was a piece of cake for two men with their skills. But Erica went to him for help. He'd be surprised if Matthew weren't jealous. He wanted to be the one his wife relied on. Shaking his head helplessly, Sheffield thought, Erica, I knew you'd be trouble and I was right. Matthew was definitely not the forgiving type. He'd find a way to get back at Sheffield for this. With Matthew not at home, Erica simply did not have the courage to watch horror movies by herself. She would be alone in the villa and therefore, horror wasn't a good idea. Apart from focusing on her classes, she mostly hung out with Hyatt, who was the only good friend she had. Matthew had left on his business trip 4 days ago, and Erica was yet to receive a call from him. He hadn't even texted her once. The more Erica thought about it, the angrier she became. But this anger was all she had. There was nothing else for her to do. Without Matthew around, she was bored. Some respite from the loneliness came in the form of Debbie and Carlos's return to Y City. That evening, Debbie came to see her. The two women hadn't seen each other in a long time. They hugged each other and then walked inside, talking excitedly and choosing a new topic every step of the way. Debbie was carrying a suitcase full of gifts for Erica. She couldn't wait to show her everything she'd got. And when she found out that she was going to have to repack and get it upstairs if she opened it downstairs first, she directly took the elevator to the bedroom. There was no point opening it twice and ruining the surprise. Come and see what I got for you, she told Erica excitedly. What is it? Erica asked, curious. So many things. Come on. Tell me you like them or not. Erica watched her mother-in-law open the suitcase and saw that she wasn't lying. There really was everything in it. Food, clothing, knickknacks, everything she could need. Try this camisole on. Do you like it? Debbie excitedly brought out a nightdress in the color of red wine and handed it to her. But the color seemed a bit dull and formal. Erica hesitated for a second. After seeing the style, she refused. Mom, this is not my style. I think Evelyn would like it more. It was obviously a mature woman's style. But Debbie stopped her from saying anything else.
No.
I bought it for you. I know it's not your style, but hear me out, okay? Every man wants his woman to be sexy and charming. You can't always wear cartoon-based pajamas in front of Matthew. You have to change your style occasionally. But Mom, I won't even look good in this dress. And to be honest, even if she didn't wear anything at all, Matthew might not even look at her because he didn't like her. It didn't matter what kind of pajamas she was wearing, or whether she was wearing pajamas at all. For the Huo family's manner that she remembered her agenda. But it was too late to just go back home only to throw the box away, so she decided to throw it away after coming back. When they arrived at the Huo family's manor, Carlos wasn't there. Debbie was wandering around the living room still in her pajamas. When she saw Erica, she was surprised. You're ready so soon? Yes. Didn't you suggest 10:30? Now Erica realized that it always took Debbie much longer to get ready. But now that she was here, Debbie hurried upstairs and waved at her. Come wait for me upstairs. I'm going to change. We'll leave soon. There was no one else in the living room. Erica would be bored sitting there all alone, so she agreed. Okay. Then she followed Debbie to the bedroom. Before going to the walk-in closet, Debbie pointed at another door and told Erica, if you feel bored, go inside and have a look around. If you like something, just take it. What's in there? Debbie explained. That's the lipstick room your father-in-law made for me. Go ahead and have a look. Oh. The moment Erica pushed the door open, she was shocked to her core. So many lipsticks. There were at least a few thousand in here. All from extremely popular brands. When Debbie finally finished changing her clothes and came in to find her, Erica was examining a gift box. And when she came in, Erica was still in shock. She exclaimed in admiration. Mom, are you the devil? This collection is amazing. And undoubtedly, it all must have cost a fortune. Every single item here was from a reputable brand. This was worth too much to just exist. Debbie looked at Erica with a smile. I just have this one hobby in my life. Everyone knows about it. In fact, that's why people are always sending me lipsticks. It's just so hard to resist some shades, so I try to collect them. Is there anything you'd like for yourself? You can pick whichever you like. Erica shook her head. No thanks. I don't really use lipsticks a lot. As a young girl, Erica had hardly bothered with makeup as her youth made her beautiful enough. Eventually, due to her lack of interest in cosmetics, she ended up never wearing makeup or lipstick. In fact, the only time she had a full-on makeup were when she had to take pre-wedding photos with Matthew and on the day of their wedding. However, on both occasions, Erica could neither find any noticeable changes with her face, nor could tell if she looked beautiful or not. Really? I don't believe you. You're a girl, aren't you? Girls like to be beautiful. Applying lipstick not only makes women look spirited, it also makes them feel more beautiful. Debbie said. Mom, I hardly use cosmetics. I don't even know how to apply a lipstick properly, Erica said honestly. Debbie looked at her sympathetically. Alas, it's all Matthew's fault. He should take you out shopping more often. Don't worry, I will teach him a good lesson when he's back. Perhaps when Erica was a little girl, the fact that she hid her femininity was defensible. However, she was now a married woman, and Matthew, as her husband, should have done more to help her embrace her feminine side. The two most important attributes a woman had to have was a kind heart and a pretty face. Erica already had a kind heart. All she needed to do was take better care of her face, dress better, and she would become even more delightful.
No.
It's not his fault. It's really my problem. Erica was different from most of the other girls in her class, who cared only about beauty and desirability. Debbie held her arm, took the lipstick from her hand and put it back in its place. Since you don't seem to like the ones here, I'm taking you to the mall. We just need to find you the color that suits you best. I know just the person for that. Let's go. Oh, that's very sweet of you. Erica realized that resistance was futile, so she followed Debbie out of the collection room first. The two of them happily dropped by a spa first and then went to the shopping mall. Debbie picked the lipstick stores and outlets first. Most of the store managers and sales clerks knew her. In a popular lipstick store her heart and stared out the window to keep herself distracted. At the Pearl Villa district, Erica and the driver helped Watkins Chai into the villa and sat him down on the sofa in the living room. Since Matthew wasn't at home, Erica knew that she would have to be more vigilant. She left the driver to look after the injured man, while she went upstairs to look for the first aid kit. It took Erica a while to find the first aid kit as she had never used the one in the villa before. Fortunately, it had everything she needed. When she came downstairs with the first aid kit, Watkins Chai's face was as pale as death now. Wasting no more time, Erica asked the driver to take off the man's coat. Then she took out a scissor from the box and carefully cut off the long sleeve of his sweater, so that it would be more convenient to clean the wound. She took out a new bottle of disinfectant spray and reminded him, "I can only disinfect your wound. I can't do anything more than that. Please make do with this now, but you need to get professional help eventually." Erica knew her way around a first aid kit because she'd always find some way to get injured as child. Every time she got hurt, Wesley treated her wounds with disinfectant spray first. Then he'd apply the medicine or wrap it up with medical gauze. Much to her surprise, Erica had managed to pick up some useful skills from her father. Watkins Chai smiled with trembling lips and said, "Thank you very much for your help." With his permission, Erica shook the bottle and aimed the spray at his wound. Before her fingers could press down the top of the bottle, the door of the villa was pushed open abruptly from the outside. The matter of disinfecting Watkins' wound absorbed Erica's attention entirely. When she heard the front door open and then shut, she thought nothing of it, supposing the driver had gone out. Little did she know that she was wrong. In fact, it was her husband coming in. As soon as Matthew had finished his business trip, he'd rushed straight home without even visiting the office. He was unpleasantly surprised when he opened the door, for the first thing he saw was his wife, squatting in front of a strange man and dealing with his wound. Matthew's face darkened at this eyesore. When he was in a mood like this, he seemed to give off an uncanny aura that lowered the temperature in the room. The driver, who was still inside the house, turned at the sound of the door. Seeing Matthew approach, he nodded respectfully. "Mr. Huo." Only then did Erica realize that her husband was back. Joy flashed through her eyes, but when she saw the man's cold expression, her memory of the unhappiness between them a few days ago came rushing back. Sobered at once, she silently went back to spraying Watkins' wound with the disinfectant. Just steps away, Matthew came to a stop and took in the exceptionally unhappy scene before him. When the two men's eyes met, Watkins spoke first and awkwardly extended his hand, smiling. "Hello." He was quite embarrassed when Matthew ignored him entirely, neither responding nor shaking his hand. Erica left off with the disinfectant and said, "Well, it's no good to spray anymore. Your wound is too deep, and you really need to go to the hospital." "Well, thanks anyway." As soon as Watkins said this, his phone rang and he answered it. "Hello? Yeah, I'm here." "Yes, I'm on my way now." With that, he put the phone away and got up. "Erica, thank you very much," he said emphatically. "I'm sure you've saved my life, and I will repay you someday. But my friend is here, so I'll be going now." Erica waved her hand. "You don't need to repay me. Just get going. And please don't delay in going to the hospital." "All right." Saying this, Watkins turned toward the door, but just then a spasm went through him and his knees wobbled. Without thinking, Erica caught him by the arm. "Are you okay?" The atmosphere in the living room was thick with awkwardness as Matthew stood by, silent and ignored. Despite doing nothing, his presence was in. Could this man say this? Isn't Phoebe supposed to be the woman who really has his heart? Or is he just this cruel to all his women? Clenching her teeth, she dropped the first aid kit and stormed after him. Don't forget that Phoebe is pregnant. She might lose her baby after being hung at the school gate for 1 day, let alone being hung for 3 days. What if you lost her and the baby? Matthew turned on her with flames in his eyes. "Then I'll use your child to make up for her," he retorted. Erica squinted at him, uncertain. My child? Does he mean Ethan? How, why not? Ethan is in fact the descendant of the Sue family. Okay, deal, she said savagely. I'll go tie up Phoebe right now. More than ever, she was becoming aware of what sort of man she was dealing with. Matthew would be just as cruel to his goddess as he was to his actual lawful wife. He'd actually asked her to use Ethan to make up for Phoebe if she lost her baby. Stop! Matthew yelled as she turned away. With a snort, Erica did as she was told and faced him again. Expressionless, Matthew walked up and looked into her eyes. Are you sure you are Ethan's biological mother? Huh? Why would he suddenly ask that? Does he suspect something? Vigilance flashed in Erica's eyes. Of course I am. Matthew didn't fail to notice his wife's hesitation. In his opinion, any normal red-blooded person wouldn't give away even a pet, let alone a baby, after having them for more than half a year. But Erica was such a simple, soft-hearted girl. How could she possibly have parted with Ethan so willingly? Hearing how readily Erica had agreed to hand Ethan over to Phoebe, Matthew wondered if Ethan's birth mother was one of the Sue family. There was no way the kid's mother was Phoebe. He knew the Sue family had 3 daughters. Camille Sue was the oldest and the favorite. Then there was Tessie, the youngest, who was not well liked. Phoebe was the middle child. Phoebe had mentioned her sister Tessie spent her senior year of high school studying in a country. She attended university there as well. Erica was from that very same region. Erica and Tessie were about the same age, so it made sense that they were friends. Matthew had a sly glint in his eyes as he thought about all this. He was close to figuring out Ethan's ancestry. He didn't have to launch a formal investigation to figure this out. He listened to Erica carefully, and step by step he started to listen more to what she didn't say. Silly girl. Erica was really smart sometimes. Yet, at other times she was so simple-minded that Matthew was afraid that one day someone would sell her off and she'd still be helping him count the money. Thinking of this, he said deliberately, I've never seen a mother willing to give her own child away to someone else for revenge. Erica knew Matthew was right. Did I give anything away? How did he figure it out? E. Despite her struggle to find an excuse, she failed to find any. Desperate, she blamed Matthew for it. It's all your fault. You forced me to. The man suddenly burst into laughter. You're really good at passing the buck. Looking at his half-smile and enigmatic expression, she became even more enraged. Are you laughing at me? Matthew didn't deny it, nor did he answer her question. He raised his hand and took her delicate chin between 2 fingers. Remember, from now on, only you and I are allowed in this house. You can't have anyone else over. This was his house. Of course she had to do what he said.
Reluctantly, Erica nodded. Fine.
Meanwhile, she grumbled inwardly. Did he have to grab my jaw while he said that? What a jerk. Tell me what's going on, Matthew demanded. She took a different tack. She tried bargaining with him. Want to know? Fine. Let him leave. Watkins has nothing to do with this. Watkins was innocent. She couldn't get him into trouble. Matthew cast a cold glance at her and asked, So where did you go with him? She even put on makeup before she went out. On his chest and gently reminded him. Not now.
I'm wearing lipstick.
It would smear, and then his lips would be red, and she'd be doing her best clown impression. Not a good look for either of them. Matthew glanced at her moving red lips, which were now more charming than before in that hue, his eyes darkening. This time, regardless of her objection, he kissed her gently and affectionately. A few minutes later, someone opened the door to the villa. The man and woman in the dining room were still inseparably intimate. Matthew heard the noise from the door opening. His senses were always sharp. He opened his eyes and looked at the girl who was still intoxicated from the passion. Only members of the Huo family could open the door to Matthew's villa. Matthew knew exactly who walked in without even turning his head. His suspicions were confirmed a moment later. Soon, a familiar voice came from the living room. Matthew? Erica? Ah! As soon as Debbie walked into the living room, she saw what was happening in the adjoining dining room. Debbie turned around immediately and murmured, "I'm sorry. Ba. Wow, these two certainly aren't keeping their hands to themselves. They're even doing it on the table," she mused. Erica was suddenly shocked out of her romantic moment by Debbie's voice. As soon as she opened her eyes, she met the man's snickering eyes. "Oh my God. This is so embarrassing." She quickly got down from the table and put some distance between her and Matthew. She reflexively looked at Debbie. "Mom, it's not." She meant to tell Debbie it was not what it looked like. They were just kissing. Hey, she said, putting her hands up. "I get it. I just came here to give you the hairpin you bought today. You left it at my place. Well, I'll leave you to it. Don't stop on my account," Debbie said in embarrassment. She put the hairpin down carefully on a table, covering her eyes. She kept her back to them the whole time. Then she walked out as quickly as she could. If Erica's words reached her ears, she didn't acknowledge them. Clack! The door of the villa was locked. Erica looked sheepish. She knew how it looked, and it was exactly what it looked like. She had been sitting on the table, and Matthew stood close to her, holding her waist. His jacket was sloppily thrown into a chair. His tie was on the floor, and a few buttons of his shirt were unbuttoned. "Ah!" Erica screamed hysterically when she pictured that. Matthew still stood where he had been, in a partial state of undress. "You know, we did nothing wrong. Mom should be embarrassed, not us." "Matthew Huo, wow, you go explain everything to Mom." She was so flustered she could barely talk. A moment's indiscretion, and her reputation was ruined. He casually started rebuttoning his shirt and asked, "Explain what?" In contrast to Erica, he was calm. He and Erica were married. What should he say to Mom? Besides, he knew his mom. Debbie would love to see them being intimate like this every day. You know. "Tell her we were just kissing. That's all," Erica stammered anxiously. Matthew looked up at her and said indifferently, "I wanted more than kissing." Erica brushed him aside and ran upstairs as fast as she could, as if there were a monster chasing her.
I'm hungry.
"I'll whip something up." "Want any?" Matthew asked behind her. Erica refused without looking back. "No." "Are you still angry?" The man was confused. Wasn't she fine just now? Erica picked up the medical kit on the floor, stood on the stairs, turned around and glared at the man. "Yes. You dumped my macarons. You bet I'm still mad." Matthew was surprised that she was still not over that matter yet. Who told him women like to dig up the past? Oh, it was Sheffield. He was so right. Half an hour later, lying on the bed and browsing Weibo, Erica received a message from Matthew. It was a picture. She looked at it more carefully and found out it was a picture of hot and sour rice noodles. She scratched her head. Why would he send something? Erica curled her lips and murmured, "That sounds good. But you don't help me with my studies." "What are you talking about? I support you as much as I can." Matthew couldn't believe his ears. He paid her tuition. Actually, he had paid for books, supplies, everything. He had bought her the camera she wanted. He had personally pulled strings and got her credits to transfer. And now she was saying he didn't support her. What kind of crazy talk was that? "Well, you don't help me with my homework. You don't allow me to take pictures of you, and then I had no choice but to use Hyatt as a model. That got me embroiled in a plagiarism scandal. If you had let me take some pics of you earlier, no one would have bothered me." Even if Caitlin managed to steal her photos, Caitlin would have to explain everything to Matthew if he asked her to. Erica wouldn't have needed to be so anxious, and she wouldn't have had to bother Sheffield with it. Another thing that made Erica angry was that Matthew didn't keep his promise. She did what he suggested, gave him what he wanted, but he still wouldn't let her take pictures of him. Hearing her rant, Matthew smiled, probably because he was too angry. "So you think having your work stolen is my fault?" The girl nodded affirmatively. "Yeah." The man didn't want to talk to this unreasonable girl anymore. When Erica was about to leave, she suddenly looked back at the man cleaning the table carefully. "Matthew," she suddenly called in a sweet voice. Matthew paused for a second. She probably needed his help again, but he pretended not to hear her. Erica thought Matthew hadn't heard her, so she hurried over and stood in front of him. Donning a sweet smile, she began, "Matthew, I have a question for you." The man was still silent, but this time Erica was sure that he had heard her. He just didn't want to talk. All the same, she went on, "Matthew, do you care about $3,000? Hearing this, Matthew tossed the rag into the sink and said, "I care." She pulled a long face. "What? You care about $3,000? Isn't it said that a CEO can make $100 million in a minute?" Matthew was as curt as ever. "Yes. Then why do you still care about 3,000? She pouted. Matthew didn't mind talking nonsense with her for a while. "Because I still have to keep track of my money and take care of it." "Do you mean that I should just take $3,000 and give it to some random stranger on the street and think nothing of it?" No, of course not. I mean, you can't randomly give money to strangers, but you can give it to me." Finally, it was out in the open. So, she beat around the bush before asking for $3,000? Matthew thought, "Is my wife so poor?" Pretending to be confused, he asked, "Why should I give $3,000 to you? Have you used up all your money already?" Embarrassed, Erica lowered her head, but her lips held a trace of a smile. "Here is the thing. I went shopping with your mom today and bought some lipsticks. They cost $3,000. And that's so expensive. $3,000. It's just the cost of a breakfast for you. But for a poor student like me, that's my living expenses for a month. So, can you reimburse your dear wife for this, little mistake?" With some effort, Matthew kept from snorting out loud. "Is she the kind of poor student who lives on $3,000 a month? Does she really expect me to believe this?" It took this for him to see that his wife really was a miser. "What, have you used up all the money I gave you before?" he asked. "No, I don't want to use that up at all." Erica was being entirely honest here. She had bought the lipsticks with the money that Gifford had given her before. After this expenditure, there was only a little left over. With a smile in his eyes, Matthew asked, "Ah, so you're saving up for your 5 sons in the future?" He hadn't forgotten her great wish to have 5 sons. His wife was so unpredictable that she was driving him crazy. Didn't she like them very much just a minute ago? And isn't she always frugal? "She never likes me wasting things," he asked. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Erica was emphatic. "If you're going to give me something just because another woman didn't want it, then I don't want it either." "So this was the problem," Matthew explained. "Well, I originally planned to give them to you." "Then why you say your goddess didn't want them?" Erica asked. After all, he hadn't said this before. He just asked her to have a look at them. "So, do you want them or not?" sighed Matthew. "Well, if they are not for another woman, of course I will take them. I'm not a fool." Erica spoke slowly, holding the box tightly as if it was her own. Matthew shook his head slightly, then held out a hand and said, "Give the box to me. Why are you going back on your words already?" For a second he actually looked hurt, wondering if that was really the sort of person his wife thought he was. "No, I mean I'll help you put them on," he said. "Oh, okay," Erica replied, flushing just a bit. She opened the box. With a gentleness that seemed unlike him, Matthew put the ear studs on her. Taking in the close-up view of his face, Erica snickered in her heart. "Wow, my husband is so handsome." "All right, have a look in the mirror," he said. "First though," Erica asked, "do you think they look good on me?" He gave her a tender look. "Not bad." As he saw it, Erica was a delicate and lovely girl, and this style of earrings matched her very well. After getting his praise, Erica seemed delighted. She ran to look at herself in the mirror happily. "Matthew, are these stud earrings too eye-catching?" It was true. From their very appearance they seemed precious. One could tell at a glance that these jewels were worth a lot. Matthew didn't seem to think so. "No, they aren't," he said. "Well, what if I lose them?" She had lost a lot of things owing to her rash and careless character in the past. And with that in mind, even the thought of wearing the huge diamond ring Matthew had given was too much for her. He replied indifferently, If you lose something, then you get something new. Won't you blame me for losing something so valuable? No, I won't. Matthew, are you really not going to give these to your goddess instead of me? He was being so good to her that she was both flattered and confused. He cast a cold glance at the inquisitive girl in front of him and replied shortly, "You have too many questions. I'm busy right now." Then he turned around and walked into the bathroom. Erica looked at her image in the mirror in confusion. Was she really asking too many questions? She had only asked 4 or 5 questions. This man was way too impatient. Yes. He's such an impatient man. That night, as usual, Erica went to sleep with the Wooba doll in her arms, and was fast asleep before Matthew had finished his work in the study. At about 11 o'clock, his phone rang. It was Phoebe. "Hello. Matthew, I need a favor from you," she said. There was a hint of expectation in her voice, and that expectation was justified at least to her. He was the only one in the world who could satisfy all her requirements. "Okay. What's it?" "I heard that Maestro GL recently released a new pair of ear studs. They were limited edition, but I saw the photos online and really liked the element of cheetah. Sadly, they were bought by some mysterious person, so they're out of my hands. Could you?" She paused. Matthew frowned as he heard her words. If Phoebe had asked for something else tonight, he would have agreed without hesitation. However, Erica really liked what Phoebe wanted. "That mysterious person is me." "Oh, I see. So you bought them. That's great. Matthew, can you give the earrings to me if you don't need them?" Phoebe knew that Matthew didn't care about the money. Looking back, more than half of the money she had spent on herself as well as the baby in her womb had come from Matthew's pocket. Therefore, she now took whatever Matthew had for granted. After a moment's silence, Matthew confessed, "I've already given them. Don't want to go back home anymore." Matthew simply replied, "Then don't go back." Erica thought to herself, "Wow, he spoils her that much?" Phoebe still kept her eyes on the man and protested, "But now they have been coming to me recently. My mother has been trying very hard to persuade me. At the same time, my father's words are very unpleasant to hear. He blamed me, saying that I had hooked up with you and that I had abandoned my family. I really don't know what to do." Her tone sounded very helpless. Glancing at the girl who was playing with her phone on the sofa, Matthew replied shortly, "Let me handle it." "Humph. He's indeed doting on Phoebe," Erica thought angrily. She turned to catch a glimpse of the man, but she didn't expect to meet his eyes. In order to hide her eavesdropping, Erica quickly looked away and tapped on a voice message her instructor had sent. "We'll be checking the student dormitories tomorrow morning." Phoebe noticed what was going on between them, but she just ignored it and continued to complain. "Tessie has been in some financial troubles recently. Her money tends to run out faster than her time, and she comes to me to borrow some. How could the Sue family have so many troubles?" "Who did you say has financial troubles?" This time it was Erica who had spoken up. She had suddenly raised her voice and asked the woman standing in front of the French window. Phoebe glanced at her indifferently and answered her question for Matthew's sake. "I said Tessie." Then she sneered. "Mrs. Huo, do you still remember once having a good relationship with Tessie?" But then, her eyes happened to fall on the studs on Erica's earlobes. They were the same pair that she had asked Matthew for last night. So Matthew had given the ear studs to Erica. Even though Phoebe had expected this to happen, seeing it was something else, and she clenched her fists as jealousy ate away at her. She had never hated anyone so much. "Of course I do," Erica was saying. "But why did you say that Tessie was short of money in school?" Hastily she put down her camera and phone, then drew closer. The shock in her eyes was obvious. Phoebe was a bit confused as well. "I was just telling Matthew something about our Sue family. Is there anything wrong with that?" Indeed, Phoebe's only intention had been to complain to Matthew about family matters. She had no idea how her remarks could provoke such astonishment in Erica's heart. "But, isn't Tessie dead? Why did you say she was?"
Erika Lee.
Phoebe interrupted. Her voice was as harsh as a gunshot. Unable to ignore this exchange, Matthew frowned and got up from his chair. He drew near, and the three people stood face to face there in the office. Erica was taken aback by Phoebe's unfriendly attitude. "You don't need to shout," she said awkwardly. "I can hear you just fine." The flame in Phoebe's eyes didn't die down. "What nonsense are you talking about? Erica Lee, how can you be so vicious? You..." Erica was too flustered to go on. "How dare this woman yell at me in front of Matthew?" she thought. "Just because Matthew loves her doesn't mean she can be so rude to me. I have to maintain my own dignity in front of my husband." "Phoebe." Matthew's tone was cold. He was warning her to mind her manners. Taking a deep breath, Phoebe said, "Matthew, you heard her too. She started it. She is so heartless that she even cursed my sister and said she was dead." "But Tessie is dead," Erica insisted, more perplexed now than ever. "The doctor had told her so." "Erica Lee, what did Tessie do to deserve this from you?" Phoebe demanded, shaking with rage. "Why are you cursing her like that?" At this moment, it began to dawn on Erica. Phoebe must not have come to terms with what had happened to Tessie. Was it so painful that she was still in denial? Thinking of this, Erica softened her tone. "Tessie was my best friend. Why would I curse her? I was there when she died." "Shut up." Phoebe raised a trembling hand and pointed at the door to Matthew's office. "How could you say something so terrible? Get out." "Oct again. That sounds like a real roller coaster." "Yes, it does," cried Erica. She hadn't expected that her relationship with Matthew would turn out to be so dramatic either. Her thoughts wandered again, and she touched the ear studs Matthew had given her. Part of her wanted to return them to him, but another part did not. She didn't know if it was because she liked them too much, or because she just loved money, considering how expensive they were. Rhea broke the silence. "Listen, you need to get to the bottom of this. If Tessie is still alive, you need to ask her face to face what really happened." If Tessie was still alive, it meant that they had all been deceived by her. Rhea didn't want to believe that her good friend would treat them like this. "That's why I'm calling you," Erica explained, coming back to herself. "Do you know the Sue family's address?" Naturally, she had to verify Phoebe's words. She couldn't trust her so easily.
"No, sorry," Rhea replied.
"You know that Tessie never dared to take her friends to the Sue family's house." Erica had known that, actually. Tessie was not loved in the Sue family. They had visited Tessie in Y City once or twice, but every time they stayed in a hotel. There had always been a distance between her and all of her relatives. "I think Juliana knows the address," Erica said, thinking out loud. "Her home is also in Y City." There was a problem, though. She hadn't spoken with Juliana in a long time. They'd had a falling out some years ago, over a hooligan that Juliana had been involved with. Early on, Erica had been able to see that the guy Juliana was seeing was a punk. Repeatedly, Erica had tried to convince her friend to break things off with him. But Juliana hadn't listened, and after they'd had one too many arguments over it, she and Erica fell out. Later, Tam moved back to Y City because of his career, taking Juliana with him, and the two women hadn't seen each other since. Still on the phone with her friend Rhea, Erica thought back on those old wounds until it twisted her stomach into a knot. Finally she said, "Forget it. I'll just ask for my brother's help." Gifford was good at locating people, just as much as Wesley. But Rhea suggested, "Why don't you just ask your husband for help? It will be quicker that way." "No, Phoebe is still in his office," said Erica quickly. "I guess he is busy comforting her. I'd better not disturb them." The more she thought about it, the more wretched she felt. Here she was stuck in a marriage that more often than not seemed loveless. Yet in some ways this man actually was very good to her. Not to mention, he was a source of financial stability, so Erica was reluctant to leave him. She was a bit startled by what Rhea said next. "What nonsense! Have you forgotten you're the legal wife here? Why are you acting like you're the mistress? Stand up for yourself. You should go back to that office right now and kick Phoebe out of it. No matter how good their relationship was before, he is your husband, not hers." There's no reason at all for you to be accommodating yourself to them. Erica winced, and her fingers tightened around her cell phone. Deep down she thought her friend was right. But Matthew didn't even like her, let alone love her. And her feelings toward him were no warmer. Why should she go back there and make a scene over Phoebe? No, forget it, she declared. I'm going to try Gifford. Besides, we haven't talked in a while. I should see if he has found a girlfriend and forgotten his little sister. Okay. Call me if you need anything, Rhea said. Okay. Bye. Still sitting on the curb, Erica took a few minutes to let her mood get back to normal before calling Gifford. The phone rang for almost a full minute before he finally answered. Gifford took the first word. And sure enough, it was a Barb. Matthew doesn't strike me as a stingy man. Why are you calling? Erica rolled her eyes. It seemed like his opinion of her hadn't changed much. Brother, do you think I would only call you to ask for money? Gifford didn't miss a beat. Yes, that's exactly what I think. Oh, come on. I don't need money. I'm Rian, not to tell anyone about the child. Taking a breath, Erica started over. Something happened to Tessie in a country. Some medical complication. The doctor told me that she died because of it, so I came to find out the truth. Which quack dared to talk nonsense like that? Spreading rumors about my family? Fanya Dong snarled. Who did you hear this from? Tell me so I can sue him into oblivion. She was a strong woman who had spent half a lifetime in the business world. It was a frightening thing when she lost her temper. However, Erica was not intimidated. All she cared about was learning what had happened to her friend. However rich she might be, Fanya Dong meant nothing to her. So is it true? Erica pressed. Tessie is really alive? Where is she now? Is she home? I want to see her. New novel chapters are published on novelb.com. Had her life been saved? If Tessie was really alive, why hadn't she contacted her and Ethan? To Erica's surprise, Fanya Dong seemed to get even angrier. Mrs. Huo, don't you know better than anyone else why Tessie was transferred back from a country? If Erica weren't a member of the powerful Lee family, and if she hadn't married into the even more powerful Huos, the Su family wouldn't have let go of her. Erica hesitated, not sure what to say. She guessed then that Tessie had transferred to another school, because she was afraid of what would happen if anyone found out she'd had a child. Mrs. Su, Erica said, can you give me Tessie's phone number? Or at least tell me which school she goes to. She just wanted to see Tessie and get the truth for herself. Fanya Dong's face didn't soften a bit. Why should I tell you anything? Haven't you made Tessie suffer enough? With that, she turned to the driver. Take me inside. Suddenly, the engine revved up and the car proceeded as slowly as possible, seemingly engaged on first gear. Erica immediately caught up to the car and continued pursuit. What do you mean? Speak clearly. What did you mean by I made Tessie suffer? After all, Erica wasn't the one who introduced Tessie to Tam. Moreover, Erica even tried to persuade Tessie to give up waiting on a married man, but she didn't listen to her and insisted on giving birth to Ethan. Why was she being accused of hurting Tessie? However, Fanya's silence was clear indication of her indifference, and she rolled up the car window. Erica stopped in her tracks when she saw the car drive in through the gates of the Su family residence. She didn't see the point in carrying on because it was obvious that Tessie's mother didn't want to talk to her. Instead, she took her phone out and put it close to her left ear. Hello. Tam Vu. Have you even tried to look for Tessie? Tam, who was in the middle of an important meeting, politely asked to be excused when he heard Tessie's name. He found a quiet corner and answered, I met Tessie's mother at a dinner party. I found out from her that Tessie had transferred to Y City University and majored in fashion design. I have a question for you. Why did you say that she was dead when I asked you the last time? Erica was dumbstruck by his words. Why did she say that Tessie was dead? Why? The reason why she thought Tessie was dead was that the doctor gave her the bad news in person, even though she didn't see her body with her own eyes. When Erica asked to go into the delivery room to see Tessie one last time, the doctor insisted that she leave at once, saying that it was the mother's dying wish that she leave that place with the baby as soon as possible. Soon after, to honor her friend's last wish, Erica sent someone to inform the Sue family of Tessie's death and ran away with the baby. If Tessie had been alive, she would have chosen to take a major in fashion design at the Y-City University. It was only when she met Tam that her dreams of becoming a fashion designer had replaced her aspirations of becoming a photographer. She had planned to work at Tam's company after graduation. Erica took a deep breath and again said, "Have you tried to contact her?" "Yes, but I've been very busy lately." "Are you going to meet her?" "Yes." Erica had to see Tessie with her own eyes and touch her with her own hands. More importantly, she needed to find out what exactly had happened. Tam paused to think for a while and said, "I'm free around 10 o'clock, Tom or son." However, little did she know that the unfinished word "tay" she had just mistakenly uttered confirmed all of Matthew's doubts about Tessie being Ethan's actual biological mother. "You should go to bed early." He walked towards the closet. "Wait." Erica stopped him. He turned around and looked at her with an expectant expression. "What did Phoebe say to you? I don't need to hear about the sweet words or how you were making out in the office. I'm asking about what she said about me." Matthew frowned at her words. What the hell is she talking about? There were no sweet words, nor was there any making out. But she did say something about you. Although the two women didn't seem to get along well with each other, it was not the reason for him to lie to Erica. What Phoebe said to him about Erica forced him to ask the girl, "What do you think of campus violence?" "Campus violence?" "So Phoebe told Matthew that I was a hot-headed person in campus." Erica thought for a while and said, "You mean in primary school? Junior middle school? Or in university?" "All," he said curtly. "When I was in primary school, I punched a boy in the face. When I was in junior middle school, I asked a boy in the other classroom to run around the playground and shout, 'I won't wet the bed anymore.' When I was in senior high school, I locked a girl in the bathroom. When I was in university, I took a video of a girl and a boy making out in the car and uploaded it on the internet after having it pixelated." "Is that enough?" Erica had a lot more stories to share if he was willing to hear them. Matthew's lips twitched. After all, his wife had such an illustrious life. "Is Tessie in one of these stories?" he asked. Matthew's absurd question made Erica want to laugh, but she didn't quite manage it. "Of course not," she said. "Tessie is my good friend. How could I do anything to bully her?" Her husband studied her carefully. "Didn't you two fall in love with the same man? Who gave you that idea?" "Well, let me tell you something. Tessie has good taste in many things, sometimes better than mine. But when it comes to taste in men, hers is really not as good as mine," Erica said proudly. Matthew arched an eyebrow. "Oh? Now why is that?" The girl was immersed in complacency as she explained. "She likes a man who is in his 40s. But my husband is rich, handsome and powerful. And most important of all, he is still young. Now, don't you think I have better taste than her?" She left off with a satisfied wink. Her playfulness had a way of reducing the tension in the room. Matthew nodded in agreement, but there was something else that he couldn't help but say. "You know, I seem to recall you marrying me because of your father's taste, rather than your own. Not to mention that you lied to me, saying that you were pregnant again, all in the hopes of getting out of marrying me. Does my memory serve me right?" Erica's chuckle was ruthless, and her answer was the same. "If I could turn back time, I still wouldn't want to marry you. After all, who would be stupid enough to willingly marry a man who didn't like her, and who she didn't like?" Truth be told, though, she had never regretted marrying Matthew except when she was angry. Matthew's smile fled in an instant. Despite himself, he was a bit hurt by her words. His wife really could be heartless sometimes. Unwilling to continue the conversation, he disappeared back into the closet. Some minutes later he emerged, now in his pajamas. It was only then that Erica thought she understood the point of their conversation. "Did Phoebe tell you that I bullied Tessie back in school?" she asked at length. Matthew didn't answer her. In her eyes, his silence was an admission. "So you believe it's true?" Not yet. He wouldn't turn against his own wife just because of Phoebe's words. Phoebe didn't have that much influence on him. What do you mean by not yet? Erica asked, her heart beginning to sink. Because she's given me no evidence except for her word. The girl continued. So if she shows you some evidence, then you'll believe her? Matthew answered with a question of high. When they suggested that major, but Wesley was able to sense that she wasn't really interested in it. No doubt she'd just been unwilling to disappoint them. So he had asked her what she really wanted to learn. After hesitating for a long moment, Chantel had said, I want to learn acting. She wanted to be an actress. Indeed, this had been her biggest dream. As she saw it, she had to seize the opportunity now that it was before her. After discussing it among themselves, Blair and Wesley had pulled some strings and sent Chantel to the Department of Performance of the School of Drama in a country. Chantel had never been to a university before, so obviously she had started out as a freshman there. That's good, Blair said. If you need anything at school, just tell me. Don't be shy. I will, Aunt Blair. Thank you both, the girl said pleasantly. With that, she lowered her head and went back to eating, hoping they wouldn't notice her eyes watering. She had only been in the Lee family house for a few days, but Uncle Wesley and Aunt Blair had shown her so much kindness. She really didn't know how to repay them. After dinner, Chantel stood up and was about to clean up the table, but Blair stopped her. Don't you have to practice dancing? We have maids here. You don't have to worry about the housework. Just attend to your studies. Chantel had started slower than others, so she needed to work harder in order to catch up with her classmates. Taking Blair's point, she didn't insist on cleaning the table or the dishes. She touched Ethan's tender face, said goodbye to the two elders, and went back to her room. That evening, Blair put the asleep Ethan on his small bed and went back to the big bed. On a whim, she said, Wesley, you have a good eye for people. Do you think Chantel and Gifford are good together? Wesley frowned slightly. He had never thought about it before. Finally, he shook his head and said, Not really. She's too young. Gifford was 12 years older than Chantel. You got that right. Chantel's only 20 and Gifford is 32. There's a generation gap right there. They won't share the same interests. Blair was concerned. All she wanted was for her son to be happy. But Wesley hesitated. Gifford doesn't even like hanging out with girls. Since he chose to bring Chantel back home, it means that he's interested in her. If you want to try and play matchmaker, go ahead. Wesley knew Gifford well. He worked from dawn until dusk. Whenever a young girl came over to him and tried to talk to him, he would ignore her. He wouldn't even acknowledge she existed. Wesley was anxious for his son to start dating. He didn't care about the age gap between Gifford and a potential girlfriend, as long as he was willing to date her. In his opinion, it was okay for the boy to be older. At least older boys knew how to take care of girls. But Chantel decided on an acting major. She wants to work in showbiz. If she becomes a star and gets caught in a scandal, won't it hurt us? Blair's concerns were valid. After all, the Lees were a military family. They had always avoided any drama and never got involved in the entertainment industry. Take it easy. Chantel's only been here for a few days, but you already have her career set up and are marching her down the aisle already. You must really want another grandkid. Isn't Ethan enough for you? Just call Rika. I'm sure she'd be willing to squeeze another baby out for you. Blair rolled her eyes at him. You think I won't? Wesley chuckled. Of course you will. My wife is the most important person in this family. There's nothing you won't do. His tone was playful and not meant to be taken seriously. Cut it out. I'm going to call Rika. Saying that, Blair had already begun dialing Erica's number. Hi Rika, it's Mom. When are you going to give me another baby? Blair asked. After grumbling a few words to her. Please don't be angry. There's no harm done. In the dark night, Wesley smiled as he thought of his naughty daughter. Damn. He missed his precious daughter. Without Rika by his side, it was quiet. But there was always something missing. Felt wrong. He turned over and gathered Blair in his arms. Luckily, the woman who would be there for the rest of his life was right there. It was some comfort at any rate. Downstairs in the Lee family's house, Gifford quietly opened the door to the villa and closed it behind him. After changing into his slippers, he walked into the living room. At the same time, a young woman padded downstairs. When she saw him, she greeted him with a smile. "You're back." Gifford was puzzled at first. "Who? Why are you here?" And she acted so excited. She was wearing pajamas as well. "Is that who I think it is?" Gifford thought. "It's me, Chantel." Chantel could understand why Gifford didn't recognize her. Her face was dirty before she came to live with the Lees. Bathed and wearing the new pajamas Blair had bought her, she looked like another girl entirely. And a pretty one to boot. "It's really her," Gifford thought. He looked her up and down and finally nodded. "You clean up nice. But you're too thin. You should eat. We have plenty of food here." Rika was already quite thin. Gifford couldn't imagine someone skinnier than his sister. Well, now that someone was standing in front of him, Chantel smiled and her eyes lit up. "So Gifford, are you busy every day? What a coincidence. I'm almost never here. I come home about every 6 months or so to visit." Gifford walked towards the kitchen trying to find something to eat. Chantel followed. "Oh, I see. Sounds like you're really busy." "Yeah, but I'm used to it. Where are Mom and Dad?" Gifford opened the fridge and started piling food on the counter, taking out everything he thought he could eat. "They thought you weren't coming back today, so they went to bed early." She stared at the ever-growing pile of food on the counter. "You must be hungry." Chantel curiously looked at the man who was eagerly devouring a steamed bun. He didn't say anything for a moment, working on swallowing what he was eating. "Sorry. Haven't eaten anything since noon." "Hey, don't dig into the leftovers. I can cook, you know. What do you want?" "I'll make it for you." Gifford was surprised. This girl was much nicer than Rika. He asked in disbelief. "You can cook." She already told him that, but apparently he wasn't paying that much attention. How would she have taken care of her grandfather otherwise? Erica was 2 years older than Chantel but was still very childish. She couldn't even hold a pan steadily. Fortunately, she married Matthew. She was his problem now. Most girls in the Lee family weren't particularly adept with stove or pan. Yvette only knew how to boil eggs and almost nothing else. Gifford was a little worried for Yvette. She was going to marry into the Yu family. He wondered if her inability to cook would hurt her chances of domestic bliss. But as spoiled as Rika was, her marriage to Matthew seemed pretty solid. If she got on his nerves, Matthew never let that show. Thinking of this, Gifford had to admit that Erica was really lucky to marry into the Huo family. "Yes, I can cook. What do you want to eat?" Chantel asked again. Gifford shook his head. "I'm not picky. Fix whatever you want. You make it, I'll eat it." After all, it was almost midnight. He didn't want to keep her up half the night cooking for him. "Okay." So Chantel turned on burners and started to prep a basic meal. Gifford had nothing to do, so he watched her. People always assumed that kids who grew up in the countryside learned how to take care of their family. Now it looked like that was true. Chantel was good at everything from washing vegetab. "My parents during the spring festival. Anyway, she'll be back." "Okay," Chantel replied. Early the next morning, when everyone was still asleep, Gifford left the Lee family's house. The sun rose slowly. In Y City, in the Pearl Villa district, it was 9:30 before Erica got downstairs to have breakfast. She was surprised to see Matthew sitting at the table in his pajamas and reading a financial newspaper. He apparently didn't go to work today. Hearing her footsteps, Matthew looked at his wife and said indifferently, "I'm staying home today." "Oh wow. I won't be home today." "Oh? Did your class schedule change?" He specifically took time off today so he could relax at home with her. Erica took a sip of milk and said, "No classes. I have the day off, so I'm going out." "For what?" "That's private." "Where are you going?" The girl blinked. "Matthew Hua, you're just full of questions." Matthew was so astonished he couldn't speak. After breakfast, Erica's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she quickly stood up from her seat and answered her phone. "I'm on my way." Then she grabbed her backpack and ran towards the door. "Stop!" Matthew called out to the girl who had ignored him. Erica turned around and asked, "What's up?" Matthew walked over to her and said, "I'll see you out." He wanted to see who was picking her up. Puzzled, Erica didn't refuse. She changed into her shoes and walked out of the villa. A silver SUV was parked right outside the villa. A man in a dark blue windbreaker left the car. Tam was about to open the car door for Erica, but when he saw who was standing behind her, he greeted Matthew first. "Hello, Mr. Huo." Matthew glanced at Tam indifferently. If he remembered correctly, this man was the third son of the Wu family, a powerful family in the city. The Wu family was comprised of 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest was the deputy secretary of the Commission for Discipline Inspection. The second one was a daughter, the president of the High People's Court in the city, and the third one, Tam, was general manager of the operations department of a publicly traded company. But why is Erica with Tam? Matthew wondered. He nodded at Tam silently. Tam had met Matthew before and knew that he was a cold, arrogant man. So he thought Matthew was just being his usual self, nothing unusual at all. "We're taking off now, Mr. Huo." Erica had already climbed into the car and sat patiently in the back seat, waiting for Tam to start the car. When Tam opened the driver's side door, Matthew stopped him. "Wait a minute." "Yes, Mr. Huo?" The man stared at Matthew in confusion. Ignoring his question, Matthew brushed him away. He went straight to the car, opened the back door and told Erica, "Get out of the car." "Why?" Erica asked. Matthew answered her question with another. "Where do you want to go?" "I'll ask the driver to take you there." He didn't like this arrangement, and all the alarm bells were sounding in his head. Erica shook her head. "Thanks. But Tam can give me a lift." Matthew just stood there. Decisively, he took his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. "Yes, I'm where you expect I am. Get down here. Take Mrs. Huo wherever she wants to go." Erica knew that Matthew had called the driver, so she had to get out of Tam's car. "Why are you bothering him? Tam and I are going the same way. It's convenient for him to take me there." As a man, Tam understood why Matthew did what he did. "Mrs. Huo, it's not a bad idea for you to let a driver take you there. I still have work to finish up after I drop you off at Y City University. I'm not sure I can take you back home," said Tam with a smile. Erica nodded. "Okay. Why is Matthew?" She asked coldly. "What? What the hell are you talking about?" "What am I talking about? Why don't you remember what you did? Tessie transferred to another school to get away from you. Why are you here? What do you want? Look what you did to her. Can't you see how scared she is? That's all you, girl." Tessie, who was standing behind Juliana, looked pale and trembled as if she had seen something terrible. Erica walked past and grabbed Tessie's wrist. Tessie screamed and struggled violently before Erica could even say anything. Her fierce reaction completely confused Erica. She had no choice but to let Tessie go. "Tessie, what's wrong with you? Look at me." "It's Erica." After a moment of silence, Tessie said in a timid voice, "Please leave me alone. Go away, Erica. Just go." At that point, her already shaky murmurs were choked with sobs. Erica was shocked to hear that. Juliana got between Erica and Tessie, shielding the other girl with her body. "You should leave now. We don't want to see you." "I'm not leaving." "Tessie, come here and talk to me." Erica would not leave until she found out what was going on. In order to ease the tension, Tam said to Erica, "I think Tessie's afraid of you now. You should probably get back in the car. Let me have a talk with her first." Tessie's reaction completely broke Erica's heart. She was very sad at the moment, and she needed to salve her mood. Erica nodded and walked away, leaving them alone. Erica walked away, leaving behind a silence that stretched on and on until Tam took a deep breath. With a casual air, he turned to his daughter. "Juliana, would you mind going too? I need to speak with Tessie about something." Juliana didn't move, looking with suspicion at her father and her friend. Daddy, what do you two need to talk about? Privately, she wondered. Did my father know Tessie before? If so, why didn't I know about it? While Tessie's eyes stayed on the ground, Tam made the best excuse he could think of. It seems there's a big problem between her and Erica. Since I just happened to stumble across it, I can't sit by and do nothing. If I'm able to have a talk with your friend, maybe I can help her resolve the conflict. Juliana had her doubts, but she nodded and left in the opposite direction Erica had taken. When only the two of them were left, Tessie finally raised her head and looked at Tam, her eyes deep with longing and love. It was impossible not to see her feelings. They were present in every gesture. For his part, Tam would be lying if he said he had no feelings for this woman. Nonetheless, he kept his calm. I have only two choices now, he explained. One is to take our son home and raise him with my wife. The second is to divorce my wife and marry you. And then we raise our son together. Tam had seen baby Ethan before and liked him very much. It was hard to say why. Maybe the Lee family had raised him too well, or perhaps it was just the fact that they were bonded by blood. Whatever the case, Tam couldn't simply forget the baby. He really wanted to take him back home. His love for that child even exceeded his love for his daughter, who had accompanied him for more than 20 years. Tessie flashed a lonely, bitter smile. You think clearly enough about your own future, but what about mine? You have two choices too, he said. One is to apologize to Erica and marry me. The second is... He paused and for that brief instant looked just a little pained. Is to give me your son and devote yourself to your studies. Don't you want to know what happened? Tam shook his head. It doesn't matter. Whether you're alive or dead, you were not lying to me, but to Erica. In fact, that was the reason he wanted her to apologize to Erica. I admit that I flinched when I knew you were pregnant with the baby. But I regret it now. Indeed, he had found that no matter how busy he was at work, he couldn't help thinking of Tessie's child. So he'd hired some people to monitor everything that happened with the Lee family. As soon, Dee said, I told everyone that Erica was vicious to me at school, that she bullied me, so I was forced to transfer somewhere else. It was the best story I could come up with. Everyone knows she's always been a troublemaker anyway, so they all believed it. You have to pretend you believe it too. It's the only way we can get through this. Despite himself, Tam cast a worried glance Erica's way. Tessie, you're kidding yourself. Who do you think the Lee family will believe, you or Erica? Then there's Matthew Huo. Even if you had evidence on your side, I'm afraid that wouldn't make a difference. He'd still take Erica's side. What will happen then? There's nothing to worry about. Erica is soft-hearted. I will beg her and ask her to give the child back to me. We can still be on good terms like we were before. As for Matthew Huo, he has a good relationship with my sister. Phoebe always wanted to marry him. She must hate Erica's guts now, since she suddenly stepped in and married him instead. Phoebe's sure to take our side, which means so will Matthew. This struck Tam as naive. Oh, come on. Who do you think is more important in Matthew's heart? Erica or your sister? My sister. Matthew and Erica were like strangers before they got married. Phoebe may be married to Nathan, but Matthew still cares about her. As long as we work together, we can turn this situation around quickly. It was unfortunate, but now that things had gotten this far, Erica would have to continue to bear everything. Tam was uneasy about this plan, but he couldn't think of a better one, so it seemed best to do as Tessie said. Still, there were more problems he could see. Then how are you going to explain to Erica why you're not dead? He asked. Tessie bit her lower lip and made a choice. After parting with Tessie, Tam walked towards his daughter. Juliana immediately grabbed his arm and pulled him to her side. Dad, stay away from Miss Troublemaker, okay? You don't know how much of a bitch Erica is. Look at Tessie and the state she's in. That's thanks to Erica. Erica. Tam glanced back at the car where Erica was waiting, leaning against the passenger door. What did she do? Erica got Tessie drunk, took her to the sink and tried to drown her. She even took off Tessie's clothes and took pictures of her to blackmail her. Erica did even worse shit, but Tessie wouldn't tell us. She said it hurt too much to remember. Juliana said angrily. Tam said nothing. He was listening, and mentally trying to poke holes in Tessie's story. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Erica finally saw Tessie come over. She looked into Tessie's eyes, red from crying. After a tense moment between them, she broke the silence. I didn't do anything to you. Just what the hell is going on? Tessie's voice was a bit shaky.
I'm sorry, Erica.
This is all my fault. You remember how difficult labor was, right? After you took the kid away, I got better, but... She lowered her head and looked at her shoes. I lost my memory. I couldn't remember a thing until 3 months ago. I could remember how to do basic things like tying my shoes or getting dressed, but I didn't know who I was. Tessie had thought about this a lot. She'd gone over it 1,000 times. She had to make sure her story was perfect, even if it was made up. You lost your memory? Erica was dumbfounded by her explanation. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yes, the doctor said that I lost my memory because of a screw-up when they gave me the epidural. They said I moved too much and the needle slipped and damaged the nerves. Erica chose to believe her, mainly because her story seemed to make sense. Well, then why is everyone saying I hurt you? What's up with that? Tessie burst into tears and sobbed. I'm sorry, Erica. If I didn't say that, my parents would have found out what happened. They'd never let me stay here if they knew I had a kid. I didn't mean it.
I'm sorry.
Please forgive me. She grabbed Erica's hand, a pitiful expression on her face. Erica felt bad for her. After all, they used to be so close. They slept in the same bed, shared food, wore the same clothes, and used the same cup. They laughed and cried together. She suppressed the sadness. Anxiously stopped the driver who was about to close the door for her. Erica, I know it's unfair to you, but I really want that child. If anyone misses him, they can come see him anytime. You, Mr. and Mrs. Lee, anyone. What do you think? No way. Where's your sense of justice? I paid dearly to do something nice for you and Tessie. And what do I get in return? Spit on by my classmates. My reputation ruined at home. An arranged marriage. So something's going to go my way. You'll never get your kid back. That's the price you'll have to pay for ruining my life. Tam had been calm up till now. But now his voice was on the edge of hysterics. His eyes were wide, his speech too rapid by half. I'll take you to court, he threatened. My sister's a chief justice in the city. You won't win this one. I'll make sure of it. Erica always hated being threatened. Oh, really? You think the Lees are afraid of you or your sister? Or the Huas, for that matter? Tam felt like he was being strangled. It became harder and harder to breathe. He had to have that child. He said without thinking, Aren't you afraid we'll sue you for stealing our child? We can do a DNA test, you know. Erica felt that her anger was boiling in her heart. The anger instantly devoured her reason. She pushed the door open and got out of the car. Smack! She slapped Tam without even thinking about it. Tam was taken aback. He was more than 40, and this was the first time a woman hit him. Just to add insult to injury, the person who slapped him was the same age as his daughter. For a moment he didn't know how to respond. He stood there with a blank expression, his head tilted from the slap. When Juliana saw Erica slap her father, she ran over quickly, grabbed the other girl's clothes tightly and shouted, Erica Lee, don't hit my dad. You ungrateful bitch. He helped you out of kindness and now you do this. I'm going to beat the shit out of you. The driver rushed to grab Juliana. She was about to hit his boss's wife. Please let go of Mrs. Huo. Are you high? She hit my father. I need to teach her a lesson. Tam was normally a rich, successful, handsome man. Juliana was her father's biggest fan. She admired him a lot. If someone slapped your idol, you'd probably have much the same reaction. Besides, it was a matter of honor. Juliana had to go after Erica. Hearing what Juliana said, Tam finally came to his senses. He held his daughter's hand and said, Juliana, let go of her. Dad, she hit you. That's not cool. I need to slap her too. Erica glared at Juliana and answered, not to be outdone. He deserved it. Ask your father why I smacked him instead of blaming me. Go on, ask him. Juliana thought her words made sense. She let go of Erica and looked at her father. Okay, Dad, why did she hit you? Tam put his arm around her shoulder and said, Juliana, don't worry about your old dad's business. Let's get out of here, okay? Then Juliana was forcibly taken away by her father. Erica got into her car. The two cars left, leaving a woman standing nearby, watching them drive away. Tessie watched Erica's car speeding off and felt uneasy. She was afraid her lie would be exposed and everyone would hate her instead of Erica.
No, no.
I can't let that happen. But what can I do about it? Determined, she took out her phone and dialed Phoebe's number. As soon as her sister picked up, Tessie sobbed. Hey Phoebe, you'll never guess who came to see me. Yeah, that's right. Erica.
I'm scared.
Phoebe frowned and asked, did she try to bully you again? Yes, she also warned me not to tell anyone. She said even if I did, she wasn't afraid, because we don't have any evidence for what she did.
I'm sorry, Erica.
I'm so sorry. I really have no choice. I have to keep lying, she thought to herself. Phoebe was so angry that she pounded the table and said, she's gone. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Looked at her in disgust and said, go wash your hands. Oh, I haven't washed my hands yet. She went to the sink, turned on the tap and quickly washed her hands. Then she took out a few tissues to wipe her hands and ran over. I'm all washed up now. Let me at it. Matthew put down the tools in his hands and moved over. As soon as she got the spoon, Erica started to stir the mixture in the glass container like him. Do I need to put anything else in it? Yes. The rum. I'll go get some. Okay, go ahead. I'll take care of this. Erica continued to stir the mixture enthusiastically. Matthew wanted to tell her to slow down, but then he decided against it. He went upstairs to get the rum. When Matthew came downstairs with the rum, he heard a loud bang from the kitchen. He was sure the sound came from there. Suddenly he had a bad feeling. He quickened his pace and went back into the kitchen. There was no sign of Erica there. He took a few steps forward and saw the dumbfounded girl squatting on the ground. The ground was a mess. The glass container had fallen to the ground and broken into several pieces. A gooey mess met his eyes, spreading over the kitchen floor. Seeing Matthew come over, Erica apologized in a timid voice. I didn't mean to. She stared at the broken glass container. Someone had to clean this up. She figured that was her job. As soon as she reached out for the shards, Matthew immediately stopped her. Don't move. But it was too late. The glass fragment scratched Erica's hand. She cried out, ah! Blood oozed out from her finger. Matthew grabbed her hand and walked her away from the broken glass. But then Erica stepped on the chocolate, slipped and fell back awkwardly. Arg! Matthew pulled her up towards him, and Erica stumbled into his arms. The kitchen floor was a complete mess. Frowning, Matthew inspected Erica's hand. The cut was small, but the bleeding hadn't stopped. We should take care of that, he said, looking at the blood on her frail finger. He swooped her up in his arms and strode out of the kitchen. Surprised, Erica wrapped her hand around his neck and said, Matthew, I can walk. She only cut her finger. Her legs were still very much in working condition. There was no need for him to carry her. The man glanced at her coldly. Do you want to draw a chocolate map on the carpet? She looked at her chocolate-stained feet. Oh, right. The living room was fully carpeted. She would create a mess of it if she walked through. Oh well, she thought, stealing a glance at the man. He gently placed her on the sofa in the living room. Taking off her dirty shoes, he threw them into the trash can. Wait here. I'll go get the medical kit. Okay. Erica casually placed her bleeding finger into her mouth and sucked on it. Matthew grabbed her hand and scolded. What are you doing? She gaped at him. It hurts. If I suck on the wound, it would hurt less. Besides, sucking on it will disinfect the wound and stop the bleeding. Matthew sighed. Who told you that saliva stops bleeding? It doesn't, she asked, her eyes widening in question. She did this every time she hurt her fingers. Matthew shook his head. No, it doesn't. There's nothing in the saliva that could cure a wound or disinfect it. On the contrary, the moisture and the protease in the saliva would most likely slow down the clotting. Your ideas are not scientific at all. Erica felt kind of stupid. But she stood her ground and said, It doesn't matter. I do this all the time. He had to explain further. Let me tell you something. I once read in the New England Journal of Medicine that a man with diabetes hurt his finger while riding a bicycle. He sucked his thumb, hoping to stop the bleeding. As a result of that, he was infected with an oral bact. Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Ida, what do you think I should do now? That depends on whether you want to pursue the matter or not. What if I do? What if I don't? If you want to pursue it, investigate and find the truth. If you don't want to run behind it, just let it go and forget it ever happened. Matthew only wanted her to be happy. He would respect her choice, whatever it was. But he wouldn't let her know what he would do. Erica's face fell again. What if I can't handle the truth? She had just found out that Tessie was no longer the same Tessie she used to know. She didn't know when she had changed to this new person. There is nothing you can't handle. Don't be too kind to people who hurt you. Fight back no matter who it is. If you don't, they will continue to bully you. You don't need me to tell you this, do you? If she doesn't fight back, she would be taken advantage of again. People would hurt her just like what Tessie did, he thought, gritting his teeth. He had to guide her to be ruthless, so that she could gradually become stronger. Matthew was well aware of how the society worked. The weaker branch would break first. Erica sighed. Of course, there was no need for him to teach her this. Erica had always known how to handle bullies. But this time it was Tessie, the girl who used to be her best friend. That was why she was hesitating to fight back. She looked at the man in the kitchen. So, you are saying that I should dig up the truth, and if Tessie had really hidden something from me, I should get my revenge? Smart girl, Matthew said. In the kitchen, Matthew methodically added some ingredients into a glass bowl and began to stir. As soon as Erica stood up from the carpet, he snapped, "Sit down. Don't move." He had no intention of letting her into the kitchen again. His wife pursed her lips and spoke in a low voice. Don't get all excited. I just wanted to ask you one more question. In fact, what she really wanted was to learn how to make chocolate. Why couldn't he teach her? Well, go ahead and ask. Just stay where you are. Matthew insisted. If I'm sued, will you help me? Matthew stopped what he was doing. Pressing his hands against the counter, he fixed his sharp eyes on the woman and said, Remember your identity, no matter when or where you are. Huh. Erica's confusion was plain in her face. You're Mrs. Huo and I'm Mr. Huo. If Mr. Huo doesn't help Mrs. Huo, who else should he help? Matthew asked. Not Tessie. He added silently to himself. I'm not crazy. His explanation drew a smile out of Erica. So if I'm in trouble, you'll help me out? I mean, without telling my father. The same answer as above, Matthew declared. And if I want you to help me investigate something, you'll help me then too? Same as above. Erica thought his choice of words was odd. Still, she was glad he seemed so willing. Then can you help me investigate Tessie? she asked. Tessie had been away for so long, and Erica had been taking care of Tessie's son for all this time. She deserved the truth. If nothing was done, Tam would not give up custody of Ethan, and Erica wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well for the rest of her life. Sure, Matthew answered. Erica hadn't expected Matthew to be so easygoing this time, so she decided to keep going. Can you do me another favor? Of course. Great. Remember you said yes. There was a cunning look in the woman's eyes. For his part, Matthew suddenly had a bad feeling that he shouldn't have answered so quickly. His wife's next request was as terrible as he feared. Teach me how to make chocolate. Forget it, he blurted. That was a bridge too far. He wouldn't agree to anything that involved her entering the kitchen. Oh, come on. Just let me try. Erica pouted, looking just as gloomy as her husband. Matthew ignored her and went back to stirring. There was a pause as Erica decided to change tactics. Blowing him a kiss, she said, Matthew, if you teach me how to make chocolate, I'll accompany you to watch a horror movie tonight. Matthew looked up, thoughtfully studying her sweet expression. Did his father-in-law know how good she was at? Drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend, a mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses. She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Need him to finish it. Only Erica dared to do this to him. Steeling himself, he grasped the plum with confidence, took a large bite and choked it down. Men are indeed not afraid of sourness, he declared, though inwardly he was screaming. Erica nodded. She had been right all along. Pointing at the fruit tray, she put on an exaggerated, commanding tone. I want to eat a banana. Hand me one. Matthew, the powerful CEO, instantly turned into a humble servant. He silently picked up a banana, peeled it deftly, and handed it to his wife. Taking a bite of it, Erica said, I'm not going to this charity event. I'm not interested in that kind of thing. If you see anything I might like, you can buy it for me. But it's okay if there isn't anything. Matthew glanced at her. I'm not getting you anything if you're not going with me. Her brow furrowed. Well, fine then. I don't really need anything. She was sure Matthew would have plenty of acquaintances at this event, but they'd all be strangers to her, so she would rather not go. Matthew's face turned hard as he tried to restrain his anger. When had he ever been turned down by a woman again and again like this? Never. Well, I won't force you to go, he said at last. But men usually go to this kind of activity with a female companion. It's not proper to just go alone. So if you won't come, I'll just have to find someone else. Okay then, she said. Her tone was a bit testy. Even so, she seemed more interested in finishing her banana than the conversation. Matthew was even angrier now, and he stewed in his frustration, trying to think of a way to coax her into coming. Suddenly she turned to him, her eyes wide. Are you going to take Phoebe with you? Erica figured that if she didn't go to the charity auction with Matthew, her husband would definitely ask Phoebe to accompany him. Matthew didn't answer right away. Phoebe's name hadn't even crossed his mind at that point. Nonetheless, he nodded calmly. Well, yeah. I wouldn't want to waste my time looking for someone else. Erica handed him the banana peel and said, If you throw that into the trash can for me, I'll go with you. It was really childish, but she just didn't want to leave her seat. If you don't want to go, don't force yourself to do so. He remained in his seat. I want to. Why wouldn't I want to go? How could I refuse such a good opportunity? If she didn't go, she would be creating an opportunity for her husband to spend his time and money on Phoebe. No way. That woman had treated me like that. Why should I create opportunities for Phoebe to be with Matthew? After getting the answer he had hoped for, Matthew stood up to dispose the banana peel. He took out his phone and made a call. After making some arrangements, He returned to Erica and watched TV with her for a while. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Erica, who had dozed off in Matthew's arms, woke up with a start when she heard the doorbell. "Who is it?" Matthew checked his phone and then answered. "I'll get it." Erica sat up straight and watched as he walked to the door. She heard Paige's voice. "Mr. Huo, we've brought everything that you had asked for. And the chefs are here too." "Good." Matthew entered the living room first. Paige walked in after him, followed by several others, all carrying boxes in their hands. The two chefs at the back of the group went straight to the kitchen. Matthew called out to Erica, "Come and have a look." For people carried in 2 racks of clothes, evening dresses of different styles and colors. Paige opened one of the wooden cases which was filled with stylish shoes, and several brocade boxes beside it were filled with all kinds of jewelry. All Erica had to do was choose. She looked at Matthew in astonishment and asked him in a low voice, "Is the auction that grand? Do I need to be dressed so formally?" "Not really. These are simple dresses." In Matthew's eyes, these were not the kind drugged one night by her ex-boyfriend. A mysterious man took advantage of her in an ecstatic night filled with sex. To take her revenge, she married the man and used him. "As long as I'm alive, I'm still his legal wife, while all of you are just his mistresses." She remained adamant even when he was involved in scandals with other women. Eventually she stormed off after she learned that he had betrayed her again. But life brought her back to him a few years later, to his astonishment. Reddy knew my needs very well. His needs? Oh. Erica understood immediately. She sat up, held the man's face and kissed his lips gently. "Thank you, Matthew." With a smile in his eyes, he decided to let her go for the time being. He kissed her forehead and said, "I'll pick you up after class." "Okay, bye." That night, at the 10th Autumn Charity Auction in Y City, the auction hall was filled with hundreds of people when Matthew arrived at the venue with Erica. The other guests had to pay a deposit, but Matthew was the only one who didn't need to go through this procedure. The person in charge led Matthew and Erica to the exclusive VIP seats. Along the way, many people walked over to greet Matthew. Erica was in the spotlight as well. She looked very young in her light pink evening dress, and her long black hair was combed into a princess-style bun. She wore light makeup and had an innocent smile on her lips, revealing her lovely canines and her adorable dimples. She looked lively all the while as she held on to Matthew's arm and followed him obediently. Her image that day was not in line with her title of Miss Troublemaker at all. She looked like a lovely, noble princess from a royal family. 2 seats were open for them in the front row of the auditorium. They were the best seats to appreciate the items on auction. But Erica's smile froze at the sight of the woman sitting next to their seats. It was Phoebe Sue. Didn't Matthew say that he wouldn't bring Phoebe?